Next, Triple M rocks footy. Download the Listener app to hear it live.
Hello, I'm Anne Stone. Pharmacists are fighting back against changes to prescriptions coming into force from September. The Pharmacy Guild is launching a massive advertising blitz that'll include robocalls. The changes will see people able to get 2 months' worth of medication for the price of a single prescription. Australia is experiencing a record flu season, but only 30% of us have been vaccinated. Children in particular are getting sick, and sadly 2 young girls have died after contracting influenza B. Dr Michael Bonning from the Australian Medical Association explains why young people are vulnerable.
Probably seen very little influenza across the course of their young lives so far, and because of that, the first time you often get infections, it can be more severe.
That audio from 9. Labor is talking down its chances of winning the Fadden by-election today. The LNP candidate is tipped to win the Gold Coast seat, which had been held by former Minister Stuart Robert. Yes campaigners for the Voice to Parliament will target young tradies. They think it's critical this group is on side, with new polling showing the yes vote is more popular with women than men. Some of Hollywood's top actors have joined film and TV writers on picket lines in Los Angeles and New York. It's the first combined stoppage in over 60 years. The writers calling for better pay and more protection from AI technology. And extreme heat has forced the temporary closure of the Acropolis in Athens as a heatwave sweeps Europe. Stephen King will take charge of his first game as interim Gold Coast coach this afternoon when the Suns host the Saints, just days after the sacking of former mentor Stuart Dew. St Kilda great Lee Montagna telling Triple M he expects his old side to get the chocolates.
If they play like they did against Melbourne, even without Max King, they will win.
Last night, the Lions coughed up a lead to go down to the Demons by just a point. The Matildas are on their way to Brizzy for World Cup preparations after that huge 1-0 win over France at Marvel Stadium. And Novak Djokovic is on track for an 8th Wimbledon crown after making it through to the men's final against world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz.
Right now at 40 Winks, get any size mattress for the price of a single. Plus, earn double Qantas points. Limited time only. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Showers developing in 13 today for Melbourne, down to 6 tonight, partly cloudy tomorrow and 15. And right now it's 12 degrees at the MCG ahead of the Pies and the Dockers. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. That's a message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
Get ready.
We're on air, Bill.
Because the Saturday Rub
Yes, please!
starts now.
Hello, are we on? You gotta love it, don't you?
Hard Yakka for a new breed of legends.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Saturday afternoon at the home of football. We are getting ready for Collingwood and Fremantle at the Triple MCG. Saturday Rub team assembled, and I tell you what's coming up. Braden Maynard, the Bruz. Speaking to him shortly. Angus Brayshaw after an incredible game. Melbourne and the Lions last night. Nuff quiz, lots of news, full book of news. But I tell you what I love.
What do you love?
I love on a Saturday when it looks about 8 or 9 minutes out like there ain't much, and then suddenly the cracks gather to the fray.
Yes.
And we are now filled right up with stuff that we need to go with, and I actually don't know where we start.
Just got some late mail.
Yeah.
Geez, your voice is a bit croaky.
Oh, have a listen to Fat.
What's that?
What have
Bill,
you
where
been doing, Fat?
No, I can't believe this, Jimmy boy.
Listen to him.
Yesterday,
Listen to him.
after work,
Yes.
I get invited down to the bot, which is
Oh,
around the
there's
corner.
a surprise.
Round the corner for
Shock me.
So I just,
Who invited you, Bill?
Ravi, the owner.
Right.
So that means a free feed. So I go down there, and we had a beautiful steak. We sat there and spoke a few. Just spun.
What sort of a start is this?
Spoke a few, you know.
I was trying to think of some worldly.
Maybe some yarns or...
Yeah, yarns, yeah. Anyway, and then we went out to the bar. We adjourned to the bar
Did you?
and had a couple more. And because I'm on Dry July, so I was on the waters, of course.
Oh, that sounds like it. Sounds like
So
it.
anyway, I'm watching the footy there. Joe Danaher kicks a goal, and they're 5 goals up Brisbane.
28 points up.
28, were they? So Fat goes, I've had enough. I'm going to stagger home. So I walk out. I drop into 7-Eleven on the way because
That'd be good for you.
Cornetto, beautiful. And a cherry ripe on my way out.
Oh, perfect.
So Fat just gets up there to his apartment, Opens the door and I've got a recliner, Jim.
I know
I
you
just
have.
sit in this recliner. I love it. I just sit back.
What time?
No, well,
Last
it's only
one.
about 8 or 9 or 10.
11 or 12.
15 minutes after I've walked out of the pot.
Oh, my God.
I turn on the telly. Melbourne have won. How in that walk, Jim? That little walk that I went. How did they win?
All I know is I'm sitting on the host desk after the game. Roaming Brian's happening. I've got Nath Jones and Matty Richardson next to me, and these texts started coming through, and I knew the Nick Fat was in because there were about 15 words in the text. Not one of them related to any of the other words in the text. I said to Richo, what sort of Nick do you reckon he's in? Have a look at this.
He would have worked it out.
Oh,
I can't believe they won.
They did.
Unbelievable.
It was one of the great games of the year, actually. They were superb. Now, well, there's a bit kicking them.
Yeah, what do you...
There's a bit...
You've heard
I'm a bit worried because you started texting other people, Jim, and not me. So
Well,
I'm a little bit worried.
I received... It's because my feelers are everywhere.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. So, and I mean everywhere.
Especially in Adelaide.
I got very good intel in Adelaide.
Right.
So I received
So I'm a bit more
text
relieved. Might be you, Bert.
saying you need to run by Bernard.
Oh,
Yes.
good. I think I'm okay.
Was he in attendance
Yes.
at a Christmas in July party?
Oh, I've heard this.
You asking me?
I'm asking you.
Yes, was present, Jim.
And, according to my sources at this party, dropping shots of tequila like they were never going to pour them again.
Yes.
Present, Jim. Yes.
All right.
Was it a dress-up party?
Well, went as a religious figure
That's dangerous.
that was deemed purple inappropriate by management
Inappropriate.
and was made to take his costume off.
Bernie?
Well, he's good at taking gear off when he celebrates cricket premierships.
That did become very natural to me, taking the gear off. But,
Is this true?
that is true, Jim.
What did you go
What did
as?
you dress as? Oh, I don't know.
We'll just leave it as
don't
an
say it.
inappropriate religious figure.
Don't say it.
So then, as if all of that isn't bad enough,
Loosen up.
when he's representing us in the show, got properly loose, started telling everyone he was, quote, Mr. Triple M.
Yep. I heard that.
And that, and I'm quoting again, he went to SAFM for 2 weeks and did breakfast and lifted their ratings by a point.
I did.
Oh, Bernie.
Hey,
Plus.
hey, you do the maths.
No,
You do the
I can't do math.
Oh, yeah, actually, I
We
should have
found
come
that
to
out
someone.
during the week.
But also, on his own Instagram, what do you put up?
Well,
Engagement to
virtually
Lisa.
nothing.
Yeah. And what do you put up? You
I
got
don't
one,
on it, not on
No.
Instagram.
And I put up a few frothies or a bit of fun.
Yeah.
You're putting up how well you're going on the Rush Hour and SAFM.
Oh,
you actually put up
actually-
the ratings figures.
No, I did. No, I didn't put the ratings figures up.
You did say.
I just said, thank you, Adelaide. I was thanking the family.
Adelaide.
Thanking the
What goes
family.
on?
Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
I think I've got to touch ahead of myself
No,
after
touch.
this conversation.
You've got way ahead.
I need to pull it back a
That's
bit.
why you got to come over here.
Okay.
Little fish, big pond.
What sort of output are we going to get from these two? They've both been in a minute.
Actually, I flew in this morning, early start, did the right thing, left the Christmas in July party, which was at our studio, by the way.
Adoring fans
Went
at
home
the airport.
and
Thanks,
signed
Adelaide.
a few autographs on the way out. Thanks, Adelaide.
Thanks, Adelaide.
The airport, I had to get ushered through the airport. There were too many people there, I thanked. But I actually went home and looked after myself.
Right.
Jim, you need to have a look at one of your good mates.
Speaking of shows getting ahead of themselves,
Yep.
Yes.
Well, your show is on the weekday show, Jim, the Rush Hour.
I'm distancing myself from every part of this.
Well, I hate to say this, but you might be able to get away with this one because this might be on you, Bill, because we revealed last week on the Saturday Rub that you personally have been nominated for the best comedian under the ACRAs.
Hang on.
And that was for your role on the Rush Hour where you are a two-man show.
Sorry,
and
Damo.
Jim didn't get a look in.
Sorry, just on that. It's not best comedian, it's best broadcaster.
Even worse.
Radio personality. So it's like a broader...
That's worse.
Yes.
What you need to get your head around with this, Bernard, is all of this subterfuge happened when I was in London.
Oh, okay.
So I'm out of the country,
Right.
and I come back to hear
Yep.
that he has put himself forward as the best talent attached to the Rush Hour.
And hang on, out of all the categories, you've put yourself as the
Actually,
best broadcaster.
Best broadcaster.
I didn't think think it was that.
What did you think it was?
I thought it was comic and fun.
Okay.
Jim, it might be of no interest to you to also know what's been attached to the entry, which I've managed to get my hands on
This is
during
a
the course
separate
of the
entry. So we've got 3 entries. One is for best show.
Yes.
Best broadcaster in Bill.
host.
Hello. And best comedy segment, Damo, was where you were heading
This
with
is
this
the
one.
bit, Jim, that does have your name attached to it. And this is what you've entered against the
haven't entered.
greats.
Yes.
Micallef, Malloy, others, Pang. This is what you've entered as a show.
Sacre bleu, oui, oui. Bâtard.
Two French pilots
punching on Jim, which actually happened, by the way.
That was real audio, wasn't it?
Yeah, real. We got
the
in there.
black box that went down.
put together by Matty Hayward in the booth and Stupid Onion.
Yeah, Onion.
Tactics.
Who every time we do it now, Onion's there.
That's
Wants
it.
to do his French stuff.
Yeah.
Bastille Day yesterday.
So
He did it again.
Damo.
Yeah.
What? And again, this was put forward in my absence.
You need to wash your hands of this, Jim.
I have washed my hands of it.
No.
And I sit there quietly on the drive home, Bernard, and think 14 years of this show, and that is the very best foot we can put forward. That shit.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously.
When you said for show, I thought it was going to be shit.
We got to chat to Whitney.
So hang on.
Oh, it's Whitney's fault.
Whitney's fault. She's the producer. She put it in. I had 30 better comic acts that we could have sent in, no doubt.
Yeah.
So,
What about you? You're a bit late today, as you often are, and you're recovering a little bit, aren't you, from last night?
I had to
But
go to McDonald's.
You missed someone from ABC Radio come in with a certain object in his hand.
Rama.
It happened to be Adam Ramanauskas.
Very good man.
And he said, Jim, do you want this? Do you need this? And it was actually his press pass
Yeah.
that he'd left out there in the media room.
Didn't realise
They
it.
just walks in.
And Jim goes, maybe, but my face normally gives me every idea to get to.
Did I utter that sentence?
Yes.
Never said that.
No,
You go up to the-
you were
Jim,
thinking of saying
Jim,
that.
if we're being honest, Rama did come in.
No, he did.
Is this yours?
I did, but
Is
I
this
didn't
yours?
utter that sentence.
Do you need it? And Jim, well, not usually.
Normally.
My face is normally
Goes up
gets
to
me
the
in.
front of the line and stands there, and the bouncer goes, "Yeah, I do." He goes, "Does his old face like fairly?"
Because I've been to a place where there's a bouncer. Not for 15 years have I
Still got bouncers, haven't they? Now, Damien.
Oh, no.
Now, we're all musketeers here.
Yes.
That's what I like. We're all musketeers. We all put our swords in before we come on air.
Yep.
One for all for one. We all do that. So we're a team, okay?
Right.
Saturday Rub team.
You weren't even here until 1 minute before you went to air, Bill.
Musketeer shush.
Stop asking questions because he forgets where he is.
Exactly.
So it disappoints me
Oh, no.
when one of us has a crack at another.
Oh.
We can have it here.
In
Okay.
front of
in front of
Mano
it, face
Mano.
to face.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Mano y mano.
That's it.
Not
Mano,
keyboard
Mano.
warriors.
We're not behind
The glass.
when he's with someone else, another team, and he thinks
right.
it's funny, he can let go of you, right?
Yep, gotcha.
So I was listening the other day, and he had a crack at the main man.
Oh, no.
The skipper.
Not me.
No, not you. You're big in Adelaide. You're not here. Right? had a crack.
Thanks, Adelaide.
My leadership group here.
Had a crack at Jim.
Wouldn't have.
No, well, Jim, I couldn't believe it.
Jim.
I heard it with my own ears. Here it is.
You know my views on that. There's a James Brayshaw on Triple M, and there's a boring bastard on Channel 7, James Brayshaw. So,
Jim.
Now, Jim, I've said that to your face.
No.
You know I've said that to your face.
You know what that's called?
That wasn't.
Shush, Musker.
Sword.
Firstly, it's poor
No.
from old Forey.
Exactly.
No doubt it's poor.
Because if anyone's boring, Jim.
So exactly. he knows what boring looks like.
Exactly. He made boring.
But secondly, Fat, that's called range.
Right.
You've got to be able to play to your different audience.
Oh.
You can't be the same act everywhere. You show that.
Yeah.
You're proof of that.
Is that good or bad?
No, but
But Damien,
But you
threw up some examples.
I
Which
said that to Jim's face.
No.
I don't ever talk behind anyone's back.
Well, you did then.
No, I didn't.
And you had some examples,
Did
which
I?
surprised me too, Hose.
Good luck for tomorrow. Thanks. Cheers.
This amazing test match continues to deliver. That's the end of day 4. Hope you've enjoyed it. Can't wait to see you tomorrow for the final day of the World Test Championship final.
See,
Now, that is disingenuous. I did not bring that
that's
up.
called hosting.
you know what
Was that boring?
inflections are?
Yes.
You go up, then you can go
Have a
down.
listen to that. Trying to tell me about inflection.
Inflections. Then I think there was another example.
Always a great chat too, Marnus Labuschagne. We are off to our final break before the first ball of day 4 of this World Test Championship. Stick around.
Damo, I can't believe you've done this.
Jim, I did not do that bit. I did say the boring bastard.
Is there more?
Absolutely.
I think there's one more.
Better play it, Damo.
South Australian Victorian viewers to continue watching the cricket, switch across now from 7 May to the main channel set.
You sound like a
joke
jockey there.
that didn't work the first time, and you've now gone with another 13 times. When are you going to realise it actually isn't funny?
Tim!
Oh, of course it is.
Tim, no.
Of course it is. Hey, speaking of people
Boring.
filthy up. No, not boring, but filthy up.
Oh, our man here.
Howie.
Has
it been resolved? He's left out of Jay-Z's cricket team.
Yeah. He was too.
Has properly filthied up.
Yeah.
So have they sorted it out, these two?
We brought it to a head last night on the Friday huddle. I just, there's some uneasiness.
No,
attached to it.
a heap of uneasiness.
And it was clearly deliberate because everyone else got a Guernsey in the team.
Yeah.
And Jay-Z, middle of the week, said, well, I don't care. That's my team.
Well, he also said he's not
a cricket ball operator.
He's a tennis ball operator.
He does care, though, because he started covering off during the course of the week. He rang me, you're okay with me saying you wouldn't be able to get it off the square? And then I know he rang Das as well saying, hope you don't mind, I'll put you in at 11.
Mate, I was 12 man. I'm not happy with that.
Aren't you?
No, bringing out the drinks.
Speaking of friction, though,
I thought you meant...
How'd you go?
Who with? Which one?
I know you received a phone call during the week with a certain broadcaster from another network.
Oh, yes.
Let's go.
After you inadvertently revealed to a lot of people last week on the
Time for a break. Let's go. Triple M Rocks Footy here. We're MCG, Collingwood, Fremantle.
You were
Thanks
using
to McDonald's and Ream.
You were using an app to track. Oh, you want to hold that off?
Well, just keep it.
I can hold that. Okay.
We're going to get back to it.
All right.
We've just got to speak
Thanks to McDonald's.
We've got to speak to the Bros next. This man I ran into last night.
Not the Bros.
Not the Bros.
Oh.
Man, you're talking about not happy.
Oh, yes.
Litigation.
Illegal.
Hard yakka, new breed of Aussie legends. Toughness is in their DNA. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Braden Maynard next as Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Saturday Rub for Hard Yakka for a new breed of legends.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M Rocks Footy. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, featuring
Can we dare to dream?
Marty Sheargold.
Oh, sniffer dogs are here. Everybody run!
It's a show for grown-ups.
Absolutely love your show. I listen to it at the gym and people must think that I am on a lot of substances because I am just laughing and laughing.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
As Dad used to always say, there's a lid for every pot.
6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
It might sound like I've lost control of the kids in aisle 5, but in my mind, I'm out and about, checking out the capital.
Rather see more in Canberra? You can, with Jetstar's Canberra sale. Fly straight from Melbourne Tullamarine to Canberra from just $59. Go on, book now at jetstar.com. Sale ends midnight Eastern Daylight Time, 17th July unless sold out prior. One way excludes check baggage, selected travel dates and conditions apply. Jetstar, all day, every day, low fares.
Cruise into cash at Bottle Mart.
Hey babe, we could win up to $100 for selected vodka cruiser 10 packs for $33.99 at Bottle Mart.
What?
You okay?
You just surprised me.
What is surprising is that 1 in 3 wins.
What?
Well, you better sit down because Victoria bid a 375ml 24 packs of $49.99 and Johnny Walker Black 700ml is just $51.99.
Whoa, I will sit down.
Press down the floor, hun. Catalogue specials out now. Shop your way at bottlemart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Join the Neds Racing Open Group to connect, bet and banter with thousands of like-minded punters and see expert tips every day on all 3 racing codes. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. What are you really gambling with?
Right now at Woolworths, get 5 times points on your total shop. That means you can enjoy your rewards 5 times quicker. Redeeming is easy. Simply boost online or in the Everyday Rewards app. Spend $50 or more in a single transaction online or in store and scan your Everyday Rewards card at the checkout. If you're not a member, join online for free at everydayrewards.com.au and start collecting today. Helping you get your Woolies worth. Until July 18th, T's and C's and exclusions apply.
Go beyond what you can see and hear with D-Box Motion recliners. Take your movie experience to the next level at Hoyts. Feel the movie like never before and move in sync with the on-screen action. Book your D-Box tickets now at hoyts.com.au.
At Stuart Marler. G'day, I'm Alan from Volkswagen. You said utes occupy a unique space between being a car and a truck. Firstly, I hope you don't speak to your mother with that mouth. And secondly, try ours. With all the next level tech of a car and the 3.5 tonne pulling power of a truck, it's a beeping great space to be in. So, why don't you book a test drive today? The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
Anyone who loses their licence for drink driving will have an alcohol interlock fitted to any vehicle they drive, which means your day will involve a lot of blowing into the interlock. Pulling over in busy traffic to blow into the interlock. Telling your boss that you have to fit an interlock to your work vehicle. Paying to have an interlock fitted and serviced. And a whole lot of blowing into the interlock. Drinking, driving, they're better apart. A message from the TAC.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Saturday afternoon, we're here to have a look at Freo and Collingwood, and we stop everything when this man makes himself available, the Bruz. I heard, because I've got good, speaking of good intel, I've got good intel in the medical staff at Collingwood, and they said the Bruz shoulder hanging off, actually came away from his body, and there was just a tendon linking it to the rest of his body. Everyone else would have missed a year and a half. Bruz said, sew it up and give me a week off and I'm back. Is that true, Bruzzy?
Mate, that's very true. Very, very true. No, thanks for having me on, guys.
So in all seriousness, where are you at? So is it one of those ones where it's going to be sore, but you've just got to manage it now until you win the grand final?
Well, hopefully. I've actually got hypermobile shoulders, so my shoulders pop out really easily, but it can actually be an advantage because sometimes if they pop in and out, it just happens and they don't stay out. So it's just like a bit of impingement in the shoulder. And Bill, you understand me? Or are you with me?
I don't understand any of it.
What did you call them?
Hypermobile. Hypermobile, so it causes a lot of impingement through my shoulder, but they don't stay out when they do pop out. They just slip back in, which is actually a good thing. But what actually hurts is it just stretches the ligaments around when it happens. So my shoulders are all right. They're all good. I'll have to blame my dad for my shit shoulders. But,
for breeding.
Yeah, but they're all good and they'll be good for the next sort of couple months. I've had to deal with it the last sort of couple of years.
No, we won't ask that question again.
Bill's just writing that down. He's spelling it wrong. Hey, good luck today, Bruzzy. Good to have Dan McStay back in your forward line. It's exciting.
Absolutely. He's an absolute freak down forward for us. He creates a really good contest for us. And unfortunately, he's been rattled with a finger injury and then got it infected. So to have the big boy back, it's really good for him. And I can't wait to see him do his business today.
Braden, the role you play at the footy club is obviously there's a football side of it and there's also that protector side of it. And that's the bit that we on Triple M have always loved about you. And I know your teammates love you. I know Craig McRae loves you. Just controlling it and always, or mostly, most times keeping it in check. How have you managed to evolve with that role you like to play in that space?
Yeah, well, you're right. I do have a protective nature and I don't like seeing my teammates get pushed around, and I'm always there to protect them, and they know that, and I get the same from them. So we do talk about always having one more than the other team, so whether it's 2-1 or 3-2 or whatever, but we're always there to back each other up, and I just feel like it's always sort of been a part of my game, but within the rules, respectfully. But yeah, like I said, I don't really like seeing my teammates getting pushed around. So when I do see something happening, the Bruz, look out.
That was a warning shot. And is it a bonus if your jumper gets removed from your body?
He loves that.
During these skirmishes?
Rig out sort of stuff, get the pipes out.
Not this time of year, Bruz, because the moon tan.
Mine's shocking. I'm pale as all hell. So I look like you, Bill.
Do you and Jack Crisp get mixed up? Like, do people think it's you and it's Jack and vice versa?
No, not really.
Hang on, Bill. What kind of question was that,
what is
by
that?
the way? How does he get himself mixed up?
No,
Those who he
no
tells
supporters or
Yeah,
someone
you didn't ask.
media people.
I can see it. Everyone's copying my haircut these days. So
Yeah.
I don't know who's who.
Well, he has, hasn't he? He's just got a new one, crispy.
Yeah, he does. But he wears number 25 on his back. He's a little bit skinnier than me. He plays in the midfield.
Both
I just play in the
left-footers.
back line.
Both
I wear number
left-footers.
4.
Both got hyper-extended shoulders.
No, it wasn't that.
Hey, I'll tell you who's been a sensation. We love him as IQ. How good has he been down back?
He's an absolute star. He's in all
He
Australian
is.
form, and in my opinion, he's rock solid down there. And we don't want to talk about the individual. We want to talk about the team. But bloody hell, you can't go away from talking about individuals every now and then when they're playing the way he is. So it's a credit to him. He puts a lot of work in during the week, but he's an absolute star.
Hey, speaking of individuals, a much-loved figure down there at the Pies, Jeremy Howe. He's been back for a few weeks now. Great to see him just, healthy, running around out there again.
Yeah, he's actually running past me right now. He's about to kick one on his right foot. And,
Here he goes.
out the full.
He's missed everything.
Out on the full on cue. He's gone really well. He put a truckload of work in for his arm. He said the hardest bit was getting all the feeling back into his hand. So horrific injury, obviously, in round 1. And I remember looking over and going over to him, and the physio telling me to F off because it was actually really, really gruesome. And me being me, I just had to look either way. It was pretty gross. But to see him put in the work and do what he's done over the last sort of 2 to 3 months, it's really, really good to see, and I'm really pleased to have him back out there.
What have you personally made of Nick Dacos's short time in the game, Braden? We saw him only a few moments ago just run 100 metres to allow himself to be photographed with a bunch of young supporters. He just seems to do everything right, both in game and out of game. Perfect.
That's the best thing about him, and not only him and his brother as well. And Peter actually made a comment the other day. I'm not too sure if you saw it, but they have so much time for fans, the kids, everyone that's got to do with the Collingwood Football Club that absolutely love him. He always gives back, and he's just playing footy. He's loving what he's doing, and it's a credit to him to see what he's doing because he works his ass off as well, and he's just an absolute freak of nature. I've never seen anyone like it.
What are you expecting from Freo today, mate?
They're going to bring the pressure. They've got a few outs, but you can never underestimate them. J-Lo's a very good coach. He's very tactical. They've always had a really good defensive system in place, and I feel like if we can break that down, then we'll be all right. But we just got to focus on what we can control, and then we'll get it done.
Who's number 31?
McCreary's just smashing torpedoes.
Torpedoes from outside
One
50.
step.
One step.
Yeah, he's incredible. He does that every day before training, not even warming up. But
they're going in the road 20, or if the net wasn't there, they would be.
Smashing them outside 51 step.
Let's watch him do. He's about.
Here we go.
You call it for us,
Lining up.
Here we go. Bo McCreary. No.
Shanked it as well.
Come on, boys.
Hey, Fraz, what about Bill's unbelievable preparation for today? Who's number 31?
Yeah. He's got no idea. He's got absolutely no idea.
And the number 10, the left footer.
Who's that? Is that me or? Is that...
Well, I don't call
He
it.
looks like you.
Do you get mixed up with Pendles too? Yeah.
I actually do get mixed up with Pendle probably more than anyone. I remember a couple of years ago, some old duck came up to me. She thought I was Pendle's the whole time. She wanted me to sign the 2010 Premiership jumper. And I said, no, I'm not Pendle's. And she goes, oh, shut up, Pendle's. Like, come on.
So you did
and I actually had to be rude. I said, no, love, seriously, I'm not Scott Pendlebury.
Old duck.
Oh, God. But I do get mixed up with him quite a bit. But it's all a laugh.
Now, Bros, as we let you go, I know that there are a few players in the competition that smell blood in the water quite as comprehensively as yourself. If there's someone to be clubbed out there, just make sure he's not wearing number 8, all right? Get your old mate and leave him alone.
Any Brayshaw?
No, he's got a tug on his back. For sure.
Like that.
Great seeing you back playing, mate.
Good luck. Thanks, guys. Have a great Arvo.
There, mate.
What a good boy he is, the Bros. Love him.
When you love him off
Yeah. Now, see, so what Bill does, middle of the week, out of nowhere on air, he says, you wouldn't believe what I can do on my phone.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it. I put this tracing app on because the kids are all going to Europe.
Find my phone, Jim.
I can find out where Oscar
Lucy
is. I can tell Rubes and
look where they are.
and Slaps.
And he tracks Blair as well, apparently.
So then he goes, as he's doing this conversation, he says, and guess who's in, and I won't say it, but guess who's in a country town in Melbourne? But Damo and I are looking at him going, what are you talking about? Guess who else I can trace? We're like, who?
I don't understand.
Tim Watson. He goes, he's like, look, there he is now. I can see right where he is.
He shows.
We're like,
Maggie.
So why?
We're like, Bill, That's illegal.
It is.
Like, that's stalking someone.
During the ad break.
No, it wasn't.
You said it on air, Bill. You said it live to radio.
So
Yeah.
I ran into the great three-time premiership superstar of Essendon last night. Not happy.
Not happy.
No.
This is what I was alluding to. I wasn't aware you'd spoken to him, but I heard it was quite frosty.
First call Bill received the next morning.
What did he say to you?
Well, someone rang his breakfast show, the one he and Gary are on, and said, Wispy, you probably should know, Fat's tracing you on his phone. 100% on the breakfast show. So then he's gone straight off air, picked up the phone and said, what do you think you're doing, Fat?
No.
How did that go, Bill?
Why?
Because you're not good with confrontation.
Why are you stalking me?
There you are.
And why are you stalking him? What was the answer?
Why are you still stalking him?
No, because I said, sorry, mate, I'll delete you. He said, I've already done it.
He did it.
He did.
So you can follow anyone.
It was a mistake.
It was a bit awkward.
How did you?
Well,
a mistake.
It wasn't a mistake. You had to actually nominate his email
But he's
address.
got to agree.
Why would you nominate him? When
No
you get
way he
nominated?
agreed.
Yes, this is, I don't know, 10 years ago. I've
No,
been
the
following
technology wasn't around 10 years.
Come on.
Well, I don't know why I would do that.
No, none of us do.
He doesn't either.
All my kids are overseas, so I'm following them.
Well, that makes sense,
Yes.
but not Tim Watson.
No, it was
small
strange.
country town.
It was strange.
But you were so
Maggie.
happy with it.
I know. Look where they are, by the way.
It was even strange.
No,
that
don't
you
go with it again, Bill.
volunteered.
No, this is my kid.
Oh, right.
Paris.
And do they know they're being followed?
Well, yes.
I think kids are.
Oh, I
kids
don't
are
know what
okay.
they do.
No, they're adults.
Poor old Fat. How much money's it cost him? Poor old Fat.
Anyone else? Mark Boss, you got him?
No.
Track? Glenn Middlemiss?
Glenn Middlemiss. No. Barry Stone.
Short
Barry
Simpson.
Stone?
Simo doesn't leave Geelong. Don't worry, he doesn't go anywhere. Occasionally goes to Ballarat.
Nuff coming up next.
Mikey.
Hard Yakka, born in 1930, legendary status is in their heritage. Work hard, play hard, Hard Yakka, a history of hard. Bernie Vince brings a nice helping of Nuff next.
Yes.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
The Triple M Footy Saturday Rub for Hard Yakka for a new breed of legends.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
The Sunday Rub takes the stars of footy
Mason Redmond, thanks for joining us on the Sunday Rub.
Thanks for having me.
and ask them the questions you've always wanted to know.
Red Dog, where does the Red Dog nickname come from? Is that something you've self-appointed?
Well, I think the Red Dog nickname is just from my last name, I would say.
Probably makes a bit of sense the more I think about it.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for North Melbourne and Hawthorn.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
What are you really gambling with?
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Is your new home or renovation running over budget? National Tiles is here to help. Yes, National Tiles is checking and locking down prices on many of our popular tiles at more than 20% below the market every day of the year. That's right. Get your new home or renovation back on budget with National Tiles checked and locked prices and save more than 20% below the market every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Between my daughter's science project and my husband's invoices, we've got a lot to print. Luckily, HP Smart Tank Printer does it all. It's easy to use and comes with 2 years of refillable ink bottles, so there's no more messy cartridges. And with the HP Smart app, I can print and scan anytime, anywhere, even from my phone. Now that's smart. HP Smart Tank Printers. Get yours today online or at your nearest retailer. For more info, visit hp.com.au/smarttank. T's and C's apply.
Hello, alias D. Alan here from Volkswagen. You thought no one was listening, but we were, intently. You said, I'd rather dig my eyes out with a spoon than put up with the awful driving dynamics of utes. Well, put the spoon down slowly. Ours has excellent steering, suspension, comfort, and up to 6 4x4 drive modes with a powerful V6 engine. So, why don't you book a test drive today? The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
With the Bledisloe Cup on its way to the G, Saturday, July 29, Triple M is giving you the chance to be there. Enter now on the win page at triplem.com.au for your chance to score tickets. It was a sellout in Melbourne last year, and it'll be even bigger this time. Don't miss out. Tickets are selling fast at Ticketek. The Wallabies against the All Blacks in the Bledisloe Cup, July 29 at the MCG. Enter now to win your way there at triplem.com.au. Wallabies, all together.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
It's JB Hi-Fi's price frenzy with crazy deals. Like the Sony PS5 crunched to $699, our cheapest price ever. A Hisense 58-inch TV thrown out for under $600. And a 9 robot Roomba vac crunched to half price. That's nuts. JB, you've done it again.
Shut up. The footy's on the radio.
Marine hot water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Hit it, hose.
I won enough for the year. How do I win that?
You're unbelievable.
It's
Inks. Triple M rocks footy. Cricket footy. Cricket footy.
Enough. Could have given it a bit.
That's what you call enough.
Break it down.
I actually had the great Jordan Lewis come in the box. I'm here.
Wouldn't have been
preparing early. No, he said, "Get me out, get me out." So we played it to him, didn't we, Hose? We played the opener to him. Then he just stormed off. Haven't
not
seen
happy.
him since.
He would have.
And then said to you, Bernie, don't stuff it up.
Yeah, don't stuff it up, which I said I find it hard not to stuff things up. But anyway, let's start in Adelaide, where I've been getting the ratings right back up over there.
Thank you, Adelaide. Thank you,
Adelaide. I love you all. Rhett Biglands, now, he's a good mate of mine, but he's, I don't know, he falls into this. He tries to be funny, and he's just not. And he keeps trying. He keeps berries.
That's his only once a year gag, isn't
the
it?
fruit basket. Well, he's up to his old tricks. He's trying to be funny again.
David Swallow as well, the most experienced Gold Coast son out there today. Was he one of the concession picks? I can't keep up with the Gold Coast Suns. They've been handed more concessions than a conductor on a train.
Oh, no. He's gone down that path. And he was number one pick, David Swallow. I don't know what this concession stuff was.
Not a bad path to go, that one.
What? What path?
The path he went.
Oh, no.
But I'm just going to save this slow car crash. Hose, that reminds me, has Biggles been down this path before?
Yeah, just had a look.
Trying to be funny.
I think it was this one, round 12.
They've had some concessions, though, haven't they, over the years? More concessions.
Well, they got him early on, but then...
Biggles was
I thought he was about to roll
him off. Give us that one. No, you can't.
More concessions than what?
No, you can't. When a good comedian can't go back over his jokes, so I can't do it.
Yeah, a good one, but you can.
What was it?
No, you build it up now.
Now, come on, more concessions then?
More concessions than a conductor on a train, I
Biggle. What about the timing of Roo? Just popped in right on the punchline. Come on, Roo.
I know what that's like.
Who does that to you?
Yes, you do.
That's because you don't have a punchline. He's saving you.
I just set it up. Great. Just after, ready to go.
Of course you do.
And then Jim comes in.
Bang. Yeah, takes it. Well, this man probably needs his own segment. His own opener. He's I don't know, something about Nath Brown and reading credits that he's just not getting, Damo. It's actually becoming frustrating for me now.
Look tough when it comes to conditions, Aussie conditions. When it comes to ordering, ask your plumber to install a room.
He got watering in there.
Mate, I saw him last night.
Did you have a chat to him?
No. Has he had some Botox?
Oh, yeah.
He keeps denying right up. He keeps denying.
No.
He
It's
had more
shiny.
wrinkles when he was playing.
Exactly.
Yeah. His head doesn't move.
Smooth and shiny.
It does not move.
You could bowl a ball on it. It'd be beautiful.
Bowl a ball
What
on
does
it.
that mean?
What does that
A
mean?
bowling ball.
Oh, bowling ball, right.
So his head is the bowling ball. You can bowl a ball on his head.
What do you bowl the bowling ball on?
Bowling alley or lawn?
Alley, yeah, that's it.
So you reckon his head looks like a bowling alley?
So it's a bowling alley, not...
That didn't go well for you, that one, did it?
You have
No,
been.
I was
you have
trying to
been-
think of something
You
smooth.
have been.
What would you say?
A baby's bum.
Well, it's not smooth.
A baby's bum smooth. Smoother than a bowling
look at
alley or ball or whatever you're trying to say.
Keep going,
Get a
Banana.
haircut, Damien.
Hey,
Look at the island.
changing the subject.
That's it.
Look at Tasmania.
A good mate over the border in WA, Embers.
Yeah,
Remember
no.
this game? This game, and I've done a bit of craft here. Hoses help me, but it was Carlton v Freo. So just pay close attention to the name he uses.
Yeah, that's the difference. One end, Charlie Cameron, Joey Curnow, down low, takes a really good mark. I tried to chop you out. I know you. I was going to help you out, and I thought, no, I recovered.
What about I recovered? I don't think so. That's like you saying you've recovered, Bill. In here.
The doggy dog.
Oh, the brown dog. Now, Ash Chua, same game. I don't know. I'm worried about Ash.
Well, his
And
finger's
probably
still black
listening on
from the
way.
Adelaide gather round.
Yeah, well, he had a bad weekend that weekend, didn't he? Hasn't recovered, but this is probably the longest way ever to describe a score that's only 1 point to 2 points.
Choice Hotels around the ground, Ash.
It's Dockers trailing the Blues by a point. Freo 0-1, 1 point. Carlton 2 behind, halfway into the first.
Trailing by a point. That's all he could have said. Just stop it there. If in doubt, get out, Bill.
Yeah,
that sort of
exactly.
setup. 0-1-1 to 0-2-2.
We love him.
We do love him. Same game.
No.
Carlton v Freo, remember? Ash?
Choice Hotels around the ground, Ash.
Blues off to a flyer, 4-3-27, leading the Crows by 25 points, 2 behinds nearing quarter time.
How are they going against Freo, Ash?
Oh, sorry.
So he's butchered the score, he's butchered the teams. He probably needs a spell sometime soon.
No.
But what we have learned is he's a one-sport pony, I'm going to say. You know, the one-trick pony?
Yeah,
He's one-sport pony. You with me?
Understand.
You looked a bit confused.
No.
Because last week he tried the cricket and he couldn't say, I was saying the koalaja or Labashini or whatever he's trying to say. But, well, you listen and you see if he knows this sport.
Stu, what's happening at Marvel Stadium? Bit of drama?
There is nasty injury for the Matildas. The stretcher's out on the ground as we speak.
Even for the French, Chewy.
Oh, sorry for the French, I mean.
They're in blue. We're in yellow, Chewies.
He's gone down the soccer path and he's saying the Matildas are injured and it's the French team. I think he may need a longer spell than what I was speaking about before.
Good win.
BT.
Good win by the Matildas.
It was a good win. Sold out too.
Did you watch it, Bill?
Yeah.
You watched that at the bot?
At the bot with...
How many things did you watch then?
I watched a lot of things. Like that.
Hey, BT, well, when you're describing, on radio, you have to... Stop doing that. We're lucky we're on radio. No one can see what you're doing. BT, when you're on radio, you have to describe things and where you are. You do it very well, Jim. On the ground, paint the picture. Where you good, Bill. Now he's frustrated.
Rule number 1 in journalism.
And what's rule number 2?
The score.
The score, good.
Very
Bill.
important.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So you got to describe where they are on the ground. Now, BT, well, he just confused me here. You tell me where he means this player is,
I'm
Bill.
listening.
And Norton marks it in the pocket. 40 metres out, directly in front here, Norton.
Right, stuck up in the pocket, and then he's 40 metres directly in front. So where do you think he is, Bill? You're pointing on the ground.
Pocket and 40 metres out in front. So about there.
About there. Oh, that helps because...
Shut up, I've got something else.
Oh, now he's just been given a tip through the glass. So good night, Bill. We'll see you next week.
For 20 minutes.
Speaking of soccer, we touched on that before. A commentator called Will Palliger caught my ear during the week, and you tell me if you like him, Bill.
Back into the area for Swiderski. One touch, he scores! Another one for Swiderski! And that one was more impressive than the first!
Oh, no. Is he related to Anastasia?
Cousins, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like you, Jim.
Third cousin.
When you did that cricket test.
Keep going, Ben. I'm not helping him out again today.
He doesn't want
That Damo brought up.
There
I'm
was
not
something
helping him
about
out again today.
He did sound jockey-ish, didn't he?
Adelaide.
Adelaide, well, ratings.
7,
now,
8,
Bill,
7 plump
Bill,
now.
I've left you out
Good.
the last couple of
No,
weeks.
good.
The last couple of
Good.
weeks,
But
but you
good
deserve
today.
this because you do a thing called Idiot File, and it's a perfect name for you. And faux pas was written down, and you. Well, this is how
I
you
meant
read it. This is how you read it.
The first 3 shows have already given us all we need to put a full book of idiot together.
Jim.
Do you believe that?
No.
3
I cannot.
shows.
That's a fax pause or whatever, the French.
So a fax pause.
I meant that.
Oh,
A
you
faux
meant
pas,
that, did you?
sorry.
Oh,
It's a faux
my
pas. Is that Jace in the background? Big Jace.
Jace likes it.
It has for those out there
holes in
like you,
one.
Bill. It has got an X in it.
So how do you spell faux pas?
FAUXPOUS.
So how do you get faux pas out of...
Well, it's French.
PAS.
It's French, Bill.
Well, voyeur is French.
Oh, Thank you, Bill.
A croissant is French.
Well, okay, so
We're just going to keep mentioning French
Entree.
words.
Entree.
Yeah.
Hey, well,
Sucker.
I don't know whether this word is French, and if you got up to any of this last night, but were you trying to say this?
Here we go.
He's lost.
A husband.
That's a fax pause.
Yes.
Full play.
That's his other way to say it.
Is that French?
Foreplay French as well,
Is it?
Oh, well,
I don't
I'm
reckon.
not sure.
If it's Jim, you would
No, I
know.
wouldn't have thought.
How
How do you spell the 4 in there, Bill?
Hey?
How do you spell the 4 in foreplay?
The first 4 letters.
Fore.
Are you putting it
Like
on
you're playing golf.
Yeah.
I was hoping you weren't going to go FOUR.
F-O-R.
Keep some numbers attached to it.
Oh.
But, Bill, we can always
Want a
rely
drink, Dale?
on you for the hard-hitting...
Your foreplay.
Oh, my God.
I thought it was the
A
latch.
nice
Isn't it
charade.
The latch. Ting, the
Hose,
Yes, James.
The latch.
Hose,
Nomo.
could you think of anything worse?
No, I actually can't think of anything
Oh,
worse.
Jim, I just pictured that. I just pictured that. Oh, no.
Anything worse?
No.
Nothing.
No, we need to move on and get something else.
Yeah, who's next,
I've
Bert?
still got
Who's
Bill,
next?
though. Well, the hard-hitting question, there was a good example before to Bruzzy Maynard. You just asked that you leave us with no questions. You were perfect like this. You're like
Question what
Damo.
the people want to ask.
Oh, what? If
That's
he
it.
gets mixed up with himself? And I thought that was pretty good. But this one may be better.
And Fritchie out too. That doesn't help things. What's how far out is he? How far?
Look at it. Even Bill's embarrassed with that one. That's one of your worst. Out where? Out of the...
Out of the game.
Oh, is that what
So
it is?
actually,
How
not a
far
bad
out
question.
of the game?
Yes. How
Or
far
how
out?
long?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter. We know what it. And he told us out for the
No,
year.
he was confused. He was confused.
I'm confused.
You're confused. I go to Adelaide, I go to Perth. I don't know where I'm going. I'm confused.
Hit it, Hose.
Nuff of the week.
Very lucky to stay out of Nuff of the week.
Yeah, good. With that
Very, very
body of
lucky
work.
with that question.
Jeez, who beat me? Some nuff dopey thing.
I felt sorry for you. I had you in there, and then it was so bad on your behalf, I had to take you out.
I
because
can't believe
it's
it.
like kicking a man when he's down. I didn't want to do it.
Who's
too
going to
much.
win?
Well, it's our boy Jay-Z.
Oh.
Jay-Z. Now,
Every week, Jay-Z.
can you tell me what he's trying to say here, Bill, and what actually comes out?
So I think the West Coast Eagles can knock off the Kangaroos.
I think we need to play that.
Knock
again,
off.
Hose.
Knock off. So I think the West Coast Eagles can knock off the Kangaroos.
Well, what made it even worse?
It's worse, yeah.
They're not even playing the West Coast.
No.
Yeah, that's right. They're playing Hawthorn.
Playing Hawthorn. Are they knock off Hawthorn?
Knock off.
Jay-Z's been on there a bit. Him and
Yeah,
Nate Brown.
The long questions he's having some trouble with. He's
All
getting
right.
a bit better, but
So therefore, the Nuff of the week
Is
sits
Jay-Z.
comfortably on
got
top.
And the new coach will join us after the break.
Melbourne's coach.
Melbourne's coach.
Well, track him down and ask him. Track him on your phone, Bill.
every time this song comes on.
Angus Brayshaw to join us next. Hardyacker Workwear. There's a Triple M Saturday Rub. McDonald's and Remont Water. Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Saturday Rub for Hardyacker for a new breed of legends.
For Remont Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Bernard, the 2023 Toyota AFL season, Amy are offering Fansurance, a way of helping fans who've experienced their own footy-related clangers, like copping a Sharon in the mush.
Whoa.
That's a fan clanger. Tripping over the turnstiles trying to get in to see your team, that's a fan clanger.
Yeah, plenty of clangers in this box too, Jim. Submit your fan clanger story to amy.com.au/fansurance and you can win prizes including tickets to the 2023 Toyota AFL Grand Final. How good's that going to be? Terms and conditions apply. Go to amy.com.au/fansurance for details.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football. Max, go on.
Gawn and Grundy combination. This is the one that's been gripping the nation. All the rage. What are we calling it?
I like Gawn and Grundy personally, but
there's Grundy.
There's Grundy. There's Tap Brothers, which is gross.
Tap Brothers.
It's like a Will Ferrell movie.
Yep.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
Get 22% off big brand TV and soundbar packages now at Harvey Norman. That's right. Get 22% off the package price when you purchase a TV and soundbar from the same brand in the one transaction. Like the Samsung 65-inch QLED TV for a hot $16.95. Perfectly paired with the Samsung Ultra Slim soundbar. Save $3.50. Buy them together and get 22% off the package price. 22% off same brand TV and soundbar packages on now at Harvey Norman. Must end Sunday. Terms and conditions apply.
Do your Coles shopping on DoorDash and pay the same price as in store. From grocery top-ups to stocking the pantry or planning your weekly meals, shop Coles at in-store prices and get it delivered in 45 minutes on DoorDash. Plus, if an item you order is out of stock, your Dasher will message you while shopping, keeping you in control with no surprises. DoorDash, more to your door than you think. Based on average delivery times. Delivery times not guaranteed. Delivery and service fees apply.
Join the Neds Racing Open Group to connect, bet and banter with thousands of like-minded punters and see expert tips every day on all 3 racing codes. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
What are you really gambling with?
Aluminium sheet, plate and tread plate products. Aluminium geometric extrusions. If any of that means anything to you, then you need to get some action. Action Aluminium. 100% family owned. Action Aluminium is renowned for their competitive and consistent pricing, prompt pickup and delivery, and outstanding after-sales service. Get action today at Action Aluminium, Dandenong, Bayswater and Thomastown. Or online at actionaluminium.com.au.
It's tough out there as a small business owner, and rising inflation has given small business a whole new set of challenges. If you own a business and you're trying to get more customers with a smaller advertising budget, we have the answer for you. In fact, you're listening to it right now. Audio is a cost-effective advertising medium that reaches huge audiences anywhere and everywhere. Give your business a rise and advertise with us. Just visit triplem.com.au/advertise local.
Talk about mind-blowing, Serge.
What's that?
Budget Director, Money Magazine and CanStar's Insurer of the Year.
The experts agree. They really have blown away the competition.
Dark!
Switch online to Money Magazine and CanStar's Insurer of the Year.
Insurance solved with Budget Direct.
Issue Auto and General Insurance Company Limited. Read PDS, TMD and awards information at budgetdirect.com.au to decide if products suit you. Individual circumstances and policy terms may vary. Compare for yourself.
Steel prices are rising. But relax. You can still beat the increase with Best Sheds. Quality Australian engineered sheds made to order. You must be quick. See bestsheds.com.au now.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
21-point lead in favour of the Brisbane Lions. Can Melbourne stage a big comeback here?
Pickett needs to kick the goal. Does. Oh, Jakey turns to the crowd with a Hulk Hogan pose. Mighty grabs it out of his hands. Mighty grabs it out of his hands and kicks a major.
Here come Melbourne again inside. 50 Milsham's got it. Huge contest.
contested mark. Can it be the match winner for Melbourne? He's got it there, Jakey. 3 seconds. Can they get a mark here to Eric? Oh, the siren sounds. And it's going to be a famous win for Melbourne.
Kicked the last 4 of the game to come from the Clouds. The D's, they were gone. G-O-R-N, fat, halfway through the third.
G-A-W-N.
All finished. And then suddenly he was magnificent, by the way, Maxie Gawn, the skipper. And so was this man, Angus Brayshaw, 30 possessions, superb in the midfield for Melbourne. He jumps on the phone. Welcome to you, Gussie boy.
How's it going?
You would have woken up nicely this morning, even though you would have sooked it up about being sore and everything. You would have been happy with the fact that your team got over the line in a big Friday night clash.
Yeah, it was looking a bit shaky there for a bit, and it could have gone either way. I think this, for our group, could have the potential to be a real confidence builder and sort of launch us into the back half of this season. It was an awesome night.
It was, and I just gathered, I was watching it intensely last night, and the last 2 or 3 minutes of that third quarter, it just seemed you got your mojo back a bit, and then you're away.
Yeah, well, I mean...
He didn't watch, Angus.
Doesn't sound like you watched too much for a Bill.
Last 3 minutes of that third quarter, Jim, would you agree?
Yep, it's got a bit dangerous.
Hey, dangerous.
Oh, well, I mean, look, yeah, Brisbane are... they're another top 4 team, and I think it was never going to be all one way. We obviously started well, and then they fought back, and the last 3 minutes obviously springs to mind, Bill. But
yes.
It was a real arm wrestle, and at one point it could have gone either way. I think that's the sort of game that you expect, and it was like a finals type game, big atmosphere, and so the good teams will make you work for it, and that's certainly the case.
Where do you think the group's at the moment, Gus? Because a little bit inconsistent. You go back, say, 4 weeks, lost to Geelong, the Giants in Alice Springs, then you win against St Kilda last week. You just get over the line last night. I know you don't want to be peaking too early, but where's the group at, do you feel?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I'm looking back again, just comparing to last year when we won, the first 10 and then sort of dropped off pretty significantly. I actually... we've been playing a lot of close games, and we've been on the wrong end of some. We've been on the right end of some. I actually think the fact that we've lost a few. I think when you lose, just naturally, it puts your weaknesses and the things you need to work on into a bit of a sharper focus. So you have a bit more purpose about your weeks, and you actually get a lot more improvement out. I think in the past we've probably won a couple of games that we probably should have lost, and papers over a few cracks. Probably talking about last year more than this year, and I think. Yeah, that constant improvement. The thing that you always hear is the team who improves the most is the one that usually wins at the end of the year. And I think we've actually had a good dose of that throughout the year. So we seem to have a few good weeks, and then a loss, which is keeping us sharp. So hopefully you can start ironing those losses out from now on, and as the year starts to get to the pointy end, we start putting it together a bit more. I thought last night was a good step in that direction.
Angus, Max Gawn, not for the first time in a Melbourne game, was huge. Can you just take us through what he did last night in the match and how he personally dealt with the decision of the club, and it was released publicly to remove Brodie Grundy from operations and make him go back through the VFL as a forward?
Yeah, I think Max is obviously the captain of our club and has led the way with how selfless he is, and everyone's on the record. I'm not breaking any news here that the experiment is something they're still really committed to, I guess, if you want to call it an experiment, playing both of them in there. And I think both of them, both Gorney and Grundy, have been awesome at ruckman, which is what you saw last night from Gorney, and I know I've seen it from Grunds as well. There have been games where Gorney's been injured, and as a ruckman, they're both, I'd say, and I'd be interested if any arguments would come out of me saying they're a couple of the best ruckmen in the game, and when they're up and going in the ruck, they're dominant. And the thing that'll make, obviously, this whole thing work and we'll take it to a new level is if, they can start kicking goals, which I actually think in patches they've been successful at doing that. And the problem is, with the coming to the back end of the year and trying to prepare for finals, we're trying to become the best team possible. And we're being, I personally think, obviously I don't sit on the match committee, but the decision I think is a really courageous and bold one, and it's the sort of stuff that can potentially, I think, Gruns goes back and has a couple of good games as a forward, and then he comes back into the AFL team, and it's a real difference maker. So it's really hard for Brodie. Obviously, he's a super competitive guy, but I also think from his perspective, how selfless he's been. it's a hallmark of our team now. I think we got people who just want to win.
Hey, Gus, Jake Melcham loves to get in the ring. He calls himself Conor McGregor. I'd expect him to be strutting around, shirt off, and not paying for a drink, a coffee. He's tight anyway, but what's he been like? You been in contact with him? Has he got home yet?
Not sure, Ben. Melky, I'm so happy for him. He had, he probably had a rough start to the game, but finished obviously the game off incredibly well. I think his whole year, he's been an awesome story. You don't have to look too much further than the stuff he's been through. He's obviously been in the VFL probably for the majority of the year, and it's been such an awesome. I've touched on Selfless a few times, but the way he gives himself to the younger players and has been really committed to the VFL program and the development of some of our young players has been absolutely unreal, and it just makes me really happy and fills me with a lot of pride seeing people like that come up. And he's not the only one throughout the year who's come up and played a role, and to see him kick that goal and prove a lot of people wrong, I'm sure. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. He doesn't pay for another drink for the rest of the calendar year.
He doesn't pay anyway.
He probably deserves it.
Gussie, the wedding coming up.
Oh, yes.
I want to know where. Are we in Australia? Lake Como, where your uncle likes to go? Or Harlebury, back at school in the town hall there? Where are we thinking?
You got my address? I haven't received anything.
Well, nothing's gone out quite yet.
Okay,
Danielle, the brains behind the operation, has just got back from Europe. I think she's been scouting a few locations on the continental European sort of area.
Ooh.
So she runs the show. I just figured out early on in the piece, Bill, you just nod, smile, and get used to saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Europe,
Is it right, Angus, though, that the Brayshaw family could only have one major wedding in the space of 12 months, and that Uncle James has taken over 2023 operations?
Yeah. He's got the 2023 slot covered. So I think at this stage we're looking 2024. And then, there's a raft of the problem is this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be a bit of jostling for the 2025 through to probably 2030.
Okay.
There's a lot of just because there's about 40 of us running around, and anything's possible. So, but no, it's all very exciting.
So this is the problem with the date, Fat.
Yes,
is because you got to fit them all in.
Exactly.
So they're all in bloody programs in Perth and here, and then William's a captain in the army.
Yeah.
So my instruction to my better half was stuff them. Just come up with a date.
I'll read how Lisa said
she
we're
likes
having
the four of them a lot more than I do. So therefore, we fitted them all in. But it's not easy to do.
No, I
It's only
know.
a small window.
And he said Danielle, is running the show. I think
she runs a tight ship.
I think Anita might be running the show, Gussie.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. That's another. Don't worry. Don't worry, boys. Yes, smiling, nodding, yes, and just making everyone happy. I've just got to rock up. I've got to rock up on game day in the right coloured suit, not ready to go. That's my instruction, and I'm pretty happy to follow that one as well.
Jim, you would have liked Angus's work last week on the Sunday Footy Show. He filled in on the vacant seat with TJ being away, and took the opportunity to put a fair bit of what on the vacant host.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a look at the colour of his teeth?
Well, that's what I led with. I spent the extra 15 minutes pre-show brushing them just to make sure they were extra white. And
that's it.
And then from there, it was like half volley after half volley. To be fair, the panel, Damo, you would attest to I think it was a team job, team role on Chompers. I mean, I did the final, I dropped the hammer, but there was a lot of...
You delivered it.
It was a team effort. Yeah, I kicked the goal. I was Melcham. I kicked the goal, but there was a whole lot of team roles that led up to that.
Did I hear you were beaten in the handball by your father?
Oh, surely not.
Well, yeah. So that's for that's all. You understand, Uncle James, being a lifetime media man, that there's some things that make good TV, and there's some things that don't.
You let him win.
I did. I was in the suit as well. Not exactly built for flexibility, and he was there an hour early, putting work in. So good on him. Tip of the hat, and everyone had a laugh. It was good.
Are you pegging it up tomorrow at the second best golf course in the Sandbelt with your father, younger brother, and one of your cousins?
Well, your third son's pulled out. He's going to watch North Melbourne play, which I for the life of me can't figure out.
I'd rather play golf.
Has he?
He's pulled out, mate, which is I don't want to say it. He's a
Yeah,
cousin
so
of
he's
mine.
weak
so-
as piss.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. Well, I'd rather you say it. You're his old man. You can have that conversation with him. But yeah,
I might be available, Gus.
yeah, okay, Boom. Well, you've still got my number. Feel free to dust it off and get in contact. But yeah,
Angus, no, sure. No,
And
no.
a MC job at the wedding, Jim, we can do that, can't we? For
you?
Folding stuff.
Cashing. Turn it into a cashing.
Bill has charged someone, Angus, in the past to MC their wedding. Didn't know him, but charged us.
You know one.
No, it's supply and demand.
much?
It's just, there's a
That's
market
spot
for it.
on.
Exactly.
No demand whatsoever.
Economics.
And he's still under instruction.
You get that bill,
He's
don't
under-
you, here in
I do. Supply and demand and Pythagoras' theorem.
Hey, Angus, are you still under instructions from Jim to call him when you do reference him publicly, Uncle James?
Yeah, it's a tough one, that one. It's you would have thought I'd have grown out of it. I actually it's a respect thing. That's what I got told earlier on in the piece.
Hang on, yes or no? Did he have a word to you about, because you started to go down the path of just calling him James? Did he have a word to you and say, "Hey, it's Uncle James whenever we're doing media"? Yes or no?
It's something along those lines. I might have got a little bit and started throwing a few JBs out there or skinny every now and then.
Skinny.
It's respect.
Back in the line pretty
That's
quick.
what it is. It's respect, and there's a little midget out here wearing number 8 with the real wide ankles, and he's got the same level of respect. I like it.
Mignon.
All
He
right,
doesn't deserve that.
Go and enjoy the rest of your day, but it was a cracking performance by yourself and your team, so well done.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Great chat.
Anyway, well played, by the way.
He
Hey,
played
do you
last
reckon
night,
you'll
didn't
see Isaac Kleiner out there today? Have a look at those boots.
Oh, wow.
Pink.
Bright pink.
They're a bright
Fluoro.
Hey, let's get to Nedsy, our man. Because, of course, Collingwood Freo today. Timsy.
G'day, guys. How are you all?
I imagine a friendless Fremantle.
Yeah, you would be absolutely right. No real surprises today, JB and co. The bookies have gone up with $1.07 for Collingwood. If you are keen on that Freo upset, they surely need to go to a new level. $8.75 head-to-head here at Ned's. The line, 44.5 points.
And how's the first goal market looking, please, Timsy?
Yeah, many pies prominent, as you'd imagine, this afternoon. Jamie Elliott, $9.50 market leader. There has been a little bit of interest for Dry Miss back up the other end of the field, $11. Bobby Hill, Ash Johnson, Big Mason Cox, they've all had their admirers as well. They're tied on the third line of betting here at Ned's, $12 each.
Hey, Timsy, let's throw a few of them together for a multi. What value can we find?
Good question.
Yeah, really like the sound of that. Now, I was having a look at a few stats earlier on. The Pies have covered the line in 9 of their last 11 games here at the MCG, so let's follow that. I think Bobby Hill can kick 2 goals or more today, and 6 of the last 7 Pies games here at the G as well have also gone under the total match points line, so let's throw that in as well. For those 3 combined, $9.57 here at Ned's today.
Gee.
Like it.
Righto, Timsy, we appreciate that. Thanks for your time on a Saturday arvo.
Thank you, guys. Good luck, punters.
You win some, you lose more. Free gambling and confidential support. Visit thehelpline.org.au. All right, we're going to a break.
Do you know Carlton are favourites against Port Adelaide?
Only because you told me.
That's unbelievable.
We're getting to some news tomorrow next with our man Damo, the best news breaker in the business. I also want to cover off something else with him during that segment.
Oh.
The victory lap. That snuck into the media.
Hang on.
The smug victory lap.
I think I know where you're going.
I want to discuss this with you, Purple.
Back of a Hilux?
Hard yakka, toughness is in their DNA. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
Thank you, guys. There's a call for the flu vaccine to be made free for everyone after the deaths of 2 young girls from influenza B. Only 30% of us have been vaccinated, and those aged between 5 and 15 are the least likely to get the jab. There's a new advertising blitz from pharmacists who aren't happy with new prescription changes. From September, we'll be able to get 2 months' worth of medication for the price of a single script. There's a federal by-election playing out this weekend on the Gold Coast. It's after Libs MP Stuart Robert resigned in May, but Labor doesn't think it'll win. A law firm used by the Victorian government has confirmed documents stolen in a data breach 3 months ago have been leaked onto the dark web. There's said to be a Yes campaign advertising blitz during finals footy in a bid to encourage young tradies to support the voice to Parliament. The 4 kids who survived that plane crash in the Colombian jungle have left hospital after a month-long stay. Doctors say the siblings are all doing really well, and it's been a huge night in sport with the Matildas beating France 1-0 in their friendly in Sydney. They start their World Cup campaign against Ireland on Thursday.
Moving home? Don't do it alone. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. Visit storageking.com.au today. The Kings of Storage, moving and more.
Showers on the way today in Melbourne and 13 the top. Right now it's 11 degrees at the MCG, ahead of the Pies and the Dockers. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. That's a message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Saturday Rub for Hard Yakka for a new breed of legends.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Ever heard of Dave Grohl?
Hey, Triple Mers. Good friend Dave Grohl here.
Well, he's like Triple M's version of Taylor Swift.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And he's got a few neat songs too. And if you prefer adult music, we've got the Foo for you. Triple M's releasing more free Foo Fighters tickets next week.
The best! The best!
And we've made it easier to win. Foo Fighters tickets are back Monday on 105.1 Triple M.
Join the Neds AFL Open Group to connect, bet and banter with hundreds of like-minded punters and see expert tips on every AFL game this season. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
What are you really gambling with?
This is Bruno driving to the footy.
Oh.
And this is his cheap insurer reading the policy fine print.
Clause 9D of your car insurance says you're not covered for thingamybobs.
Thingamy-bobbed at claim time? Beware bargain insurance regret, Bruno. Choose Amy instead. Who pays out over 99% of motor claims? Amy does.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Acceptance rate for the 12 months up to 30 September 2022. Before buying insurance issued by Amy, read the TMD and PDS at amy.com.au and consider if it's right for you.
The half-price sofa sale is on now at Amart. Buy selected 3-seater sofa and get the matching 2-seater half price. Sale ends Monday, so hurry into Amart.
Oh, not again. Randy, did you do this? Randy? Randy, come here now. That's a bad Randy. You go outside. Outside. Oh, not the couch. Bad Randy. Naughty Randy. That's a really bad, naughty Randy.
Mountain Goat Beer. You can't tame a goat. 18 plus, drink responsibly.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank.
When I got the phone call, and it was just absolute relief to know that it had been approved and we could go ahead and buy the house. Once we got that letter of pre-approval, it was very, very satisfying.
Pepper Money, the home of loan options. Credit criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply. Australian credit licence 286655.
Is being stuck in an office or classroom really not your thing? Get stuck into a trade instead with a huge range of free TAFE courses on offer at Victoria University Polytechnic, including building and construction, and start crafting an in-demand career you can really build on. RTO code 3113.
G'day, Howie here. Want sports talk that's on point? Well, grab the Footy Talk podcast every day for the AFL opinions that matter.
I'm going to drop the F word here. Go. Flag pies.
Grab Sports Bazaar with Mick Malloy for a truly weird and wild ride.
I can't keep up.
Or grab my podcast, The Howie Games, for chats with sporting legends like James Hird.
Those dark moments, as long as you're keeping on moving, you're not going backwards.
Lift your game with Listener. Download the app and search Sport to listen.
Listener.
Bunnings Trade now has amazing new redemption deals on big brand power tools, like the DeWalt Hammer Drill and Impact Driver Kit with 5 and 6 amp batteries for $699, plus bonus 5 amp Power Stake battery via online redemption. Check out the deals in store and online now at Bunnings Trade.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
Saturday afternoon, Collingwood out there getting ready. So are Freo. The traditional slot here at the home of football, the MCG. Bill Brownless is here, so is Bernie Vince. Damien Barrett here as well, and it's time to do some news. And We're running out of time, so I'll have to do my victory lap segment a little later on.
No.
It's crept in.
You teased it,
It's crept in.
Come on,
You
teased it.
On the back of your man. Old bloody Ben Robert Smith. What's his name?
Nick McKenzie. Yeah.
That defamation case was thrown out 8 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He hasn't written an article that hasn't had Ben Robert Smith and failed defamation case in it ever since. He's been on a 2-month-long victory lap, and you enabled it.
Don't you knock my man.
You had him on your show, and you blew that much wind up his arse. He drifted out of the room he was sitting in and started floating around the balloon.
I proudly did that, Jim. He's the greatest journalist I've ever seen. So if anyone's allowed a victory lap, it is Nick McKenzie.
8-week victory lap.
Yeah. But I don't think you want to talk about Nick McKenzie.
Well, so there's an example. Yep. And then there's our girl who finally got Stuart Dew right.
Yeah.
After about 7 in a row.
You're talking about Caro.
The publication she writes for actually had to put together an apology template where they just put another story in underneath it every time. The latest one being apparently the captain of Carlton was staying in a boutique hotel in Paddington. So, all right, for the 7th time in a row, I'll apologise for that one. You have enough throws at the stumps, Purple. Eventually you hit him.
It was a good story.
My God, has there been a victory lap? She poked her head into this box and said, I'm happy to talk about it if you want to. It's fair. It's called doing your job, Purple.
Yeah.
You're a journalist. It's doing your job.
Yep.
You don't have to go and then explain it to 15 other people.
It was a good get, Jim.
It's doing your job.
Well, you're happy with it, Damo, eh?
It's a good story, yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Like an electrician saying, look, I went the other side of the stud wall. I couldn't find the cord. I couldn't find it. I went the other, but there it was. Mate, you're an electrician.
You wound him up.
That's doing your job.
No, we didn't want him up. He wound himself up.
We only had a tiny bit for news.
We only had 3 minutes for
Bloody
news.
enough of the victory lap. You're journalists.
Oh, he's still going.
All right. Speaking of Stuart Dew.
Yeah, we may as well start there, obviously.
We'll go get Karen.
Yeah, we'll get on to Brody Grundy in a minute, but obviously the Suns, after just 16 matches of the new deal he'd signed, which by way of the contract bill took in all of 2024 as well, have removed him on. So the storyline now with this will go down the approach to Damien Hardwick being a formal one, Bill. It's certainly people around Damien Hardwick have been well aware of what was happening behind the scenes in advance of the Stuart Dew announcement, and that will be where that story.
Does he get paid out, Dewey?
6 months. 6 months only.
Right.
6 months only. Yeah, and it's a problem. It's a coaches' association is trying to change that, but it's not right. Hey, Brody Grundy, obviously with what Melbourne did last year in the trade period, we just spoke with Angus Brayshaw.
Yep.
About it. Public narrative style is that they are going to say they are committed to having Gawn and Grundy play together. Grundy will be playing a practice or scratch match in the VFL. It's not an official VFL match this weekend. There will be a scratch match of sorts. Likely to play in the VFL next week as well. Post-match, after the extraordinary win last night, Coach Simon Goodwin had this to say on it.
He didn't
I want to go on the record here and say we love their ruck combination. But one thing we're not going to do as a footy club is leave any stone unturned in getting better. And we want more impact forward of the ball. And the only way we're going to continue to do that is to expose them for longer. We think we can turn that combination into a threat moving forward, and we're going to work to do it. And it doesn't have to be at AFL level.
So 900K or thereabouts is the totality of Brody Grundy's
Who's paying
packet.
that?
Raw numbers, Melbourne's paying 650 thereabouts of that.
Okay.
Collingwood about 250. So
Right.
raw numbers. But the deal goes to 2027. So
long
even
deal. You
beyond
forget
this
that.
year, 2024, 5, 6 and 7, there's 4 seasons beyond this particular deal. And for it to basically be all but abandoned, it's just 16 matches in, it's a big impulse for the club, and it's a big impulse for Brody Grundy to now know that he's not wanted in the senior team at this late stage of season 1.
But everyone's saying that. What happens if he goes back and does find a bit of craft and comes back here and clunks a couple?
But do you think he can, Bill? I mean, you played as a key forward most of your life.
He's not a key forward.
He's not a key forward.
But if you can throw him there, he can clunk a couple.
I think Gus answered it very well in the interview. He said they're both great ruckmen, but they're not great forwards. I don't think it's worked, to be honest.
I like what Melbourne have done. They've come out and explained it, and they're going to give this a go. They've still got to...
He's also 2 years younger than Gorney. Are they getting some insurance there as well?
It's an expensive insurance.
It's expensive insurance, but it's still... Is there any of that in their thinking?
Well, I hadn't looked at it that way because I felt it was a decision for them now to make them better than what they were last year when they fell away from the premiership of 2021. And
started okay, didn't it?
Okay at best. Yeah. And again, maybe, Jim, to what you just raised, when Gawn did go down early in the year, he did cover, and that was when he had his best patch of form. So,
but you saw Gawney's last night when he's one out. he's the best ruckman in the competition. Why would you play him forward?
He gets better the longer he goes.
Yeah, I know. What else does that, Bill?
A bottle of wine.
Yes.
Red.
North Melbourne
a
playing
Lambrusca.
Hawthorn this week. Tomorrow being the game for round 18. Alistair Clarkson has re-entered the North Melbourne establishment. Was seen regularly at the course of the week. He was there pretty much all day yesterday. Won't be coaching, obviously, this game. And as far as I can tell, will not be coaching in round 19 either. There is a plan, though, to have him coaching senior football before the end of 2023.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah. It would make sense, but given he's had the 6 weeks completely away from the club, and then he's now easing himself back into it. But there is a strong intent for that to be in play, just to at least get the coaching back into his system before they then shut down for the next pre-season.
Did they find more money for Rats?
Yeah, they'll have to next year. I don't know what they've done by way of arrangement.
Didn't they apply to the AFL to pay him outside the cap, which is fair enough, by the way, because he has to be paid more.
You'd think so, because he was coming off basically a 2.5 day a week contract, and he would be deserving of that. But they just what it did go to show was that because of Alistair Clarkson's wage itself, they were basically at the top. Well, they were at the end point of the actual soft cap. Yeah. Interesting story today. Joel Hamling, who you will call as one of the defenders for the Dockers. It's an extraordinary story. Drafted by Geelong in 2011, Bill. Didn't play for the Cats. And then in his second season of senior footy, he played in game number 23 personally in the Bulldogs premiership of 2016.
Unbelievable.
Then went straight away to Fremantle. And for 2017, 18, 19, missed just 4 matches in that 3-season patch.
Yep.
Then no games in 2020. No. 1 game in 2021, 1 game in 2022, and now coming in for his first game of 2023 today. It's a story of toil. He's had ankles and knees.
It's all been different, has it?
It's always been something different. Yeah, ankle was a serious issue.
Yep.
There's been form attached to the recovery and rehab from those injuries, but I actually thought he was off the list, Jim.
Yeah,
so it's a great story of toil.
Good defender though as well. Sort of a forgotten man.
Tom Lynch, we saw during the week, Richmond Footy Club saying that he's officially out for the year. And there was still this hope, wasn't there, Byrne, that if Richmond just kept winning enough matches to get themselves into that last 2 or 3 weeks of the home and away season with the view to making a final, maybe winning one. But I think it just takes a fair bit of potential away.
It does. I don't think they
delicate, those feet injury for big blokes. And that's what's happened. What about the coach, just quickly, Richmond? McQualter, yes.
Is he firming?
No, is he?
It's hard to read. I say it's
tough, isn't it?
I heard one during the week. Josh Carr. Which they all wrap. Yeah, they all wrap him up.
Yeah, and him coming back from Fremantle, where he was an assistant coach, to Port Adelaide, it was the safeguard option for him and also the Port Adelaide Footy Club if it didn't work out with Ken Hinkley. Obviously, the 13 wins in a row that they've put together has changed that thinking, Bill. So, he would be absolutely...
Your mate?
Yeah. Yeah, he's well known at Richmond, and they will be keen to have an exploration of that possibility.
Quiz?
No time.
You're not in any sort of nick for the quiz.
I've had it. I've done enough.
You've done absolutely nothing.
I'm having a spell.
Your questions have been...
Quiz next.
Is
Yes.
that all the news
1,
you got?
2, 3, 5, 3.
No,
Ring us now if you want to be a part of the quiz. Toughness is in Hard Yakker's DNA. No shortcuts. They make it tough. They make it look good. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks Footy.
For Ream Hot Water at McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Get your drums ready.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, featuring...
Maybe I put the sarong on today.
Marty Sheargold.
I am not a woman, but I would imagine if I was a woman...
Real ladies man.
No matter how much you dance and prance, the last drop always goes down your pants.
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
I'm a massive fan. It's literally something I look forward to.
6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
And that's the end of that. Okay, we're moving on.
Join the Neds Racing Open Group to connect, bet and banter with thousands of like-minded punters and see expert tips every day on all 3 racing codes. Take it to the Neds level. T's and C's apply. See website for details. What are you really gambling with?
This is Bruno driving to the footy.
Oh.
And this is his cheap insurer reading the policy fine print.
Clause 9D of your car insurance says you're not covered for thingamybobs.
Thingamy-bobbed at claim time? Beware bargain insurance regret, Bruno. Choose Amy instead. Who pays out over 99% of motor claims? Amy does.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Acceptance rate for the 12 months up to 30 September 2022. Before buying insurance issued by Amy, read the TMD and PDS at amy.com.au and consider if it's right for you.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, the CEO of Builders Academy. For those already experienced, what can Builders Academy offer?
Thanks, Brownie. If you have a number of years' experience in the building and construction industry, we can help you via a process called recognition of prior learning. We gather evidence of your knowledge, skills and experience and help you pathway towards gaining a nationally recognised qualification.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
RTO 21583.
Get 22% off big brand TV and soundbar packages now at Harvey Norman. That's right, get 22% off the package price when you purchase a TV and soundbar from the same brand in the one transaction. Like the Samsung 65-inch QLED TV for a hot $16.95. Perfectly paired with the Samsung Ultra Slim soundbar. Save $3.50. Buy them together and get 22% off the package price. 22% off same brand TV and soundbar packages on now at Harvey Norman. Must end Sunday. Terms and conditions apply.
Had enough of paying too much for your mobile plan? Start saving a huge $360 a year and get the same data when you move to Vodafone. Make your move and save with Vodafone today. T&C supply savings based on Vodafone large SIM-only plan compared to Telstra Premium upfront mobile plan.
Hi at user-VK4VD7VR5TL. Alan here from Volkswagen. I'm not sure you're a real person, a bot, or a person with a bot's name, but I am sure you said Utes are dreadful family vehicles and dreary as a wet weekend. Not ours. With over 30 safety and driver assistance systems, it's a fantastic family vehicle with a powerful V6 engine. Book a test drive today, if bots can book things. The all-new Amarok, born from tough love.
Iceberg lettuce, $11.99.
Inflation has hit 7.8%.
Interest rates have increased by another 0.25%.
Let's focus on the number 1. 1 is powerful. One act of kindness can produce a flood of joyful tears. And $1 means 2 meals for someone doing it tough. Donate at foodbank.org.au. $1 donated is 2 meals created.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
Triple M footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
And now, across Australia on the Triple M network.
The punters love it.
It's the quiz you've been waiting for.
I want the quiz, mate.
Camel on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good deals. Drink responsibly.
We want the quiz.
It's the Saturday Rub Quiz.
That's the people's quiz.
And here's your host, Billy Brownless.
We put it late because we try and run out of time.
Guess what? No hard time out.
Oh!
We've got all day.
We're at MCG. The lights are on. Collingwood Freo coming up. But stand by now, the quiz. And it's a $250 Thirsty Camel voucher. Camel on down to Thirsty Camel bottle shops for unseriously good deals. Drink responsibly. Here we go, Jimmy. They love it. The people love it. And it's all about the young talent. Young talent time.
Talent time. Righto.
Johnny Young. Here we go. We go to Justin in Sunbury. G'day, Just. Yep.
Oh, this is off to a
Justin.
fire.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, no. Move on.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
what are we dealing
What
with?
about Frank from Frankston?
No.
That's not.
Frank.
No.
Is that you, Frank?
Just giving out haircuts in the streets, boys.
Haircuts in the streets?
What, for free?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, free haircuts in Frankston, boys. Come down, Bill. You probably don't need to come.
No, I don't know.
Doesn't need one.
Got any left.
Oh, well done to you, Frankie boy. Nick Dacos is on track to become the youngest winner of the AFL Coaches Association Award, who is currently second on the ladder. Nick Dacos on top. Who's second, Frank? Oh, well done.
Oi, Frankie.
Bit of confidence.
Dacos on 91, Butters on 77. At 19 years and 90 days, who is the youngest Brownlow medalist of all time, Frank?
Woden from...
No, good guess, but sorry, Frank, from Frankston, cutting hair.
Cutting hair in the streets.
We go to Dan. Hello, Dan.
William, the girls had tennis coaching and now listening to you, Mob.
Oh, lucky girls. They'd learn a lot.
But they do.
Not the English language.
Yeah, so question.
At 19 years and 90 days, Dan, who is the youngest Brownlow medalist of all time? We've got to go back.
Dick Reynolds.
Well done.
Hey.
1934. He was 19.
Good effort.
He was only
Wanganeen was young as well, wasn't he?
20. He's not in here. Question 3 is a lifeline.
Get around him!
So you've got thank you, Adelaide, Bernie. He's happy with himself. Or Damien, who showers with his jocks on. Righto, here we go.
How do you know that?
I assume he would. He's one of those blokes.
You're an idiot.
Other than Nick Dacos, Danielson, name one of 3 players that have received unanimous maximum votes for the Rising Star. I'm not going to say it again.
That's good, Bill.
Name one of us
maximum.
I don't get the... I'll refer to purple.
Shower.
So one of the 3. I remember. I do.
One of 3 players that received the most votes. The
only one I can almost confidently remember is Dan Hanbury.
Dan Hanbury. All right. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I'm going with purple.
Oh, well.
Who are the other 2, Bill?
Dan Hanbury. Daniel Rich. And
Rich Flavour.
Jared Rivers.
Oh,
Jared Rivers.
Yes, he did. Yep.
Snuck into the call last night.
Yes, you backed over that too.
Probably shouldn't have, but did.
Oh, that's a good call. Righto, number 4, Dan. Here we go. The Baby Bombers premiership side in 1983 had 6 players with 25 games or less. Name 2 of them. Just
Mark
this
McCurry and Mercedes.
Bang.
Well done.
Oh, she's going beautiful.
Do you know the others, Dame?
Jimmy Hurd would have been one of them.
Yes.
I remember David Calthorpe.
Yes.
Fletcher?
Actually, Fletcher, definitely.
Fletcher.
Yeah. Was Ricky O under?
And old Barley himself. Yep.
Wanganeen?
No. Stop saying his name. No.
Good South Australian. I'll look after that.
Number 5. You're on fire, Dan.
Get around him!
A lifeline, so you just got thank you, Adelaide.
Yeah.
In 1992, who became the youngest Adelaide first gamer or debutant of all time and earning an All-Australian selection in the same year?
Oh, he started.
He was 17.
I think I know this.
Well, Bernie's from Adelaide.
Thank you, Adelaide.
Yeah.
I'll go to thank you, Adelaide.
Yeah, thank you. That would be a young, skinny, redhead Ben Hart, who was 17, I reckon.
Still, he used to turn up in his school uniform.
Yeah, he's going to school,
Ross Trevor or Sacred Heart or
somewhere. Yeah, Ross Trevor.
And then he backed it up the next year with another All-Australian at 18.
It's then bloody Plug a Locket and all these big
unbelievable.
blokes. He weighed about 75
He was
kilos.
a star.
He knew him as who Ben Harted. But anyway, what do you think, Dan?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going with thank you, Adelaide.
Hose, that's when you needed to put in a little
Yes.
Yeah.
LOL.
But it's
LOL.
He likes saying thank you, Adelaide, Dan, doesn't he?
Yep.
Ben Hart.
that might take off. Thank you, Adelaide.
Question 6. We're flying through it, Jimmy. You like this? Andrew McLeod is the youngest Norm Smith medalist of all time in 1997. How old was he when he won it?
1997.
Hang on. How old was he when he won it?
Yeah.
Who writes these?
You're talking to me about inflection.
Yes.
21.
Yes. Well done.
Worked that out.
He got his birthday and he worked it out.
Listen to Dan Man.
Dan Man's on fire. How are the girls? Are they learning anything?
Backed it up as a 22-year-old too, Bill.
They're smashing some KFC chips while they're listening to us, William.
McDonald's. They love those McDonald's
chips.
Yeah,
That's
love
it. Righto.
McDonald's
Question
chips.
7. Who was the youngest member of Geelong's 2022 Premiership side? Geelong won it last year, of course, right here. Magnificent win over
normally
Sydney.
win them here, yeah.
Yep. Who was the youngest player?
COVID, I suppose.
No, they won by 80 points, remember? Beat Sydney. Come on, Danielson, ask one of the girls.
Girls? I'll go...
Rosie.
About to... Wow.
Ruthless.
Let's go to Jimmy in Geelong. G'day, Jimmy.
Yeah, just taking the dog to the dog wash and now having a Saturday rub.
Oh, and then at the game tonight, sold out crowd tonight. Huge crowd.
Not surprised.
12,000.
You going, Jimmy?
City of dreams, mate. Clear skies, 23 degrees.
City of dreams.
23 degrees.
Clear skies. Exactly right, Jimmy.
Doesn't even achieve that in January.
He'll be down the Cremorne for a cheap pot, cheap palmy. Who was the youngest player in the Geelong's Premiership side last year, Jimmy boy?
Any clues?
Got a brother.
Oh, my God.
You've got a brother.
Did he get in?
Yeah, he just got in.
I think he
Got
got
him.
in.
Well done.
Got in.
Sam De Koning at 21 years of age, Premiership player. A lifeline.
Get around him!
Not that young.
Not that young.
Thank you, Adelaide is back, and Showers in his jocks is back. You want to come in at Jim's one just for a bit?
What
of
would
fun?
Jim's name be?
Jim would be
The boss.
Privileged.
The boss is back.
Never wrong.
Uncle James.
Never wrong, Jim.
never wrong.
Yeah,
Well, that is true as well.
Since 1990 there, Jimmy boy, 3 players have won the Brownlow medal aged 20 or younger. Name 2 of them.
Will I mention one?
Might need old shower jocks for this one.
Shower
Shower job.
3 players have won the Brownlow aged 20 or
Juddy did, and
Juddy did.
I've said
and
one.
Wanganeen did.
Did he?
Yep. He was 19, I reckon. But yeah, it's Judd and Wanganeen.
Jimmy?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Well done.
All right, so we need
Who
to
was the
hurry.
other one, Bill?
Wanganeen, Voss, Judd.
Oh, Vossi was.
Question 9. At 19 years of age, who is the youngest Coleman medal winner of all time? A Coleman medalist at 19 he was. Kicked 98 goals.
Should have kicked 100.
Should have kicked 2-7 in his last game or something, didn't he?
That'd
Wasn't
be,
Brian Taylor. He's a
Horst
Coleman.
Longmire?
Hey!
What about Horse trying to get carried off the other night and all that? Shut up, Will. Here we go for the money. Who was the most recent player to debut at the age of 15? What a superstar this bloke.
Your man.
What a superstar.
The man you stalked.
The youngest player to debut.
He's being stalked.
Wouldn't be Wispy, would it? Oh, Wispy.
Good on you, Tim, you bloody superstar. Oh, Brian's in the box. He's ready to go.
Well, it's quarter time, Bill.
How's your cats? Well, what about they ringing up his...
Tinkerbell.
Oh, Tinkerbell. Come on, Brian.
All right, that's enough for you, Fat.
Oh, no. I'm just starting to come
No,
good.
you're done.
I'm going to stay.
Purple, well
I'm going to do the specials.
Brian coming in next to give us a full preview of
Daisy.
Freo
Daisy.
and Collingwood. Daisy as
Daisy's
well,
here.
looking
Oh,
magnificent.
Got the
two-man. All right. Fahad new breed of Aussie legends, McDonald's and Remont Water. The game coming up next. Fremantle, Collingwood as Triple M Rocks Footy.
Triple M Footy, prime time for Jim Beam. It's set to be an epic match, and that's worth raising a Jim Beam. Drink responsibly.
Marine Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M Rocks Footy.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
The Sunday Rub takes the stars of footy
Mason Redmond, thanks for joining us on the Sunday Rub.
Thanks for having me. And ask them the questions you've always wanted to know.
Red Dog, where does the Red Dog nickname come from? Is that something you've self-appointed?
Well, I think the Red Dog nickname's just from my last name, I would say.
Probably makes a bit of sense the more I think about it.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for North Melbourne and Hawthorn. Marine Hot Water and McDonald's. Triple M Rocks Footy.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, CEO of Builders Academy. Andrew, Builders Academy have won multiple training awards recently. Tell me, what's the secret?
Thanks, Brownie. We're really proud to have had over 8,000 graduates course. We offer online, classroom-based and worksite training, and most of our students are able to study with subsidies from the Victorian Government. We're really proud of our industry-leading completion rates and the outcomes we help our students achieve to become registered building legends.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
RTO 21583.
Cruise into cash at Bottle Mart.
Hey babe, we could win up to $100 for selected vodka cruiser 10 packs for $33.99 at Bottle Mart.
What?
You okay?
You just surprised me.
What is surprising is that 1 in 3 wins.
What?
Well, you better sit down because Victoria bid a 375ml 24 packs for $49.99 and Johnny Walker Black 700ml is just $51.99.
Whoa, I will sit down.
Press down the floor, hun. Catalogue specials out now. Shop your wear. Bottlemart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
How was your weekend?
Awesome. Jim's Bucks party at World Series Paintball was a hit. They got him in pink overalls so we could spot him in a heap of paintball games.
He'd do a buck run?
Yeah, that was the best part. Well, for us anyway.
We had the boys' 10th birthday at World Series Paintball. The kids said it was the best party ever. Hey, we should go paintballing for our Christmas party.
Yeah, for sure. They're open in Oakley, Little River and Epping. So, boss, if you're listening, go on. Book in our Christmas party now at worldseriespaintball.com.au.
G'day, Frank here from Midas. Let's get frank about car servicing. Most of the time, what's been done to your car is about as clear as mud flaps. But at Midas, we're different. With our vehicle inspection report, you get transparent pricing and a straight-up rundown of any repairs. Oil's looking low. Easy fix. The tyres just need a little air. Windscreen, nice and clean. Electric windows.
Yeah, oh, good.
Last things last. Just got to test the... Thanks, Gavin. Midas. You can rely on us.
69. The number of cancer-causing chemicals in tobacco smoke. 16. The number of places in your body that smoking causes cancer, including the bladder, bowel, liver and pancreas. 1 in 8. The number of all cancers caused by smoking. 1. The number of clear ways you have to reduce your risk if you're a smoker. Call Quitline on 137848 or go to quit.org.au.
When the bad news is rats and mice,
the good news is you can control them without nasty chemicals.
Just plug Pestrol Rodent-Free into the wall and switch it on.
It works by sending a signal through the existing wires in your house, and this irritates the pest's nervous system and they move out.
They can hear it, but you can't.
So off they go.
Where do they go?
Maybe the neighbours.
Order today at pestrol.com.au for just $119 with a 100% money-back guarantee. Use a code PEST for free postage Australia-wide.
Every massive moment
Stops it long.
lives right here.
That is incredible.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy, and the first quarter is coming up next.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Repco, driven by passion for 100 years.
Yes, a very good afternoon, and once again, welcome back to the Triple MCG. Big contest today. Collingwood, the home team, taking on the Fremantle Doctors. They need 60,000 through the gates to top 1 million that have attended their games this year, Collingwood. They have been simply outstanding, and they sit on top of the ladder, playing a team today that has been battling with form this year, despite last year being very, very impressive indeed. Ream Hot Water, built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream water heater. I've got the full Triple M team here on a Saturday afternoon. JB, of course, is here with us, as you know, just having a cup of tea as he fires himself up for this big game. Daisy Thomas, Bernie Vince are with us, Ash is with us, and Jay Clark is down on the boundary. Days, good afternoon and welcome to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, BT. Really excited to see what the Pies can produce today. They are a bums-on-seat organisation at the minute. Must must-watch football against a Fremantle side who, before the bye, seemed to have steadied the ship, but then since then have not fired a shot. So they're certainly out of form. 15th spot on the ladder coming up against a side who is red hot at the moment. Be interesting what Fremantle rocks up, because I think we can take on trust. We know what the Pies will bring.
Yeah, they have won just one out of their last 5 weeks, the Fremantle Dockers, Burn. Just wondering, have they got it together with the way that they want to play yet? Days or Burn can answer this. In terms of they have been crabbing the ball up the field a little bit. Is it still a little bit ugly, Days?
It's still a bit ugly, and I think they tried to add a bit more speed in their ball movement to try and score, but all that has done as a result is meant they've been scored against. They've gone from the second-ranked team points against last year at 67 a game to 15th this season with an 86 average. So in trying to build the ball up a bit quicker, that's meant that defence, which is susceptible to quick ball movement and turnover, has been exposed, and that's why they find themselves in 15th on the ladder.
Burn, just the most exciting thing about this game today for you is what? Is it seeing Collingwood?
It's Collingwood.
Yeah.
Yep. No, you're not coming here to watch Fremantle. I don't know what's happened to them this year. They were obviously a defensive side last year as well, but played in finals, won a final, a big final against the Bulldogs, who jumped them in that final too, but they've just, for whatever reason, just dropped right off the perch. They're hard to watch at times. They don't take the, as you asked the question, do they need to move the ball quicker? Yes, they do. Play with some dare. Come through. They're playing very, very safe football. And when they do, they don't set up. When they do try and go quick, which is not very often, they do open themselves up, as Daisy said, going the other way. So
I did hear that early in the year that the players actually went to the coach and said, hey, listen, we need to play like this.
Yep, they did, and now for whatever reason they've dropped off. We did hear that. We asked one of the players, didn't we? And they confirmed that. So good for the coach to adapt and listen to the players, but you know, they need to just take the game on. They're not going to win playing safe today against a red-hot Collingwood side.
Red Z Lenders, big afternoon. Welcome to Ash Tour. Ash?
Good afternoon, BT. Look at Collingwood's record at the MCG under Craig McRae. They've won 21 out of 25. And the Dockers ranked 14th in attack, past 5 matches, only averaging 63 points per game. And
so what you're saying by that is we should be judging Collingwood not just on this year, but on their past 2 seasons, really.
Yeah, no doubt. And you break it down, specifically since round 10, their record's been absolutely unheard of, Collingwood, under Craig McRae. And you look at the Magpies, their one wood seems to be their number one for generating scores from the back half of the ground, in particular from turnover. And Nick Dacos, past 3 matches, spending a lot more game time in the midfield, 94%, averaging 34 touches, 9 clearances, 8 score involvements, second-rated player in the AFL. And BT, you might like this one. Michael Walters, he's kicked 17 goals straight from set shots this year. 17 straight.
It's not bad. Who's the number 1 ranked player? You said Nick Dacos is number 2.
Yeah, number 1 rated player in the AFL over the past 8 weeks is Zach Merritt. He's been very good form.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, very nice. Ash, by the way, congratulations to Brett Roseberry out there in the middle, about to do the toss. 500th game for him. He is a legend of umpiring, no doubt about it. We're not far off getting underway. Jay Clark, as I said, is downstairs for Bob Jane T-Marts. Jay-Z, good afternoon and welcome to you. And I believe you went and watched the soccer last night, the women's soccer. Did they win?
I did. I took my 3 children and they absolutely loved it. The Matildas 1-0 over France, of course, the 5th-ranked team in the world. But isn't there some excitement around Melbourne, around Sam Kerr? Every time she was around the ball last night, the crowd just lifted. So good luck to the Matildas coming up to their World Cup campaign in here in Melbourne, of course. You mentioned Brett Roseberry out there in the middle. I believe he's got 50-plus family and friends coming over from WA to watch his 500th match out here, of course, and then on tonight for a nice, quiet dinner, you would think.
How would you cheer for him if you're one of the if you're one of the family that come over? How do you get excited?
Yeah. I think we love his quick decision making, his rapport with the players, of course. Brian, you've noted that, of course. And just, I don't know, his movements are great. And, yes, Jim.
Has Howie stopped filthing up?
Oh, no. He walked past me before. This is dead serious. He came
is this
off
about
the
cricket team?
Yeah.
He got left out.
So dirty that I wouldn't put him in my team, that he didn't even look at me. I'm standing here. Howie. I'm waving. He did not even look up at me, and he knew where I was too. So
Mate, I wouldn't have even had him at 12 or 13.
Nah.
No.
On the second
he
team.
would make the second 11 anyway. He'll get over that soon enough.
Put him in as the umpire. Square leg.
See the umpire now.
Hey, BT, there's been some light. No, that's Chew. Some light rain around over the past 20 minutes. So it could be a little bit slippery to begin with. maybe another shower or two expected for this one, so the Collingwood fans are rugged up. Geordie to go, his 150th game, and of course Fremantle missing Caleb Sarong, so might be a nice old mismatch in the middle today, guys.
Freo won the toss. They're kicking to the punt road end. Hard to see. If Freo get inside 50 points,
yeah,
that's almost a pass for them.
Yeah.
It can't be wider hot, Collingwood.
No, they can't be. And Nick Dacos, the man that True Man spoke about, he's somebody that I'm genuinely excited to come and watch. Fascinated by what approach Freo take, because the old saying, you can't get beaten by what you know. If they let him run rampant today, he'll have 40-odd and kick 3 himself. If they send a tagger to him, be interesting to see how the Pies manufacture that, whether they put him to half forward, whether they stick him on the wing. Really fascinating matchup that'll be.
Daisy, if you're the coaching staff at Fremantle and you're trying to work out what's a weak link of Collingwood, do they have one? And if so, where can Fremantle beat them?
I don't think I could find an answer to you, Bernie.
They don't have one,
so
do
that
they?
is the great excitement when you come to watch the Pies at the minute, is they have different modes in which they can go about. If you go slow against them, they're happy to do that. But you know at some point they will take the game on and get it on their terms.
Hey, Jay-Z, would Howie get into your, I believe you're going to name a beach cricket side soon, would he get into that side?
Well, I'm doing a state of origin team. All the other states have asked for a state side as well, so I'll be doing those. And you're right, the beach cricket team is coming, and I'm not sure he's going to make the side for that either, just because of how he's acting.
You get the sunscreen.
At Triple M, we sort of take the piss out of each other, and he's taking it badly.
Oh, very serious operator. We're ready to go here at the MCG. Fremantle to the punt road end. Brett Rosebery, game 500. Collingwood on fire. And the question is, how good are Fremantle? Here's James Brayshaw on Triple M football.
Cox, Darcy to do battle. Beautiful bounce. And this amazing game for Brett Rosebery. Andrew Brayshaw gets an early touch. Flicks it to Johnson. Johnson to Aish. First foray forward here for Freo. Dick Tracy parked under it. And this man going all the way to All-Australian Isaac Quain, a magnificent mark.
Man, a little ball didn't know Dick was playing, but fantastic to see him out there. Here is Clark picking up the ball at half-back for Freo. Just is it backwards and buys a little bit of time for the Fremantle Dockers. Kicking up there towards the big fella over the top and takes a very nice mark as Dick Tracy, but an infringement against Schultz, I think it was. Yes. And Quainer, the recipient of the ball here.
Very good last week. Quainer had 8 intercept marks last week, so look for that again this week.
DeGoey, handball to Dacos, who was all on his own. He gets around Johnson, gives it to side bottom. Side bottom inside 50 with a deep ball. Almost to the back, Frampton, picked up by Hill. Flicked it straight to O'Meara.
Right team.
He's like he was in his same team. And now Johnson brings it away for Fremantle, but just kicks it up for grabs. Howe should take the mark. Tracy broke it up in the air. Noble a little fumble on the wing.
Picked it up cleanly, Noble. Got it back to Howe. Gave it to Pendlebury under pressure. And back to Howe and back to Pendlebury. Eventually ran into the brick wall. That was Tracy. Quainer came through, used his foot skills at ground level. Good tackle on Howe by Schultz, and we'll have a ball up right in front of the Fremantle bench here on the northern side.
Hey, Guernseys are a little bit clashy.
Yeah, they are.
With the
haven't got the white
dark
one,
Fremantle Guernsey with the V's, the 3 lines.
Got me a couple of times already.
Yes.
An opportunity here
Bobby
for
Hill.
O'Meara. High ball inside 50. Here's Darcy Moore. Nice mark at half-back.
Highly likely to get me a lot of times this afternoon as Moore has a bounce inside D50, a second one, and then gives it off to the Bruz. Maynard into the middle of the ground. Noble picks it up, gets around a couple with some nice hand candy, and then to Howe. Howe drilling to Adams. Side bottom runs on. Johnson with him. Side bottom a handball to DeGoey. DeGoey back to side bottom, just outside 50, and eventually ran out of tarmac. So we're going to have a ball thrown in.
Needed Elliott to come for the block there. He was screaming, and Jamie saying, give it to me, give it to me. And
It was out of bounds, though.
ended up running out of tarmac, the big fella.
Got in his way. Boundary throw in deep 50. City end of the ground for Collingwood. Players just getting into position here. Ruckman Cox at the back was able to knock it down on the path of Pendlebury. Couldn't get it. Ace did, and Pendlebury wrapped him up, and the tackle. Scott Pendlebury still playing great football. Going to head to game 400. Got another year next year. Cox a little knockdown here, spinning out of trouble was Brayshaw. Got the handball to Clark. Clark was tackled high. Free kick down the field, and it'll go the way of Schultz at half-back for the Dockers.
He might be going back to Clark Bristol. I don't know why. I'm with you. I thought it was downfield. So Clark has it inside D50. No score as yet in this one. Short ball is okay for Wagner. Wagner will stick it really wide to the Shane Warne stand side of the ground and find Ryan. Finds an enormous amount of pill, this man. Henry.
Stay out. Mine.
Drops it over the top to O'Meara on the wing. Southern side of the ground.
Side 5. Play on. Yours.
And his ball works for Aish. Good one-hander. Inside 50, Aish. Jackson should mark. Got his mitts to it. Couldn't hang on. Absolutely. Poleaxe was Walters. He got set on his ass, bounced up. Left foot snap misses. Just a behind.
Is he still alive?
The brothers come in. Harvey Norman replay. Did not see him. Foot in the hoop.
Combination of tackle and bump, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was
good.
Everything the Bruz lives for.
Noble out wide. Looks like Brayshaw's going to get on the end of this, so he does at half forward. A chance to go forward again for the Fremantle Dockers. Thought about the sideways ball, now goes and takes a few metres, looking for Jackson. Got sandwiched in between Quainer and Howe. Howe with a thump over the back, gets it to the boundary. Will throw it in deep in the attack line for the Dockers. No score yet for the Pies, one behind for the Dockers.
The Bruz tattooed him, and he's already got enough tats.
He said for pre-game, we interviewed him, didn't we, Jim? He wanted blood today. Anyone touches any Collingwood player, he's going to come after him, so he's already started.
That's your perfect hit. Darcy, Cox, inside forward 50 here, Freo. Only score of the game for them is a point. Flicked over the top to Noble, now Quaynor. Handball missed. Josh Dacos, in came Aish. Johnson went and found it, used to play cricket with his old man. Back now to Brayshaw on the wing, and he goes inside 50 again with a wobbling ball that's no good. Straight to side bottom, Jay-Z.
AJB and Nick Dacos is running around on his own out there. No Fremantle player going in 20 metres of him.
Okay, interesting way to play him. DeGoey marks, immediate handball to Noble. Noble looking for Markoff. Brilliantly balanced kick. Now Markoff is able to play on, uninterrupted in stride. 2 bounces, inside 50, little low ball. Ryan got back and worked the angle nicely and cut it off and took the mark in the goal square.
2 Fremantle players there. He spotted him up again.
That was a jumper clash.
Wow.
Has to be. Out of side, Murphy breaks it up in the air and the ball goes over.
They get into City Hall on a Monday.
Yes.
They hang both jumpers up in the boardroom and they're next to each other, and they're both really, really dark.
Why do you, and Freo have got a white away jumper. Why wouldn't you just sit him in that?
Yeah. It is. I'm not sure they. I don't know who's picking the jumper.
I'm with you, Bristol. Rain starting to fall, sucked in. Jay-Z is ball to the outer side, picked off by Johnson. Now it's Brayshaw with a little one over the top. Walters, it gets past him. Going past the footy as well was Amos. The big Bruz stands up in a tackle. Josh Dacos to Nick Dacos on the wing. Brayshaw breaks up the handball. End-on-end ball forward. Moore's there and takes a really good defensive mark.
Immediately goes inside, squaring the ball to Pendlebury. He goes further inside. Risky kick to Lipinski. Picked it up off his toe laces. Lipinski plays on. Spears the ball with a handball out wide to the northern side of the ground. Noble, bit of a fumble. Recovery to Howe. Howe short kick to Markoff. Markoff marks at half forward. Little short ball back inside to Lipinski. Was barely 10 metres, never mind 15. He plays on. Kick across the ground looking for Pendlebury. Got in the way on that occasion. Did Schultz. They'll look like they turn it over. They do. Through the middle of the ground goes Henry.
Straight to Murphy. The connection forward of the centre circle is not working for Freo at all. Murphy takes a good mark on Walters, and now Noble. Been busy early, Ash.
He has 6 touches, JB.
Gets it to our man, the Bruz. And Maynard's short ball works for Pendlebury. Centre of the MCG. Low scoring. Just 1 point Freo. Collingwood haven't scored yet. We've been going about 8 or 9 minutes. Noble gets it back again, so he's got his own footy early stages of this game.
Yours.
Good one from McCreery. About 60 from home. City end.
Stay with it.
Bo McCreery. Inside 50 with a high one. Ryan to a fly. Also Darcy down there. Brayshaw just kicks it straight up the chimney. Pendlebury in good shape. He got sat on his freckle by O'Meara. O'Meara claiming it was just a strength play.
Straight back now. Straight back now.
The only thing that did Jager O'Meara in there was he didn't come back on the football and touch it before it bounces. So the ball bounces at his feet. The umpire, if he had to come back onto it and touched it in the air or claimed the mark, he would have been paid it due to superior body strength and body use. But once it hits the ball, that's the ground hits the ball hits the ground. That's considered blocking.
Got the distance here.
Nicely explained, Days.
Yeah, it was a bit rough at the end.
The ground got the ball or something.
The ground hit the ball.
Pendlebury for the first score of the afternoon for the Magpies. You'll hear the noise. It is good. This champion jams it through. Jay-Z firms up. One straight. Rio one behind. Triple M Repco scoreboard.
What a nice finish there. Didn't know if he'd have the distance with his old legs. He had to kick it from about, well, just basically right on 50 with the guy on the mark. We see here the Harvey Norman just went a touch early with that bodywork, didn't he? And didn't come back onto that footy. So that's a free kick. Didn't allow him access to the footy, but still had to kick it just over 50 metres, and he made it quite easily. So good start there from Collingwood. Probably deserved that one. They're just continually turning the footy over, Fremantle, going inside 50, but they're sort of shallow entries and it's just bursting down the other end. So need to maybe just hit up a short lead up and then that second kick can go inside 50 because they're just kicking it down the Collingwood defenders' throats at the moment.
374 games for Scott Pendlebury.
Amazing.
Absolutely at the quality it's been, and the consistency has been unrivalled.
Averaged over 26 for them.
Incredible. Back in the middle we go. Opportunity for Frampton to knock it down. Getting on the end of it, though, is Brayshaw. Handball out wide to Ryan. Ryan runs from half back. It goes even wider.
He wants someone.
And here he is.
He's hurt his shoulder.
Maynard was there, hurt himself now. Back inside the Dockers, go to the punt road end. More dashing mark it was in the back pocket at the punt road end for the Pies.
Early on, they've got to do something about him, Days.
They certainly do, and kicking the ball long and high in there isn't the answer.
This is going to be the problem for Maynard. You mentioned he hurt his shoulder. It's hanging now. He's sore.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Can he play with this for the rest of the year, or is he going to have surgery and write the year off?
Well, he told us earlier on, Bristol, that it pops in and out regularly, but he does look dinged as we speak.
He said he had loose shoulders or something. Did he? Both shoulders are loose. He was hypermobile, I think was the way.
Well, the only way to get him tight is to tighten him up, isn't it? And that is an operation, and that would mean the entire year. So he's got to be able to play with the uncomfortable feel of what's happening right now.
Ball in for Jackson at the front. Adams has a couple of goes at kicking the ball. Clark gets hold of DeGoey. Noble in the centre. Breaks it up.
Handball to someone else.
Erasmus, who managed to get a handball away, but he broke it up. I don't think they know who's playing for which club here. Forward ball now. Sturt outside 50, goes inside 50, and again intercept mark, this time Murphy, and he gives it to Moore, and Moore's ball's beautiful for Dacos.
I am watching Maynard while you're calling the game, JB, and I'm telling you now, I don't reckon he's going to take too much more. Here is the skipper Moore off the halfback, gets it to Maynard. Maynard picks it up off the ground. Horrible kick to centre half forward, but it works for them. Spills to Elliott, gathers, turns on a throbbery bit, headed to the city end. What a kick it was from Elliott. Beautiful goal. They've got a couple, Collingwood. 2 straight 12, Fremantle 1 behind. Repco scoreboard.
Score from turnover again. Fremantle going inside forward 50. Had the option to lower the eyes and hit Jai Amos on the lead. Instead went the longer option, which was broken up in the air. And the Pies, they're just in scintillating form. The Brothers kick was an absolute hosel rocket.
Wasn't it?
But good enough still to just find Elliott, who was playing in front. And from there, if he gets an opportunity to swivel and try and light them up, we know that he will. Not the most selfless player I've ever played with, Byrne, but when you finish like that, it's all well and good.
Jose Clark.
Maynard to the bench and has gone for a walk along the boundary line. We know how tough he is. He is a sore boy, BT. You are dead right. So hopefully just have a bit of a breather. They chat to the Docs and might try and go back out there, but it's a big concern for their finals campaign. He's shaking his head now. He is a sore boy.
Has that umpire got cornrows or just real sort of significant gel in his hair? As
cornrows?
Real weird. No, just a sweep back. Crisp goes inside 50 with a beautifully steered ball for Elliott. Walker.
It's grease, JB.
Just grease. It's like heavily greased.
It's not moving at all, despite an abundance.
It's amazing. Ball in 50 from home, City End. Magpies starting to get hold of this one, Nash. Time in forward half and forward 50 entries so far, please.
It's actually 52%. 52% in favour of the Dockers, JB, but the entries in favour of the Magpies, 7 to 6. Absolutely butchered that.
Get him off! Jesus Christ!
Banfield latched onto it. Banfield goes back to find it. Quaynor with him. It's at half forward now.
Imagine if you and Jay Clark spoke to each other.
My goodness, what are we dealing with that?
Go get a coffee, Ash. You need a coffee.
This is DeGoey and also Switkowski. Switkowski taken out of it. Sturt went and found it ground level, just inside forward 50 here for Fremantle. Punt road end and a ball up.
So what was the inside?
Yeah, my intent was I thought that'd be well weighed in favour of Collingwood. So it actually threw me off guard.
You got caught out early because you were going to say 52% each, and you knew that didn't add up. There is Dacos, Quaynor, DeGoey, spinning, pirouetting out of trouble magnificently. Got the handball to Moore. Moore looking for side bottom. Ricochet ball effect. Comes to Crisp. Little handball back to Dacos. Longer handball to Quaynor. Quaynor deliberately along the ground to side bottom. Neat handball by side bottom in front of Crisp. Needs a good pickup. Confronted there he was in the end by Wagner. And Wagner stuck the tackle as well on Crisp, and will have a ball up on centre wing right in front of the Shane Warne stand. Southern side of the G. Collingwood 2 straight. Fremantle 1 behind at the moment. Frampton doing the right work there with Jackson. Ball knocked down to Dacos. Immediately tackled. That was Nick. And we'll have a ball up.
Did well there, Wagner Days. Came off his man.
Right decision.
A goal.
Yeah, it was a brilliant decision to come off. And if you do come off, you've got to impact. And that's what he did. Held the ball and the man in there.
O'Meara, Switkowski, a little dribbling sort of floating ball. Well, it floated first and dribbled second. Now Quaynor. All Australian for me. And ball out of play, 60 from home.
Ash has just said he was trying to look after you then, Jim. He's trying to find a stat that supported your argument.
No, I was
and when
actually
it didn't,
asking him because I was pretty confident Freo would be ahead. That's the whole reason for the question.
So you just had to read.
You just had to do your job, actually.
Just read them out. Don't have to make things up.
Side bottom.
I still don't know the inside 50s. We didn't even get to that.
Clark, a floating high one forward. Banfield got hands to the ball, couldn't hang on. Good tackle by Jai Amos.
Wasn't a hard question, was it?
No. It's just that inside 50 column there.
Doubting whether it's actually 8-6 for you.
Yeah. Ball up about 20 out from Freo's goal, and they need one. Get themselves into this game. Jackson almost clean possession. Now he gives it off to Henry. Henry back to Jackson. Jackson, left foot floating ball for side bottom, who accessed it but then dropped it. And Amos tried to get boot to ball, and I reckon he might have kicked it into the behind post. So there will be another ball in.
Yep, right up against that behind post, JB. At the punt road end to which Fremantle are kicking. In the end, I think the inside 50s are relatively even.
Not.
Boundary throw in here. Frampton takes the front spot on Jackson. Jackson wins it from behind down to Quaynor. Jackson had a bit of a fresh area at it. Side bottom spoil was effective. Got it to Josh Dacos, to McCreary, to Noble. Now Noble's kick to the wing. Not as well directed as he would have liked, and Pearce takes a nice mark.
Good mark.
In front of that man McStay, who's back into the Collingwood lineup today, along with side bottom and Maynard. The 3 ins for the day.
Yep. Pearce, a long high one, going to land about 50 from home and more. He'll do this all day long.
When are they going to learn, Jim?
J-Lo up in the box. He's got a bloody headband on and great big long hair.
Long jump, long sleeve.
Oh, what is this? Beautiful mark, by the way, and then short to Crisp. We saw it last night, Bernard. Melcham did a really good defensive forward job on Harris Andrews, and it led to them staying in the game and eventually winning the game. Not a great kick, chopped off by Andrew Brayshaw, and then the give to Hughes. Got nowhere to go, doesn't know where he's going. And then he kicks it straight to Noble. Play on. Erasmus picks it up. They should kick a goal out of this. Banfield thought about playing on. I thought he was off. 50 from home.
Jordan, stay out. Jordan, stand please.
Now he's going to have to go back and try and kick the goal. Gives it off to Ryan. And Ryan looks like he's fanned it a long way right. That's out in the full. Poor result for Freo.
I'm not really sure what plan they've come here with this afternoon, Fremantle. It seems to be chip the ball, and then kick it in.
Bang it in higher.
It defies logic. There's not a whole lot of sense to it.
Surely they're planning the better planners than this.
They don't have a run with roll on Dacos, and nobody's doing a job on Moore.
And having trouble just coping with the shape of the G, I reckon, a little as well, because of all those reasons. Knocked down it comes. Here it is, Markov. He is providing electricity. Gave it a Crisp. Crisp gives it further afield to Johnson. Johnson thought about it. Chip ball over the top, finds Adams. Adams marks. He plays on. He stepped off his line. Should have been play on.
He did step off. He wanted to go to McQuarrie, who had worked down inside 50. Probably would have had a shot from 30 out, and he stepped just off his line, as you called, BT. Should have been play on. The man on the mark was right onto it, but the umpire called him back, luckily.
The umpire with very fine steel hair. 23-25 set shots, Taylor Adams. Finding a lot of time forward now with the fight for spots in the midfield with Collingwood. Does he survive and hold his place in the team? Adams' kick is on the way and it's a goal. If he keeps kicking goals, he will. 3 straight for the Pies, 1 behind for the Dockers on the Repco scoreboard. Driven by passion for 100 years, looking rather ominous.
Yeah, that's beautifully called, BT. For him to stay in this side, he just needs to bring 2 things. That's forward 50 pressure, and he's got to hit the scoreboard, and he's continuing to do that. 9th goal for the season. He's been in and out of the midfield a little bit, and he'll still get runs through there today, but he becomes an important player. Important that forward 50 pressure in today's footy is like gold, and players that can do it and hit the scoreboard, very important.
And Collingwood plus 43 in disposals. Noble 11 touches, Darcy Moore 9 and 4 intercept marks. And Sidebottom, his first game since round 11, he's picked up 9 touches.
4 intercept marks just for Moore.
Yep,
already. Jeez.
3 straight 18. Collingwood 1 behind Fremantle. They need to get moving. This has already got somewhat of a little stench about it.
Yep.
Jackson in the middle to Johnson on the wing. Johnson long and high again. Murphy got first hands to it. Sturt was broken up, and then Amos kicks a goal on the left. Jai Amos. Good result for him. And a much needed goal for Freo. 1-1-7. Collingwood 3 straight 18. On the Triple M Repco scoreboard. Repco driven by passion for 100 years.
Markov claiming he touched it.
Yep.
Oh, touch ball.
Ran straight to the goal line and grabbed it. So there'll be a soft review.
And Fremantle have set up the zone. They think it's a behind.
Thank God I didn't write it in my book.
Well, I did.
Oh, no.
Now I've got to scrub. Well, they're not going to
He
scrub
might
him.
kick another one.
It's unlikely.
Yeah, the little one hand in from the weirdly moustached Markov.
6-6-6.
Become a pretty handy player in this Collingwood outfit.
He has. He surprised me.
Set up 6-6-6.
Well, he got the flick in the pre-season for a week. He went to Carlton for 1 week, and then Collingwood got him back in the draft the very following week.
Oh, no, goal.
It is a goal, is it?
What is going on out here?
That's clearly tough.
Snorkel.
Look at
Ball's gone
Markov.
back to the middle.
Markov's like, I bloody touched it.
Yeah.
Ball has gone back to the middle.
That is...
And they are
it's
still
in his hand.
Well, it is a soft review, so you have to reset the field anyway.
Yeah,
because it's not a score
Surely
review.
that's got to
You've
come.
got to do it before
He's
they
gonna
bounce in the
bounce it,
middle. And if the
That's
bounce
his
comes,
hands.
They're bouncing it.
Oh
That's a goal.
What?
wow,
Look at Markov. He
crossed
can't
it out
believe
and
it.
everything. And
Oh, put it back in.
umpire Joe
I told-
Hansen with a
me
bad
too.
bounce.
I told you to leave it.
Yeah, he did too. So we go back to the middle. So Fremantle kicked there first. 1-1-7, trailing the Pies 3 straight 18.
Very weird goings on as Aish comes storming through, gives it to Schultz. Schultz a thumping handball to Banfield. Banfield, his handball broken up by the brilliant Moore. Quaynor came in. And now Dacos in his own defensive area runs a nice little pattern. Look out, Bros! He got run down from behind. He got the kick away just. Brayshaw and Darcy go at it. Fighting for their own ball. Maynard gets it back. Beautiful forward handball, Pendlebury. Got to be a goal here to Johnson. It bounces in front of him. 25 out and closing. Goal Collingwood. Too easy. One end to the other through the guts. 4 straight. 24 Collingwood, 1-1-7 Freo. Repco scoreboard.
Not a whole lot of pressure in this one early from the Fremantle Dockers. When you're waltzing it from your half-back line through the guts like that, even with a poor handball from Taylor Adams to Johnson, bounced twice, still no one within 5 metres of him. That's not ideal. Have changed something up through the midfield, though, the Dockers. Darcy's rucking, and Luke Jackson, the other tall bugger in there, he's playing now as a genuine mid.
He's done that a bit, actually, this year. Played in the midfield. Did a little bit for Melbourne, too, when he was there. So he can do it. Very good below his knees for a 200-centimetre player.
And Collingwood number 1 for scores generated from the back half already. 18 out of their 24 points have come from the back half of the ground.
They are box office, there's no doubt about that. Requiring 60,000 here today, which they've got, I reckon, to crack the 1 million spectators to watch their games this year. Reckon there's 10,000 at every game that don't barrack for them watching at the moment. Free kick in the middle will go Fremantle's way. Incorrect disposal by the Pies, and Brayshaw's won the free.
Got a big pair of shorts on, Andy Brayshaw.
Yeah, he has.
Big bog catches.
Yeah, they really are. Let's hope they're tied underneath.
Tom Rockcliffe style.
Ball line from Clark was an ugly sort of kick, picked up here by Schultz. Schultz fired out the handball to Henry. Went the real low worm burner. Jackson with an up and under ball over the top. Trzaskowski was there. Umpire calls play and lets it go. Amos got the handball back here to O'Meara. O'Meara snap at goal, got it. Got their second, the Dockers. 2-1-13, trailing the Pies 4 straight 24. Repco scoreboard.
Important again there, Jackson. Clean take for a big guy. He's actually going, or it looks like he's going to start forward again now after starting in that centre bounce, but that's what he can do. Took it cleanly, flicked it over the top, just created something basically out of nothing. Really poor kick it was going inside 50 from Henry. He's got to be better than that. Uses the ball really well. Just a grubber in there, but Jackson, clean take. A miss gave the handball off and a nice finish.
JZ?
JB, Braden Maynard's playing with one arm out there. That right shoulder, he's just got it either tucked up into his side or hanging down. He's only tackling or high five or really doing anything with that left arm. He is really sore. You're right, BT. This is going to be a big issue for them over the next couple of weeks and months.
He's got to get through 7 weeks plus whatever eventuates in the finals for him. It's a lot of footy.
We'll bring him off now.
Bounce back in the middle. Darcy down. O'Meara and Aish. Aish had his legs taken out. Johnson over the top, gets it to Darcy. Darcy wants to give the handball to Andy Brayshaw. He's going to get run down. He flicks it out to Henry. Henry further afield to Switkowski. Back to Henry, but he's going nowhere. Centering ball is good for Aish. Aish is about 70, 65 from home.
Very slow, though.
Goes with a nicely steered ball to Banfield. Very nice ball. Banfield takes it about 35 out, directly in front.
Jeez, that was a great kick. There's so many numbers inside D50. Just buggering around with it a little bit too much. Fremantle, probably 2 or 3 extra handballs, which just allowed Collingwood to get numbers behind the footy. But that was an elite kick. It was that one where you look really late, so he looked like he was loading up to go top of the square and just pulled the kick beautifully to Banfield.
So Bailey Banfield should convert 2 in a row. This should be for Freo, and that's there.
Nice.
Very nice finish. 3-1-19 to 4 straight 24. Triple M Repco scoreboard.
Much better entry for the Dockers. Even the Henry one before, although it didn't come off and it was low and flat, just the intent to try and lower the eyes and hit and honour that lead of a forward coming. When you start to do that more often, it encourages more leads to come at the leg.
Look at Darcy Moore and the Harvey Norman. If he loaded up, went to the top of the square, Darcy Moore didn't even care about his opponent. He just sat at the top of the square ready to mark it. So that's what they need to do. I don't know if a message has come out or they've picked it up on field, but good change of tactic here from Fremantle.
Ash, around the grounds for Choice Hotels. We've got another game almost about to get underway.
We have. Plays just started between the Suns and the Saints. No score to either side.
Nice easy
half volley
handball there. Get him off the mark.
That's it.
So I believe Choice Hotels had a boardroom meeting during the week and decided they want someone else to do around the ground.
Did you hear what he went with last week? 0-1-1 to 0-2-2.
Did you hear the cricket update?
Yeah, I was butchered.
That's not a half volley you just gave him, Bristol. That's a full toss.
From a spinner.
I hope I middled it.
With no one on the fence.
That's it.
It was very said in a very modest sort of manner, like he'd had a severe dressing down during the week.
From Choice Hotels.
Ball up in the middle of the ground.
They made the phone call, didn't they?
It's a 5-point Collingwood lead here on the Triple M scoreboard.
Yeah. Fought their way back into it here, Freo, as Darcy gets rid of his direct opponent and then tumbles it forward more. This will break the record for intercept marks. How many already, please?
Yeah, 5, and the record is 10, JP.
And we've still got about 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. So
his record.
Did they take it off him for the actual?
Yeah, they took
one?
it back.
Yeah, they did. He had 11.
Won't matter. He'll have 20 today, the way this game's going. DeGoey pumps a long one down the northern wing, Hambling at the back, Darcy at the front. Frampton, handball now to McStay, little left foot bender inside 50. Henry really clean below his knees and then dropped it over the top to Hambling.
What's the record for marks in a game, Ash?
Come back to you very shortly,
I thought you might have, but you will come back to me.
Joel Bowden or Chris Massey or someone will have that when they've just switching over half-back.
Because there's a lot of talk about intercept marks are in effect just marks. A lot of them don't leave their man to actually go and intercept.
Oh, here's another one.
As suggests, there's more. half ground, and no, you're not really listening to me, but
no one is, Brian.
I'm really disappointed in that. Jackson at ground level.
Tell me now, Brian, we've got to stop it.
Well, I'm just saying, intercept marks are when you just mark against your opponent. It should be when you leave your opponent to mark against someone else's opponent.
Oh, how's Ash going to go with that? He's confused now.
That is an intercept mark in my book, and today I'm just sick of it. Anyway, opportunity here for Erasmus to really arouse things out there. And another ball up 45 metres out from Fremantle's goal. They trail by 5 points on the Triple M scoreboard.
Throw up 50 out to go. He tried to get boot to ball twice and was unable to. And now we've got a pack of players on top of the footy. We have tried to explain to Brian Days that the only one, like it or not, the only measure that matters is champion data. And if the opposition kick the ball and you mark it, that's an intercept. But Brian won't accept it. This is a 5-year campaign that he's
mock, as they call it, BT.
How do you know who they're standing? How do you know if it's come off someone?
They used to know in the old days. No problem.
Vanderbilt, horrible ball inside 50. Again, a really good pick-up from Jackson.
You're right, Brian.
Now Erasmus inside 50. Here comes Dick Tracy. You got to stick them.
Come on.
That's just a rego. Drop the mark. 20 out, and it's going to be a ball up as we've got 2 minutes left in this first term, and it's a 5-point lead to Collingwood.
Umpire to throw it up. No, I'm down.
Johansson
knocked down by the big fella Darcy. And he goes towards the boundary. We'll have a boundary. Throw in. Chua.
BT, do you still want those most stats? Anyway, it's Greg Park.
No.
Okay.
Don't make me angry.
Okay. Right. Sorry, BT. Sorry. Okay.
If I get angry.
Write him down. We might do it at half time or something.
Walters has been given a free on the boundary. Kicking on his non-preferred right side around the corner. Here at the punt road end. And Ash is trying to give me some meaningless stat. Kick around the corner.
He's missed a set shot, Ash.
3-2-20. To 4 straight 24. Ash.
Would have unbelievably, Bristol, given Freo the lead, which feels all wrong given the nature of play in this game. Dacos goes to De Goey. Good ball too, and well marked by the 150 gamer. We've got a minute 48 left. De Goey.
Play on.
Nick Dacos just thumps it long down the line to McStay. Came back at the footy nicely. McStay plays on and goes inside 50. Pearce, Cox, loses too many one-on-ones, Pearce. Too easy for big Coxie. And he takes a mark about 30 out. Not a heap of angle. Right about the distance he loves.
Poor effort there from Darcy, though. Direct opponent to Cox. Didn't put the work in to go back and help out. No Fremantle play came off, and Pearce worked under the footy far too easily.
You're right, JB. This is his favourite kick, the 35-metre kick, isn't it?
Does it brilliantly. For a man who played basketball his whole life. And then he misses. Just as we pump him up, old goggles, he misses. 4-1-25, 3-2-20, late stages first term.
So Ryan kick the ball back in with just under a minute remaining. Goes very, very...
Phil Stubb, he can't talk. He's choking.
This is your fault,
Great big guzzy come up.
This is your fault.
Feeding off the energy.
True.
I have got a guzzy that I need to extract at some stage, and it's got a mixture of elements about it.
And oyster has landed on the desk.
I tell you what, I'm going to have to cup it.
You need a drink? You want me to
in
get
my mouth for the remaining minute of this quarter.
Out the window, I reckon.
Not from Rampton. Dacos. And now De Goey picks up the ball. And overline out of bounds, centre wing.
Poor old Pete Allen down there is about to cop it on top of his scone.
Just a seagull going across.
Big seagull. He's barracking for his team, Pete, and he's about to cop a great big guzzy.
A 6 seagull.
A little bit green on top of the box.
Big oyster. Landing right on his top.
30 seconds left. Beautifully down Darcy to Erasmus. Wagner got a kick away. Here's another intercept mark. Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
Free kick is going back, I think, to Erasmus.
You sleep well last night, BT. You okay?
I think I slept on my back last night.
To Ryan.
Gurgled all night.
Might be the end of the scoring for this term. Ryan doesn't look like he wants to advance the ball. Eventually he does, high and long. In from the side, Jackson, and he broke up Darcy. He was going to take an uncontested mark. The ball's kicked out of bounds and delayed what they want. It was hacked out of the air. No sufficient intent according to the umpire. Ryan will get it back, but it won't matter. There's about 4 seconds left. Siren will sound with this ball in the air. So Freo hung on okay. Collingwood looked the much better side. 4-1-25 to Fremantle, 3-2-20. Repco scoreboard. Daisy Thomas and Bernie Vince along with Ash, Brian and also Jay-Z Clark when we come back from McDonald's and Marine Hot Water. It's the Pies by 5 points. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Repco, driven by passion for 100 years.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
fill up at full time with the Macca's Angus range.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, featuring Marty Sheargold.
I'm a hot-blooded guy.
A real ladies' man.
Hello, Alicia. Oh, someone's turning left. Alicia's left the car. She's
Alicia.
jumped out. She's had a gutful.
Oh, sorry, I'm here.
Hello, Alicia. How are you, sweetheart?
Kickstart your day with a laugh. Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, 6 to 9 weekdays on Triple M.
Oh, that went pretty well.
Yeah.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
Cruise into cash at Bottle Mart.
Hey babe, we could win up to $100 for selected vodka cruiser 10 packs for $33.99 at Bottle Mart.
What?
You okay?
You just surprised me.
What is surprising is that 1 in 3 wins.
What?
Well, you better sit down because Victoria bid a 375ml 24 packs for $49.99 and Johnny Walker Black 700ml is just $51.99.
Whoa, I will sit down.
Best down the floor, hun. Catalogue specials out now. Shop your way at bottlemart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Kobe is a cheeky 9-year-old that loves bikes and fast cars. He has acute flaccid myelitis, which has meant long hospital stays away from his family. But Kobe and his family had time together thanks to his wish to live like his favourite YouTubers.
Kobe's wish came true when he stayed in a mansion, played laser tag, and rode in a limo.
Helping sick kids find hope is something we all have the power to do.
Find out how at makeawish.org.au.
Make-A-Wish.
Aluminium plates and bars cut to size. Aluminium geometric extrusions. If any of that means anything to you, then you need to get some action. Action Aluminium. 100% family owned. Action Aluminium is renowned for their competitive and consistent pricing, prompt pickup and delivery, and outstanding after-sales service. Get action today at Action Aluminium, Dandenong, Bayswater and Thomastown. Or online at actionaluminium.com.au.
What is it about our firsts? First car? First kiss? First time? First accounting software? Let's be honest, your first is never your best. At QuickBooks, we got you. Snap your receipts as you go, so you're always ready for tax time. And you'll never be lost with our award-winning customer support. Don't stay stuck on your first. Search for QuickBooks and make the switch today.
Go your own way with confidence thanks to Isuzu Ute Service Plus. Service Plus is our comprehensive care package, providing you with complete peace of mind when owning an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. Every new vehicle comes standard with a 6-year warranty, up to 7 years roadside assistance, and up to 7 years cap price servicing. Terms and conditions apply. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
The Bledisloe Cup is on its way to the G Saturday, July 29. And Triple M wants you to be there. Enter on the win page at triplem.com.au for the chance to score tickets or secure yours now at Ticketek. Wallabies, all together.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business by designing your lighting and electrical plans for free. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks football at the G. Don't forget to fill up full time with Macca's Angus range. It is a 5-point Collingwood lead over Fremantle here at quarter time. Let's get some Red Z lending stats. There's Ash Chua.
And Freo leading the inside 50s, 16-10. Brayshaw, 12 disposals and 5 clearances.
Bob Jones T-Marts have great buy 3, get 1 free plus instant cashback deals. Call or order online today. T's and C's apply. Jay-Z.
Thank you, BT. Big watch on Braden Maynard. Just spent 5 minutes with the doctors and assistant coaches there. Had his right shoulder strapped, so he's been struggling with that shoulder injury. Mentioned it to you guys before the game, of course, but looks a very sore boy after copping a knock about 10 minutes into that first quarter. Geez, it's going to be a big decision with him. As you said, BT, does he keep trying to manage it, or do they send him in and maybe a procedure for him? It's he's clearly playing sore Braden Maynard.
Absolutely. Around the grounds, Choice Hotels, Ash.
Almost halfway into the first quarter. Suns 3-1-19. St Kilda yet to score.
Here's Bernie Vince and Daisy Thomas on Triple M football with their thoughts of the first quarter.
Just on Braden Maynard days, you're not risking him, mate. He looks sore. He looked like he re-injured it in that big tackle he tried to put on. Surely you're not risking. You got Mitchell sitting there as a sub. Surely you don't risk him this close to finals.
You'd like to think not, but I think Craig McRae would be saying, well, if you're right to go out there, you're going to have to do your job. We're not just going to carry you through this game. And Mitchell is an odd one to have as a sub because you can only play one position. So who then do you shuffle back to half-back? Is it a Pendlebury? Is it a Crisp?
I feel like a Maynard player, though. A Maynard he's not going to say, nah, I'm too sore. He's never going to admit that. So it might be one of those ones where the coaches have to tell him.
Just an override.
Yeah, no, not today. Not today, Bruzzy.
Start of this second term. 5-point lead to Collingwood. Freo had a good finish to the quarter after it looked like they were going to get open right up. Off the line, Johnson. Aish went and found it, went to ground. Crisp on top of him. Bit of a scramble. No one actually able to be clean, and then a free kick to Collingwood. And it should come back, and it does to Adams.
Familiar spot. Fremantle find themselves in trailing at quarter time. Have only won the 2 first quarters this season. Absolutely horrible out of the box.
Stay with him. Play on.
Adams.
Yours.
End zone.
Long thumping ball. Darcy got a fist to it. Pearce goes and picks it off. Johnson. Nowhere for him to go. Got to shovel it back to Ryan. And Ryan's high one outside defensive 50. Banfield's got to make this work in the air. And then at ground level, too many representatives of the Collingwood Footy Club. Crisp around the body. Dumps it straight into the guts of Darcy.
So Darcy takes the mark and defensive 50. Collingwood kicking to the punt road end. Second quarter action here. Darcy elects the northern side. Walters is tangled up there with Howe. Allows Banfield to almost mark uncontested. He dropped the put. Maynard got it to Howe. To Dacos back to Maynard. Maynard to Adams and now on to Crisp. All handballs those. And now the Crisp kick inside 50. Mark McStay. And McStay will have a shot from 25 out directly in front here for the Pies.
If it wasn't a mark, it was going to be a free kick to Cox. Hughes absolutely mixed him off the footy.
Got rid of him, didn't he? Too early in that contest. Great kick.
Guys, please.
Wasn't it going inside 50? Nice and flat. That's how you want him as a forward. Takes all the intercept marking ability away from the opposition. Great kick.
So Dan McStay, as I say, directly in front of the punt road end. A kick at 25 metres here. He's pretty reliable and doesn't let anyone down. They get to him and say, well done. Collingwood kick their fifth, 5-1-31 to the Dockers, 3-2-20 on the Triple M Recco scoreboard.
Good to see him back in the side. Obviously a big hype around him over the pre-season and the off-season as to the trade and the money he was on. I think he's going to have a big say in what the Pies are able to do in the back half of this season. Not so much for his goal-kicking ability per se, but also his ability to compete, get up the ground, connect the field, link up on offence. He's going to play a massive part if the Pies are to go deep.
11-point lead for Collingwood on the Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade here to partner you and your business by designing your lighting and electrical plans for free. Beacon Trade, let's make light work. Now back in the middle, good crowd. Given it's Freo, who don't have a huge representation here in Melbourne, the Army are up and about, and so they should be. Cox and Darcy down to O'Meara. Somehow managed to get boot to ball and get it going forward. Walters taken out of it. Banfield and the Bruz Maynard got rid of him somehow. And Banfield slides it over the top nicely to Jackson, who takes it in the pocket. Left forward pocket going to the City end.
It wasn't pretty, was it? Just a centre bounce win. Nothing was sort of perfect, but they did, again, lowered the eyes again, found Jackson. It's a big one-on-one win there from Banfield against Bruzzy Maynard. Don't often win them against him.
28-29 career set shots, so less than a 50% operator. Lukey Jack.
And some rank tats on
very poxy tats. This in front of the real Collingwood representation, and Jackson flushes it. Couldn't have hit it better. Right through the middle. 4-2-26. Freo, 5-1-31. Collingwood Beacon Trade scoreboard.
getting some reward now, aren't they, Fremantle? You look at the pure numbers, and Ash spoke about this a little bit at quarter time. Inside 50s, 13 to 17. You look at clearances, 7 to 17 in Fremantle's favour. So you look at those numbers, you think the team should be dominating, but it's, as we've seen here live, it's Collingwood they're moving the ball better. When they get it, they look so much more dangerous going forward, whereas Fremantle works so hard for their scores, and they rely on repeat inside 50s rather than Collingwood go straight down and score. So if you look at the pure numbers, Fremantle right in this game.
The thoughts of Bernie Vince on Triple M football. Seabus Super making hard work pay off. Back to the middle we go. Daniel Johansson out of Western Australia to bounce the ball and get us underway. Beautiful bounce in the middle. Cox couldn't get there. Knocked down in the end by Darcy. Pies get it off halfback to Dacos. Nick and Josh combined. Volleyball tap from Cox to Nick Dacos to Adams. The run of Nick Dacos again. 55 metres out on the run. Bobby Hill marked in the square. Johnson. Electrifying play out of the middle for the Pies.
Need to see this again on the Harvey Norman. I have no idea how Nick Dacos got the handball, jumped in the air, was out of the action, and then in the split-second blink of an eye,
had it back.
He's had it back, breaking the paint at 50. The kid is a genuine freak.
Johnson has one. This is an absolute certainty. 3 metres out, directly in front. Punt road end. Collingwood will kick there. 6th goal. 6-1-37. Dockers 4-2-26. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, that's the perfect example, what I spoke about just to that previous goal of Jackson's. Fremantle just tirelessly keep trying to get inside 50, keep working, keep repeat inside 50s. They work so hard for their scores that you see on the flip side, when Collingwood win the footy, how good did they look going through the middle of the ground, Daisy? It was quick, it was sharp, and it gives you defenders, Fremantle defenders, no time whatsoever to set up. The only thing you can do is try and beat your man one-on-one. You can't even think about coming off your man to help because it's just so quick and slick, and great kick there from Dacos.
6-1 plays 4-2.
That's Dacos' 12th possession, 4th score involvement.
Yep.
So Moore and Dacos having big days. Absolute brilliant planning by the Dockers.
Brilliant. Both players are superb, no doubt about that. Darcy and Cox. Brayshaw got a little piece of Dacos and then spun out with brilliance. Wachowski got mown down. Absolutely mown down. Dacos stole the footy, gave it back to the big man in DeGoey, who got out of the Darcy tackle. Flicks it now to Howe outside 50. He goes inside. That's too easy to Johnson. Hitting up on the ball beautifully. Getting opened up the Freo defence.
Strength of Geordie to go in the midfield. Darcy had him cold, was big enough, bold enough, brave enough to shrug the shoulders, get out of that. Just back to that last bit on Nick Dacos. So you're not running a tag with him. He goes backwards to receive a ball at half-back flank. But because nobody puts any time into him to dag and scrag him, he's then allowed to join in the next passage of play. If this continues, he's going to have a massive afternoon and the Dockers are going to get a flogging.
Johnson's already got a couple. Beautiful, laconic style. That's not his best. And it's picked off by Ryan.
So Ryan right in the last line of defence here for the Dockers. The short ball into the pocket.
Play on.
An opportunity now with Wagner. He plays on and kicks towards the southern stand wing. Free kick will go the way of Collingwood's Moore. The skipper has the footy southern wing. Told to get on with it. Umpire calls play on, so he kicks it sideways to Noble. The least spectacular of their mids, but one that's important to them. Short kick sideways to Murphy, and Murphy does likewise to Howe. So they've transferred from the south to the north side. Jeremy Howe forced wider to Maynard with the short kick, and Maynard takes the mark right in front of the Collingwood bench. Side bottom offers the lead, ignored goes to Taylor Adams, and he takes a contested mark. Adams, so he's about 65 metres out from the punt road goal now. Taylor Adams, long ball, Cox wanted it in front, got it in front. And when you kick it in front, give it a little elevation, and you allow him to run and jump, it is all over. And he marks 35 metres out, slight angle.
Talking about preparation a lot. Pearce on that occasion, absolutely no sense. You've got to play in front of Mason Cox and body him to the boundary. Let him have the run and jump, played him from behind, those outstretched arms. Not too many going to break that up.
Needs to stay erect over the footy and not slide off it. Is Cox. Comes in and nails it, little left to right bender. Not sure he meant that, but he kicks the goal. 4-2-26 the Dockers. Collingwood 7-1-43 on the Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yeah, danger time right now. Collingwood just getting a sniff of a kill here. Just been ruthless the last 5 minutes. Just their ball movement, they're so slick. Again, Dacos getting involved. You're right. He's one thing that goes where people don't notice. They see how well he uses the footy and he's good in traffic. But we interviewed Peter Dacos last week on the Saturday Rub, and he said one thing they don't notice is how hard he works. His work rate is second to none. He's a great runner. You don't hear too many people, because he's so good at everything else, you don't really notice that, but that's why he gets in chains, and he gets 2 or 3 touches into one chain. Outstanding.
Just for the Magpies, 6 out of their 7 majors have come from Dockers turnovers. Freo have conceded the second most number of scores from turnovers past 4 rounds.
Darcy Cox slapped wide, and DeGoey gets a holding free just as Freo were out.
Big Mason spread well forward here.
He has. Darcy's put in the big ones, a big fella.
He is.
Stand, play on.
Maynard. Elliott marks it just inside the field to play just. Back for Markov. And now a very short one for DeGoey, who's 60 from home.
Cox will mark this.
Sticks it into a vulnerable area. Almost Frampton. Walker missed with an attempted handball. Actually missed the ball with one arm as it was in the other arm, if that makes sense. Wagner over the top. O'Meara just got to kick it up the chimney and hope someone can come at it. Dick Tracy did. And marks it at half-back. Goes with a nicely directed ball for Banfield. Murphy got in his grill. Banfield on the 45. Too much on it for Tracy. Too many numbers now for Collingwood.
Here's Markov, sprightly little run off half-back. Got it to Cox, back inside to Josh Dacos. Josh Dacos, long ball to Frampton. Mark, 45 out. We'll have a set shot at goal. And as the boys mentioned a moment ago, this is looking a little ominous now. 3-1 in the quarter. And just starting to get a little bit more aggression in their game. Frampton will line up at the punt road end. Quickly around the grounds, Ash.
Suns by 19 points over the Saints, nearing quarter time.
Pressure dropped right off from Fremantle too. 135 at the moment. AFL average, Ash.
180.
Boy, it's bubbling. There is Frampton.
It's not bubbling.
49 metres out.
Loves it.
And has absolutely nailed it. So they've kicked 3 in a row, the Pies. 8-1-49 to the Dockers. 4-2-26 Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yeah, this quarter, we're well and truly into it, coming up to the halfway point. 32 disposals to Collingwood, 33 now. Fremantle just the 12, so can't get their hand on the footy. Just the 2 tackles this quarter as well from Fremantle. So the amount of ball that Collingwood have got, they're just putting no pressure. I gave you the pressure rating really low at the moment, so they just need to wake up a bit here, Fremantle. They got back in that game late in that first term and found themselves only 3 or 4 points down at one stage, but now that's all at sea. They're just getting opened up through the middle of the ground.
Well, so the Gold Coast Suns changed their coach, Ash.
It's always the way, isn't it, JB?
Hell, Josie Clark.
Sam Switkowski for Fremantle's come to the bench, got a shoulder concern, tried to lay that tackle on Jordan DeGoey, got thrusted off him. He's sore in the shoulder with the doctor now.
Jackson into the ruck. Aish on top of the ball. DeGoey brings it away. Bursting through the middle, out the front of the centre's clearance. Walker unable to handle it. Ryan taken by the legs. I thought he was legged. He was. And we'll get a free kick. Been a very good player for Freo this year, Luke Ryan.
Outside 5. A lot of ball being down that end of the ground, or down his end of the ground throughout the season, but he's one in one-on-ones, very rarely gets beaten, and genuinely a good distributor by foot as well.
There's a good example of it. Got it to Pearce. Pearce has got Hughes on short, gets it to him. But they run into a bit of a dead end now. All the outlets have been shut down by Collingwood. Henry's about the only one ignored in a high ball. Banfield's got to park himself under this. Henry at the front. Banfield's hands were good. Erasmus didn't really know what to do with the ball, so tried to give it back to Banfield, and that didn't work. Didn't get a ball up on the wing.
Just no answers on offence at the moment. The Dockers very stagnant coming out of their back 50. That Pies defence getting set really well organised.
Neutral area, Toyota logo wing. And ball back to Jackson. Jackson to half forward, a rare opportunity going forward for the Dockers. Spills to Banfield, nice front and centre ball, but Howar's reading it better than anyone else, and he takes the mark uncontested. Little short ball by Foot, finding the corridor edge, and this is more. Taylor Adams demanding the foot. He got it very, very late. And now Adams takes the mark, kicks wide to Josh Dacos. He'll mark it right in front of the Collingwood bench, plays on with ease. Looking for the high ball into Cox. Cox elevates and marks over the top of Jackson. He made Jackson look small when he's a big man.
Not sure he'll get the distance yet. No.
Gives the handball off to Maynard. Because of the distance, worried from 50. Maynard, long ball, Elliott. Huge mark. Sitting on the top of Ryan. Marks in the goal square. And Jamie Elliott will have a kick from directly in front, 5 metres out. For Collingwood's 4th in a row. Starting to get going now. They're 23 points up.
Being ugly from a Fremantle perspective.
And the crowd just burbling. They're here in big numbers again today. There was a season where they averaged 71,000 to this point. Elliott comes in, kicks the goal. 9-1-55 to the Dockers, 4-2-26 on the Beacon Trade scoreboard. Elliott gets his second.
The offence from the Pies, absolutely brilliant. On the back of the lack of pressure from the Dockers. Anytime you're allowed to chain the ball, Moore takes a mark at half-back. Just a little chip kick, 20 metres into that Fremantle zone, but it's not wide. It's into the corridor. They're not guarding anything dangerous. From there, it was a wider ball, which then again shifts the defence, allows pockets of space to hit up into. Clever kick into Cox originally. Good decision from him to hand it off to Maynard. And Elliott, well, an absolute screamer on the line. A really nice finish to that play. But the pressure from the Dockers has to lift, and it'll apply something. Take one avenue to goal away from the Pies.
5 goal to 1 second term for Collingwood so far. Off to a flyer in this term and up to a game-high lead. Answer must come here from Fremantle. Little one, Adams, out of the stoppage. Forward came Crisp. Managed to break it out of Henry's hands. Pendlebury stepping on through. Gave it to Adams. He just got the one arm in. Unable to reel it in. Now Crisp is taken in the Henry tackle. Ball up. 45 from home for Collingwood going to the punt road end.
7 marks inside forward 50 for the quarter. The Pies well above the AFL average, too.
Yeah, spot on. The AFL average is 12 for an entire game.
Little knockdown, Lipinski. Not sure whether it was me or you, JP.
Take it, Bristol.
I took it just in case you weren't ready. And we'll have a free kick going the way of the Dockers in the back half here. Looks like it'll go the way of Erasmus.
Yep.
Kicks out wide, looking for and not really finding Henry. Had to wait for it to come. Clark faked the ball with the hands and then it fell out and he threw it. Free kick resulting to Josh Dacos, who kicks to Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos, man on the mark, right on 50.
How's the journey from here?
Yeah, he can flush him.
Crowd urging him to go for it, doesn't want to. Kicks into Pendlebury. Pendlebury, a fingertipper, couldn't mark it. Thought he may have forced it then, Nick Dacos. Players converge on the footy, right on 50. McCreery got out the solid long handball, cleared the traffic to Murphy. Murphy, long ball. Up they fly. McStay had it punched away on that occasion by Hamling. Ball goes into the pocket, and now it's an opportunity with Wagner. Wagner got the handball to Ryan. Ryan, a little underground handball, deliberately disguised to go over the boundary line. And the umpire says throw it in. Collingwood attacking 50 around the grounds, Ash.
Quarter time BT, and it's the Suns leading the Saints by 19 points.
Nick's got to learn his old man's one-step standing barrel. That will bring the house down. The great Pele Dacos, those ones he used to rip out like McCreery pre-match.
Yeah.
There's the ball ain't coming out of here. And you're going to get another ball up about 55 from home.
I reckon he even drop punt days. He can
flushes them.
Flush them.
So just outside 50, this ball up. Side bottom, dribbles it inside 50. The ball is touched. So it's going to be thrown in 25 around.
Are you okay, James?
12 inside 50s this quarter to Collingwood, and Fremantle just the 2. So it's game's just being played in their half.
Unravelled a bit, this one for Freo. from the ball in. Cox and Darcy. Johnson taken forward in the tackle. And a third ball up, same spot.
Sean Mason.
Umpire throws it up immediately. Cox doing the ruck work. Through the traffic there. I think it was Pendlebury. Got it to Dacos.
Holding Collingwood.
He was tackled, and Josh Dacos gets the free because Henry hung on too long in the tackle after he got rid of it. And so Dacos directly in front, man on the mark, stands at 47. So it'll be just 51 metres out he'll kick from.
Brother Nick just whispered a few words.
Nick stay in the goal square there. Frampton there as well. Dacos plays on, gets some leverage on it, gets the distance, no problems. Touched right on the line, was it? I think it was by Hughes.
Well,
goal umpire's going to review it.
What do they do here? Because didn't actually. If it has, he's otherwise called it a goal. But if it's not over,
it's over.
It's in play still.
So that'll be a goal to Josh Dacos. Josh Dacos' goal will count 5 in a row for the Pies. 10-1-61, leading the Dockers 4-2-26 on the Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Obviously, brother Nick wandered over and just said, I've seen you kick these before, run around. You've got the leg, and he certainly did. Look like they're certainly enjoying their footy now. Harvey Norman replay.
Having a laugh on the bench.
Just a nice old chuckle. But again, held too long in the tackle from Henry.
What was Hughes thinking? Why are you pushing that back into play?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All you're doing is giving, if it is in play, Collingwood another chance to score.
Even where he came from as an attempt to spoil the ball, he's come laterally with the goal line rather from deep behind it and launching through it at the highest point. If he had done that, there's every chance he would have knocked it over.
It'll make a lot of sense. Anyway, as Bristol said, 5 in a row Collingwood. They have ripped this one to shreds in the second term.
Don't hold.
Darcy, Cox.
Holding Collingwood, Dacos.
Aish was the one, a little balloon on the jumper. Be interesting to see if Aish has now been given the run with roll on Nick Dacos. He has done it throughout previous seasons.
To go, he gets the short ball.
I nearly picked it.
Almost.
He just keeps working to that next contest. I love watching him live.
Inside the centre circle. He'll get it here. Short ball.
Bang the top.
Now he can go for a standing barrel. Doesn't want to. He wants to sit it over the top beautifully for Aish.
The kid's taking the piss,
sorry,
but
Yes.
Got it. Keep going, boys.
The kid is genuinely taking it. 42 games into his career and has the poise, the confidence of a bloke who's played 300.
So he's played the last 46 games straight for Collingwood. Prior to that, he played 2 years in the under-18s and played 6 games in 2 years and played 46 straight since then. It's amazing.
So who's injured, was he, BT?
They missed the first year because of COVID, and the second year it was part COVID, and he only played a couple of games.
Goal for Adams, 6 in a row. Massive lead now, Collingwood. 11-1, if you don't mind. 67 to 4-2-26. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Well, that's why he gets so much of the footy. I just love watching Nick Dacos live because he's not finished. A lot of players would hit a nice little kick and be like, yep, I've done my job, I've hit my teammate, but he's thinking, where can I get the ball next? How can I help the team again? And it's not a selfish give it to me all the time. They actually give it to him because he makes really good decisions, and you could see that kick inside 50, got the ball back, turned around, popped it over one defender.
Beautiful touch kick, wasn't it?
It was perfect. He sort of kicked it with the outside of his boot too to sort of sell the Freo defenders one way and just popped it over, had the perfect flight.
Jay-Z.
And frustration building down on the Fremantle bench, and football manager Peter Bell just sensing a lapse in concentration from the Fremantle defence and not happy. Nick Dacos cut him apart.
A 6-goal lapse in concentration because here they go out of the middle again. The tackle applied on Erasmus by De Goey, stripping of the ball, picked up by O'Meara, got it back to Clark on half-back. He has to go wide looking for Wagner. Wagner takes the mark right in front of the Fremantle bench, immediately heading up towards the city end. In there was Schultz, couldn't mark the footy, still got an opportunity here through Brayshaw. Kick smothered by a desperate Maynard.
Look at him.
And look at him get around him as he holds the arm as if it's just hanging on by a thread. And a boundary throw-in result, and they love him, don't they?
Harvey Norman replay did a really good job of protecting that arm, not full stretch with the right one, just went with the left hand, still good enough to cause a turnover.
Out of the middle, it's Nick Dacos again, and sweeping handball for Noble, who gets taken in a double tackle. Dacos also ripped in a tackle, and he'll get a free.
Jeez, what's he up to now, Ash?
Disposal number 19.
Goes in search of Adams. It's broken up by Clark. He comes to Goey. To Quainer outside 50. Isaac with a big long banger. McStay. Pierce to beat off the ground. Bobby Hill. It is raining goals, Punt Road end. 7 straight Collingwood. Hill hits the scoreboard for his first, and this is starting to get real ugly. 4-2-26, 12-1-73.
Another score involvement, starting with Nick Dacos. We're going to say that a fair bit, I think, throughout the afternoon, but that was the old soccer goal, almost the striker. It was the perfect front and centre, as we see on the Harvey Norman. Ball just sort of spun backwards off the contest, and Bobby Hill just turned up in the right place at the right time and socketed it through.
Pretty poor effort from McStay there.
Didn't touch it.
Should have had Pierce absolutely cold, just needed to lean on him with a bit more craft, come back and mark that on the goal line. Bobby Hill good enough to mop it up, but
got under it a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, not quite at full confidence, and you can imagine why.
47-point lead. They started this quarter 5 points in front, and they now lead by 47. Pendlebury with a handball looping to Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos, beautiful. Finds Adams. Adams got a kick from 35 out directly in front. Nick Dacos, tell us the story, please, Ash.
Nick Dacos, BT, 20 disposals already, 300-plus metres gained, and with score involvements, this will be number 7.
Get someone on him.
Incredible what he's doing at the moment.
He has the kick, like he sold everyone to the right-hand side or the southern side of the ground, just pulled the kick to Adams, perfect.
Taylor Adams directly in front. The Punt Road end, a little bit left, minor score. 12 goals, 2-74 Collingwood to the Dockers, 4-2-26 on the Beacon Trade scoreboard. Let's go around the grounds, please, Ash.
Early into the second quarter, Suns by 13 points over St Kilda.
To the naked eye, Daisy, Mason Cox is doing a good job of negating Darcy.
He is, just halving contest, so not allowing Darcy to have any impact, and then stretching him, really stretching him going forward, making the big fella work hard on offence, so he's defence, so he doesn't have too many tickets when Freo win the ball back.
Intercept Mark Quainer, went to Noble.
He's on here, Cox.
Look at Moore demanding the footy.
He wants it. He wants it, but Noble ain't going there. He's going to go long and direct. Cox has got about 4 to beat in the air. It comes to the back, and Ryan, who's just going to thump it back in the Quainer direction. Maynard there as well. Front and centre, O'Meara. Good pick up. Henry got ripped in a tackle by Maynard.
That's his second clobbering of the game.
Owned in a tackle.
With one shoulder.
Yeah.
Switch up to the kick, Deej.
So he will go back from 55, he'll kick from.
That's your one.
Quainer lurking. He gives the handball off to him. No trip in that kick, so it's going to land in the goal square. Darcy to the front. Here's Elliott. Handball away to Lipinski on the left. Couldn't get any purchase on the ball. McStay! Big climb. Top of the square. And they're about to kick 8 unanswered goals.
Oh, his last marking effort in the goal square, he didn't touch the pill. He ran under it. Didn't judge it well at all in the air, but that one there, waiting for the Harvey Norman. I want to see that one again. He got up. He went pretty early, really. Went early, but got up there high and took it on the way down. But as you said earlier, Days, he's going to be really important come September, this man.
Dan McStay for his second in this term. Sticks it through, 8 unanswered. 13-2 to 4-2. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Genuinely no answers at the moment. The Dockers, they've tried to manufacture a +1, so the Pies just toy with them, kick the ball around outside forward 50, between 50 and 70, force the extra defender out and then getting it in long. On that occasion, it was probably more luck than good play. Hit the hot spot a couple of times. Lipinski got the wrong side of the ball as he went for goal, but just weight of numbers. Harvey Norman replay. McStay was the forward that reset the quickest. So in the end there, as it came down, the Pies had 3 to the Dockers 2 defenders. That's why he got a clean run and jump at it from behind the pack.
Collingwood's best quarter of the season, 9-1-55. They've had some good ones too.
And equal best under Craig McRae as we speak.
9 individual goal kickers from their 13, Ash.
Spot on, Daisy.
And 8 straight they have kicked to advance a 54-point margin from a 5-point quarter-time lead. It's been extraordinary stuff. Knocked down here by Darcy. Pendlebury's got the clearance, got it to Nick Dacos. He was tackled and dispossessed. I'm not sure it was legal. De Goey dived on the footy. We'll have another ball up in the middle. Still desperate they are.
So, Ash, 11 centre bounces in this term. The clearances out of the centre for each team, please.
Yeah, Collingwood a +1 in the score source. 2-1 to Magpies, 3 straight to Freo.
Mark
How's that work?
Yeah, this is
if there's been 11 centre bounces,
and they've kicked 8
it has to be a 5 and 6 or
has a tendency to guess.
Sorry, is that for the quarter to guess?
Just whatever you want to go with at any stage will be fine.
Raining confusion.
Just throw numbers around and confuse everyone. And
26 will do, Ash. What's that mean?
centre bounces.
Oh, sorry for the quarter, sorry.
8-2.
Guess
that's what I was after,
Tracy comes in, kick on the way as straight as you get them. 5-2, 32, the Dockers trailing the all-conquering Pies. 13-280 amongst real confusion on the Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Ash just taking the headset off.
He's had enough.
He needs a spell. He needs extended break, I think, at half-time to reset.
Right. So the answer was 8-2 out of the centre Collingwood's way.
Yeah, that's it, JB.
It was that was a genuine half volley. So you got the full toss from BT.
I don't know what it is.
And you've chopped on.
Ash,
I think I'm cooked.
Is it doing something? Confidence thing? Is it?
No, I don't know.
It's gather round BT.
Gather round.
I need to reassess.
It was round 5.
Yeah.
Much needed goal for Josh Tracy and Freo, who have been split wide open in this term.
He's confused.
We're going to get back into the middle now.
Oh, he's taking him off, Jim.
He's taking him off again.
He's having a spell.
No, he is. He's giving himself a he's doing a Jack Gunston, a self-induced spell.
He's going to train for a while.
Aish to centre half forward, gets past Banfield. Tracy again. Controlled that well. The handball wasn't great, though, to Henry. Missed him by a mile. Henry runs a bit of a pattern and then end on end for Jackson, who takes it just inside the field of play. Right forward pocket.
He's giving me his computer. Do I get you 2 phones as well? You give me everything? What's happening?
So Jackson will kick from outside the field of play.
Come and pick him up, Mrs. Chu.
Wherever you are.
The city end for 2 in a row for Freo.
It's a tough kick this one.
After 8 straight for Collingwood. Gets very close to the man on the mark. It is going to work its way back. Is it coming back enough? Hits the post.
There's a brilliant kick from Jackson, but just connecting the post.
Had it working the right way too, slightly off the instep, getting that nice little left to right at the end. As it was losing trajectory, just slammed in the pole.
But down to the last 35 seconds here of what has been a momentous quarter by the Pies. Kick out wide. McStay was able to spoil. Chris went and got it and disposed of it illegally, but the umpire couldn't see because his back was blocking the view.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. Definite throw, but just couldn't see.
And the boundary line right in front of the MCC members here. We'll have another boundary throw in 26 seconds remaining. Give us the score from that other game, please, Ash.
No, he's gone.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's off.
I'll give you the score.
Take it away.
Yeah,
you do it, Bernie. You do it. Don't want to fluff it up.
Little one here to Dacos as Bernie takes a while to get set. Oh, boy, we've got 2 in the back row out of form here at the moment. Lipinski handball to Quainer. Quainer's kick goes spiral on the run inside 50. What about that out the back door? Mark dropped there. Play on calls the umpire. Elliott got it to Chris. Chris for a little snapping ball goal. Electric from the Pies. Right on the halftime siren. Longmuir can't believe it. And the Magpies simply put on a second quarter show here at the G. And their fans and others absolutely loving it. 14-2-86 the Pies to the Dockers 5-3-33. From McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business by designing your lighting and electrical plans for free. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
The Sunday Rub takes the stars of footy
Mason Redmond, thanks for joining us on the Sunday Rub.
Thanks for having me.
and asks them the questions you've always wanted to know.
Red Dog,
Where does the Red Dog nickname come from? Is that something you've self-appointed?
Well, I think the Red Dog nickname is just from my last name, I would say.
Probably makes a bit of sense the more I think about it.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for North Melbourne and Hawthorn. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
Crisp golden pastry filled with creamy custard and delicious raspberry filling. It's the raspberry and custard pie from Macca's, or the new raspberry and custard pie in a McFlurry. It's a choose-your-own creamy adventure. Available for a limited time.
Folks, hot water for your home is a long game. You know what I'm talking about. Trust the one that's steady, hot and strong. There's a lot of hot water offers going around these days for brands you've probably never heard of. My advice, always ask for a Ream. Whether it's heat pump, solar or the very best in hot water, Ream have been building Aussie Tough water heaters in Australia for over 80 years. So if you need a hot water system, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
With the Bledisloe Cup on its way to the G Saturday, July 29, Triple M is giving you the chance to be there. Enter now on the win page at triplem.com.au for your chance to score tickets. It was a sellout in Melbourne last year, and it'll be even bigger this time. Don't miss out. Tickets are selling fast at Ticketek. The Wallabies against the All Blacks in the Bledisloe Cup, July 29 at the MCG. Enter now to win your way there at triplem.com.au. Wallabies, all together.
A wise man once said, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. But a wise tradie once said, if at first you don't succeed, things get bloody expensive. At Mitre 10 Trade, we know the importance of a job done right first time, and we know the trade better than anyone. So if you want your deliveries in full, on time, every time, and a trade partner that really looks after you, look no further than the dedicated trade teams at your local Mitre 10 Trade Centre. Mitre 10, the other hardware store.
Get 22% off big brand TV and soundbar packages now at Harvey Norman. That's right, get 22% off the package price when you purchase a TV and soundbar from the same brand in the one transaction. Like the Samsung 65-inch QLED TV for a hot $16.95. Perfectly paired with the Samsung Ultra Slim soundbar. Save $3.50. Buy them together and get 22% off the package price. 22% off same brand TV and soundbar packages on now at Harvey Norman. Must end Sunday. Terms and conditions apply.
At Stuart Marler. G'day, I'm Alan from Volkswagen. You said utes occupy a unique space between being a car and a truck. Firstly, I hope you don't speak to your mother with that mouth. And secondly, try ours. With all the next level tech of a car and the 3.5-ton pulling power of a truck, it's a beeping great space to be in. So, why don't you book a test drive today? The all-new Amarok. Born from tough love.
Steel prices are rising. But relax. You can still beat the increase with Best Sheds. Quality Australian engineered sheds made to order. You must be quick. See bestsheds.com.au now.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade.
Yes, from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. What about that second quarter, Collingwood fans? You're standing up and applauding as your mighty Magpies currently leading by 53 points over the Fremantle Dockers at the moment. It is Collingwood powerhouse. 14 goals to 86 points, as I said, over Justin Longmuir's man. 5-3-33. There's lots to dissect, of course, with the great Collingwood and Carlton superstar Daisy Thomas. Dominated on this ground so many times he can't even remember them all. That's how many times he filled up the highlight reels. But Days, Collingwood up by 53 points. It was sort of tight in that first term, and that second quarter they just went whooshka.
They certainly did. 5 points the margin if you're just joining us at quarter time, and Fremantle leading the inside 50 count, 16-10 in that first term, but the second quarter. And when we got to the ground today, this was why we were excited to come and watch the Pies, who are a dead set bums on seats franchise, as we touched on. When they get the ball on their terms, they slice and dice. They've got avenues to goal everywhere. 9 individual goal scorers from their 14 goals. in that quarter alone, they had 19 inside 50s to just 4 for the Dockers. So the momentum was all their way. The Dockers had absolutely no answers, but it's the manner in which Collingwood are going forward which is so impressive, finding dangerous looks every time they go forward. And when Nick Dacos has got the ball in your hands, I would be licking my lips if I was a half forward. He sells the cues as if he's going to hit up the forward who's breaking to the open side, and then has the ability late just to shape a kick. Found Taylor Adams a couple of times. His ball use is absolutely sublime, and it has got me absolutely stuffed as to why the Dockers aren't putting any extra time into him.
I couldn't agree more, Daisy. You saw it in the first two minutes. I thought Nick Dacos, second year, having the best second season since Dick Reynolds in 1934 or whatever, odds-on favourite to win the Brownlow medals. In that first 2 minutes, you go, right, the Dockers will make a statement here. They'll go to him. There'll be a body check. There'll be some physical pressure. And honestly, no Fremantle player went within 20 metres. Jager O'Meara might have looked at him once, and I just thought the tone has been set here. Nick Dacos can do whatever he wants, and that is exactly what has happened.
And if you allow that to happen, and to the next point that Darcy Moore has just perused the back line and taken intercept mark after intercept mark, you are going to die a very slow death, or in this occasion, a pretty quick one in the second quarter.
Yes.
I am absolutely flummoxed as to why sides don't decide. And I understand if you can tag him and you do try and tag him, it may not work. It may be too good to get around your tag, but you've at least tried to take something away from the opposition, which is one of their strengths. And his ability to not only find the footy, but it's his ball use as well. He isn't just an accumulator. He is a genuine star, one of the better kicks in the competition when he has it in his hands, one of the best decision makers in the competition. The lack of planning has been horrible by Fremantle. I'd love to hear in the post-match, and I'm sure we will, as to what they were actually trying, but it hasn't worked.
Needs to be an explanation. It's Collingwood up by 53 points over the Dockers. 14-86 Collingwood leading Fremantle 5-3-33. Lots of work for the Dockers to do in the second half. This is the half-time break, of course, for Mitre 10. Get in, get out, get on with it. A Mitre 10 trade. Hey, Daisy, what about Taylor Adams? I tell you what, he's had a game of it himself. He's had 16 possessions, also kicked 2 goals, laid the 5 tackles. We've mentioned this before. He was once a gun-on baller. I think second in the Norm Smith medal, All-Australian team, now playing almost exclusively forward. Been selfless so as that Nick Dacos can do his thing in the middle, and he's had a fine game today.
Yeah, when you start hitting the scoreboard like he has, 2 goals, 1, getting to some good spots, so his craft's obviously there as a forward, which is really pleasing for Pies, and because I feel like he's someone you still want in your side. When you come finals and you come against the hard and bigger bodies, if a Dacos is getting sat on, because there's no side that's going to be playing finals that will just allow him to do what he wants, there's then the option to throw Adams through the midfield, bring him up as a forward to the stoppage if you're getting beaten in around it. A big body, a seasoned body, but also a smart, selfless player.
Yes, very selfless, a very angry operator too. And him in the room's always got a bit of a snarl on his face, but that's how he plays and that's how he gets on. Of course, it is Collingwood up by 53 points. Now, it's been a very fine call by you fine gentlemen. Not only some great expert analysis, you and Bernie Vince, but also a lot of funny stuff as well. Wilbur's got, this stuff is so good, he's got 2 things lined up for the Amy Clangers. Who covers Clangers on and off the field? Amy does. I think first we're going to hear Ash Chua stuff something up.
Time in forward half and forward 50 entries so far, please.
It's actually 52%, 52% in favour of the Dockers, JB, but the entries in favour of the Magpies, 7 to 6. Absolutely.
Get him off! Get him off! Jesus Christ! Banfield.
Go get us a...
Latch onto it.
Imagine if you and Jay Clark spoke to each other.
What are we dealing with, Ash?
Go get a coffee, Ash. You need a coffee, Ash.
Oh, he's the best stats man in the business, but occasionally he might stuff it right up and we get a good laugh at it. Now, of course, the king of commentators, Brian Taylor. Now, not only does he do an incredible job, but sometimes he makes some strange noises, and I think something happened here in the second quarter.
So Ryan kicked the ball back in with just under a minute remaining. Goes very...
He's filthed up. He can't talk. He's choking.
This is your fault,
Great big guzzy come up.
This is your fault.
It's feeding off the energy.
I have got a guzzy that I didn't expect. at some stage, and it's got a mixture of elements about it.
An oyster has landed on the desk.
I tell you what, I'm going to have to cup it.
You need a drink? You want me to
in
get
my
you?
mouth for the remaining minute of this quarter.
Out the window, I reckon.
Poor old Pete Allen down there is about to cop it on top of his scone.
Just a seagull. We're going across.
Big seagull.
He's barracking for his team, Pete, and he's about to cop a great big guzzy.
Oh, guaranteed laughs on your Saturday, of course. Collingwood up by 53 points over Fremantle. This is the halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10. Quickly on Braden Maynard. He's playing. He's all heart and soul out there. Clearly got a sore shoulder, Daisy. You have to admire his effort.
You certainly do, and he seems like the perfect player to play through pain. However, his nature and the want for him to come forward to defend and hurt people, he probably doesn't make the smartest decisions in terms of protecting that, but that's why we love the Bruz. And I'm sure the Pies, if this game does start to continue in this trend, not start to, that they might be looking to sub him out and give him a bit of a spell.
Yes, that's right. And it's currently Gold Coast for Choice Hotels around the grounds, currently leading St Kilda up by 16 points in the second quarter up north. Collingwood here up by 53 points over Fremantle, of course. McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Time now for a news update with Ann Stone.
Thanks very much, guys. Voters in the Gold Coast seat of Fadden are choosing a replacement today for retired opposition MP Stuart Robert, but Federal Treasurer Jim Chalmers is talking down Labor's chances of gaining another seat.
I think what this is here is a very, very safe Liberal seat. It's been in Liberal hands for a really long time. There are typically swings against governments in by-elections, and so our expectations are tempered.
Warnings today about a new drug, a powerful synthetic opioid that has now been detected in 3 states and believed to have killed a man in Adelaide. The New South Wales government will help build a memorial for the members of a local AFL team at Singleton who died in the Hunter Valley bus crash last month. Yes campaigners for the Voice to Parliament will target young tradies after new polling shows the yes vote is more popular with women than men. The Pharmacy Guild is planning a massive advertising blitz in protest at plans to allow 2 months' worth of medications from September. The Matildas are now getting ready for their World Cup opener next Thursday against Ireland after beating France 1-0, and Novak Djokovic is into his 8th Wimbledon final. He'll take on world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz.
The IKEA sale is almost over, up to 50% off hundreds of products, and IKEA family members get an extra 15% off. Shop IKEA now, in-store or online.
A shower or 2 in Melbourne and 11 degrees right now at the MCG where it's half-time. The Pies leading 3-0 by 53 points. Police reply quickly to texting drivers. That's a message from the TAC as Triple M rocks footy.
That halftime break for Mitre 10 Trade. Get in, get out, get on with it at Mitre 10 Trade.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks footy.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks football.
On the radio.
With Daisy Thomas in here talking about Kane Corns and the Tim Taranto thing. Now, this has turned into warfare between Caro and I. So you can hear the montage that Footy Classified put together. Sensationalised comments. He's got a touch of the Caros about it. It gets better. Caro asks who I am.
Who was the clown who said you've got a touch of the Caros?
Was it Marty Sheargold?
Who was the clown?
Was it Marty Sheargold?
Yes, it was me, Caro.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6 on Triple M. Get the podcast now from the Listener app.
It might sound like I've lost control of the kids in aisle 5, but in my mind, I'm out and about, checking out the capital.
Rather see more in Canberra? You can, with Jetstar's Canberra sale. Fly straight from Melbourne Tullamarine to Canberra from just $59. Go on. Book now at jetstar.com. Sale ends midnight Eastern Daylight Time, 17th July unless sold out prior. One-way excludes check baggage, selected travel dates and conditions apply. Jetstar. All day, every day, low fares.
Cruise into cash at Bottle Mart.
Hey babe, we could win up to $100 for selected vodka cruiser 10 packs for $33.99 at Bottle Mart.
What?
You okay?
You just surprised me.
What is surprising is that 1 in 3 wins.
What?
Well, you better sit down because Victoria bid a 375ml 24 packs of $49.99 and Johnny Walker Black 700ml is just $51.99.
Whoa, I will sit down.
breakfast down the floor, hun. Catalogue specials out now. Shop your way at bottomart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, CEO of Builders Academy. Andrew, Builders Academy have won multiple training awards recently. Tell me, what's the secret?
Thanks, Brownie. We're really proud to have had over 8,000 graduates. We offer online, classroom-based and worksite training, and most of our students are able to study with subsidies from the Victorian Government. We're really proud of our industry-leading completion rates and the outcomes we help our students achieve to become registered building legends.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
RTO 21583.
Extra, extra. Have you heard the news? Steel prices are rising. But relax. There's still time to buy your best shed now to beat the increase. Get yourself a quality Australian engineered shed made to order. Choose from Best Shed's wide range of base models or customise from scratch. At Best Sheds, we have a shed to suit all budgets, backed by a 20-year warranty. Buy your best shed now and beat the steel price rise. See more at bestsheds.com.au.
AMX Superstore Epic is having a crazy clearance sale this weekend. Our year for sale is finished and we've pulled together all the leftover bargains from all stores into one massive crazy clearance sale at Epping. MX jerseys are crazy $10, helmets are crazy $49 and jackets are a steal at a crazy low $99. Plus there's pallets and pallets of other crazy deals. So get on down and check it out this Saturday and Sunday at AMX Motorcycle Accessory Superstore 336 Cooper Street, Epping.
What is it about our firsts? First car, first kiss, first time, first accounting software. Let's be honest, your first is never your best. At QuickBooks, we got you. Snap your receipts as you go, so you're always ready for tax time. And you'll never be lost with our award-winning customer support. Don't stay stuck on your first. Search for QuickBooks and make the switch today.
Shut up! The footy's on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
The Triple MCG, the margin here at half-time. Collingwood over Fremantle by 53 points. The other game, Ash, where's that at the moment?
It's half-time, BT. It's the Suns, 5-6-36, leading the Saints by 22 points, 2-2-14.
Can they make it, Ash? What's the score on the ladder with the Gold Coast Suns? That would be rather bizarre if they were to get up and topple themselves into the top 8.
Well, they can. Currently on the live ladder, BT, they're 6 points outside the 8. That's including this lead at half-time. So probably... Worst case scenario, 2 games. Best case scenario, possibly 6 points.
Crowd today mentioned, ran into the president of Collingwood on the way in, Jeff Brown, who was saying they are approaching the 1 million mark in participation. I think we've got, let's call it 60 here today. Where does that leave them? Are they over the million or not?
It'll be damn close. 935,000 have attended Collingwood games as we speak, so they need 65,000 today, BT, to crack 1 million. So they probably may just fall unders. But
any evidence of where that compares with the next best club, Ash, or not?
It would be, I would imagine, it'd be miles ahead, because Richmond, as we know, they're a powerhouse, and Carlton also have a strong following. But
you can lose form when you start guessing.
Yeah, but throwing teams around.
But the question without I'm not a walking encyclopedia of AFL statistics, but Carlton, BT, is 828,000 people have attended their games.
Okay. So it's fairly common.
Richmond? So Collingwood are about 100,000 ahead of them. And Richmond, as you know, they have an absolute massive following.
Terrible one.
Great padding.
And if we look at them,
this is good.
810,000.
Okay. There you go.
So Collingwood, Carlton would be second yet.
Well, would be second,
Ash,
or our second?
Grab that, Ash. Grab that other computer.
Essendon a second, actually.
Your computer's not reading things out right. There's a really easy column you can go to on a page, and it says attendances 2023, Ash. It takes quite a while to find this page.
There you go.
It just has up there. And
Essendon second too.
I forgot them, didn't I? By how much?
No.
What?
Yes, Essendon are second, Ash.
By 11 people.
Overall
That's
attendance.
It is 11 people.
That is stiff with a capital S.
I tell
but you're right.
When you don't speak with truthfulness.
I know.
He can see straight through that, can't you, BT?
Especially in the Triple M commentary box.
Boy,
he's had a bad first half.
What have you done, Ash? How many games have you done? 2,000? Have you done 2,000 games?
We'd probably be something.
Well, this has been your worst, mate. Today
Smell the cheese, Ash. Bang! And tipped his drink bottle over at half time as well. Went from bad to worse.
You're probably right, actually.
I can see you doing a Lockie Neal, Ash, last night. Poxy first half and then bounced back hard in the second half with a really high quality performance. I can see that in you.
Really?
Yep, 53 points. I'm backing you in, Ash.
He's not a believer.
I'm feeling more tense.
I'm backing you in, Ash. As we get ready for this second half, Collingwood electric in the second term. 53-point leaders at the half after they led by just 5 points at quarter time. And here we go. Is there going to be a response from Fremantle? Darcy and Cox. Darcy down. Aish stripped of it. Handball missed its target. Brayshaw went and found it. Tried to work his way through about 4 tackles. Eventually released the footy. Aish picks it up again. A left foot high floater. Inside 50. Here comes Amos. Couldn't hang on. Walters. Jackson on the way through. Early strike Freo. Necessary from Fremantle. They kick the first of the third term through Luke Jackson, who's got a couple. 6-3-39. Collingwood 14-2-86. Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
Decent chat being had between Taylor Adams, Scott Pendlebury and the umpire through the middle there after the Freo player did a genuine 720 and then threw the ball out.
Did 2 of them.
Did, yep. 360 plus 360, that'd be 720. That was correct. Good messed up. And then the high kick in.
Do you mean he did 2 720s? Or?
No, 2 360.
1440.
Yeah. Jeez, you are quick.
Jesus. We're really going in depth today.
Ash doesn't want anything to do with it.
Just grab my calculator.
Don't ask me.
Ash is really tightening up. Have a look at this guy bounce it. This is Joe Hansen. His old man's a union man from WA.
Whoa, Bristol knows.
Rebounds.
What happened?
He's had a shocker. It's,
he's flattered himself too. Harvey Norman.
Flatty. Don't make fun of him because, oh boy. You could find yourself in a bit of trouble. Opportunity here at ground level. Taylor Adams trying to shovel that. Pendlebury, little soccer along the ground. Aces first arrive, grab possession, tackled by Chris. Ball pin, spills to Henry. Henry farms the ball to O'Meara. They're away off half back here, Fremantle. Oh boy, it's still there. And I'm going to barbecue it. And over the line and out of bounds at half forward here for the Fremantle Dockers heading to the Punt Road end.
You find Bristol knows all the union people around Australia, not just here. Connected.
I'm totally a non-union man.
Connected, of course, to the front. O'Meara soccers it high in the air. Walters tries to slap it forward. Switkowski did. Jackson taking in a good tackle. Moore at half back. Handballs to Crisp, who's taken in a tackle. De Goey gets out of the Henry tackle and finds Crisp by hand. Streaming forward now, Crisp outside 50. Inside he goes and misses Lipinski. And the ball's out to be thrown in about 48 from home.
Payakaroon there from Crisp, just trying to get it off the outside of the boot. Wide with a little dribbler. And now boundary throw in inside Collingwood. City end forward 50. Starting to get a little bit of coolish down there, Jay-Z. A little bit of rain heading your way, I believe.
Yes, freezing here, Brian.
Okay, and not that happy. Here's Cox, knocked down. We don't care. Lipinski. Little one here, kept it rolling forward, did Crisp. Got a little handball there looking for Cox, too big to bend over. Elliott picked it up with just the one claw, gave it straight to Aish. His handball was smothered. Play on calls the umpire. The kick into Wagner, had to get rid of the handball, might have been Dick. It was Tracy, an opportunity there. Pearce went and got it, gave it to Ash. Ash out wide, thought about Henry. Here they go with Brayshaw dashing off half back.
Handball to O'Meara and then wide, finds Henry. Henry loops it to Jackson, who was being tackled as he received the ball. Gave it back to Henry. Henry then to half forward. Walters, good transition here, Freo. Outside 50, Walters. Low ball inside is good and finds Sturt. Best transition from defence to attack for the game for Freo.
Well done to Luke Jackson. Was absolutely sold up the river on the outer wing there, but good enough, smart enough to know, but also get his arms free so he could give it back to Henry, allowing that play to continue down that outer side.
Sturt, the set shot. We get asked a lot about the smart ass Parkeroon Bristol. I think he fought Jeffrey Fennick in one of the 12th Man albums, and that's where it comes from.
And his name was Parkeroon.
Yeah, that's it. There's Sturt to kick 2 in a row here for Freo. And he has got it. So a good start to this second half for Fremantle. And they move to 7-3-45. Collingwood are 14-2-86. Down to you, Jay-Z.
Yes, Sean Darcy, the big Fremantle ruckman, has gone straight down the rakes, hobbling on the right side. It's a right knee or ankle injury. Barely able to put any weight on with it. Downstairs with the doctor. Looks serious, JB.
Thank you, Jay-Z down there.
What are you eating down there, Jay-Z?
Yeah, there's food in the mouth in that cross.
Finishing me off for nuggets. What sauce did you have?
Get a look at it here on the Harvey Norman replay.
One in, please.
I might have been stomped on by Big Cox.
You wouldn't go off for a stomping, would you? Anyway, yes.
Yes.
Back in the middle, old steel wall's about to bounce the ball out there. Nick Foot. Here we go again. So Collingwood are a little bit asleep here at the moment. The Dockers have come out with a little bit of fire. Here's Pendlebury trying to soccer it forward. McCreary helped it with a gentle touch. Brayshaw got in the way, gave it to O'Meara. So they go forward for a third consecutive time in the half here, Fremantle. Maynard was there, got pushed out of the way. Free kick his way. It'll be Maynard at half back. Shane Warne stands side of the ground.
De Goey comes at the footy. It's broken up by Ryan. Just enjoying a little patch here, Freo. Not many. Good tackle, Brayshaw on De Goey. And we'll have a ball up wing, half forward for the Fremantle Dockers. They haven't had many good patches. About the last 10 minutes of the first term, and these first 4 or 5 minutes is about it. Jackson, Cox, O'Meara, Crisp to De Goey. Now the overlap runner, Markov, has a bounce down the wing. Long penetrating ball inside 50. Elliott out the back will take it. All day long. He had Walker beaten. Goal side. Simple mark for him, and about 20 out directly in front will convert.
We sacrificed a number up to the stoppage, have the Dockers. It was Henry on that occasion. His direct opponent was Markov, who just stayed off the back corner. And as soon as the Pies won that out through the corridor, no Fremantle forward, rounded him up, continued, so he was just able to go shoulders out. Can't allow that to happen.
For his third, and the Magpies' first of this third term, should get it, does get it. 3 goals, Elliott, 15-2, 92 Collingwood. And it's the Dockers 7-3-45. JC.
Collingwood's just made their sub. Tom Mitchell is on straight into the guts of the Magpies, and the great Scott Pendlebury's been subbed off. He has made the blue here, Craig McRae. He's stuffed this right up.
Jay-Z, there's nothing wrong with Pendlebury, though, is there?
Nothing wrong at all. Clearly just a management issue. Long season, has played every game. Just give him a little download.
Boy.
Download.
Pendlebury off. Mitchell comes into the game, goes straight into the eye-diddle-diddle. And Collingwood kicked their first goal of the second half. Prior to that, Fremantle had kicked the last 2. So back to the middle we go. Pendlebury a bit of a smile on the dial, doesn't look too unhappy about it. As he sits in the back row, as Jay-Z mentioned, all over it. The others just cottoning onto the fact that there's a picture there, we better talk about it. Back to the middle we go. Beautiful bounce by my man out there, Johansson. Mason Cox knocking it down in the palm for De Goey. Little handball from Josh Dacos to De Goey. De Goey sizzling 620 spin there. Got it to Dacos. Dacos might have been putting a bit of custard on it. Goes wide and finds De Goey. De Goey on centre wing. Short ball looking for Nick Dacos. Found instead Lipinski. Lipinski takes the mark amongst the Pigeons. Half forward for the Pies heading to the city end. Lipinski with a high ball looking here for the run of McStay. Over the back was Johnson, couldn't make it work. Pearce was there at ground level, fell over when he didn't need to. A lot of Collingwood players surrounding this. I reckon they've just got back on the bike, the Pies.
Walker it is. Knee clutching at it. He's in a lot of pain too.
So Brandon Walker. Everyone around him looking concerned. Game will stop.
Being told to stay down. He's trying to get up, but they don't look good.
Nah, teammates were waving their arms, weren't they? Straight away, saying, get out here. It's a serious one.
Running at me from watching the play.
Don't like seeing that ever.
Right knees holding.
So we're going to have an extended break here while Walker gets treated. He's got his head in his hands. You reckon he knows? Let's have a look. Tell us what you're seeing, boys.
Yeah, so you just went up behind Johnson in the marking contest. It wasn't when he took off, it was when he landed.
Caught under him, wasn't it?
Yeah, just sort of caught under him, just landed on that one leg and jarred underneath. They never look good.
His body pivoted as it went to ground, but his leg was stuck.
So this will be a long break. They're waiting for the ambulance to come on the ground as usual, the little mini.
Which is only just there, Bristol.
Yeah, but it's got to be wait to be called on, I think, by the umpires.
That's it.
Just get it on.
And it'll come out, heading out now. He's a rather nervous driver, a little bit like I imagine Ash to be in the car. Coming in from Point Cook, just not sure whether to overtake and get in that lane. Just do it, Ash.
Just leave his blinker on for 10 minutes.
Frustrate the shitters out of me if I was in a car with you.
Like, get it out
get
there,
on there,
and
mate.
if it's not needed, go back. Sure, I mean, common sense, surely.
Just get it out there.
He's just parked there waiting to be asked. We'll just get the bloody thing on the ground.
There seems to be a lot of people running out there.
We seem to take a lot longer than perhaps in previous years to...
So they're calling for the stretcher now. It was a signal from the physio who went out there. Doctor still with Walker on the ground.
Now,
probably could have taken it out.
Yeah, probably could have had him on the stretcher.
They're bringing a manual stretcher out when the truck is just there.
I think he needs to go on that stretcher then to be loaded on, JB. I think
Is that what it is?
I think that is the case. I'm flabbergasted the other one wouldn't have the same stretcher.
Oh, I agree with you.
More efficient if they had two stretchers.
Rather than run one the 180 metres across the ground.
So look, it's a sad thing that a player gets injured and looks like he does his knee, but it's really becoming a time issue here. Both teams congregating in separate little huddles at the moment, knowing this is going to be an extended break. So the scoreboard reads 92-45 in favour of the Pies, and everyone in the crowd, you can just have a listen to this. They're chatting to their little friend sitting next to them. Have a listen.
Yep.
Just a little...
A lot of conversations going on, Brian.
You can hear Pete and Mark Allen, two very, very slippery
customers.
Collingwood Nipsies.
Yeah,
they're sitting a long way apart because they don't really like each other as brothers. Interesting. And they're down there and just looking at their phones and buggerising around because we've got a big delay here.
Jay-Z?
BT, I'll tell you what they're all talking about down here. It's next weekend, Saturday night's game, Collingwood versus Port Adelaide, top of the table clash. Will Ken Hinkley and the Port Adelaide side let Nick Dacos run rampant?
No, you've moved on quick, Jason.
Next week.
We're in the middle of a major medical drama out here, and the game's still in the balance, and you've moved on. You've gone, I've just had enough of this one.
4 points in the pocket. But, I mean, let's be honest, these two teams are going to meet again. It looks like in September will be thereabouts. Will they tag Nick Dacos? Will they show their cards?
Have to.
How will they treat it, Bernie?
Have to. Willem Drew's done that now look for Port Adelaide this year.
The mini ambulance has just arrived on the ground now. This is...
farcical.
This is... Yeah, I'm reluctant to say what you said, but I'll agree with
I'll say it. It's farcical.
Yeah, just get him on the stretcher, and I'm not trying to be harsh or anything here, but get him on the stretcher and get some medical attention in the rooms.
Without being flippant of the injury, if it was a neck or something like that, you could 100% understand the time and care required.
True.
With the left leg, knee.
But the other point Brian made is this...
Yeah.
Like golf cart they use. Why haven't they got a portable stretcher on there already?
Just on the side.
Yeah. So you can get that straight out and there's no need for anyone to run one out.
It's a real area of improvement in the game. This is a few times now we've seen this. A big delay because of this.
And I think make the ambulance faster.
Geez, there's some
bigger engine.
Pink tops out there.
Righto, so Brandon Walker, who's got the pain-relieving
which is unusual
flute.
For a knee injury.
Yeah.
I would have thought, the flute. Very unusual, JB.
Well, I've obviously never done one, but they say there's extreme pain early if it is an ACL, and then
sometimes there is,
subsides quickly.
But it's not that painful that you would normally need one of those.
Well, he'll be taken down the race, down the Collingwood race, which is the wider one, of course, and then we hope that he's okay. So we're ready to start this game again. Going to be a ball up inside forward 50 here for Collingwood.
Well, the sub will be activated down there, Jay-Z, correct?
Nathan O'Driscoll for Fremantle coming on.
All right, well, we're only, 13 minutes into this third quarter.
Bit of light rain falling too now.
Yeah, it's going to get uncomfortable down there. Jay-Z, opportunity here for Hughes to crash through the pack, and the spirit of the game is going to have to pick up again. Everyone a little flat by what they've seen. And another ball up in front of the Collingwood City end goal. Jackson doing the palm down defensively to Pearce. Pearce searching for the boundary line, and because Johnson was somewhere in the vicinity, Umpire doesn't ping him for deliberate, even though it was. Fair enough. Well disguised boundary throw in Collingwood forward end.
Same spot. Left forward pocket, City end. Jackson with Darcy also off the ground, as we know. Handball into the path of Wagner. Schultz, who's been real quiet, falls on top of the ball. And we will have
Thank you, guys.
a ball up
Thanks, Lucky.
just outside 50 now.
Mason, look.
15-2, 92 to 7-3-45. Comfortable leaders, Collingwood.
Play on.
Johnson picks it up. Erasmus around the body. No one home for Freo. Easy mark, Howe.
Yep, Howe immediately sends it into the middle of the ground with a risky ball, but effective to side bottom. Side bottom with a handball to the running machine, that is Oleg Markov. He launches the ball deep. Coming at it and flying high was Elliott. Took on 2 Fremantle defenders. They all get up, unhurt by the looks. Ryan's little kick there to Henry. Knocked to the side, and now an opportunity for Fremantle. Sturt caught in the tackle, stripped to the ball, and Collingwood will get the free here, and it'll go the way of Markov.
Hamlin going back with the fly.
Yeah,
Just
take
left
a bow.
himself so open, though. You've got to protect yourself. I know it's good to be brave, but he was so open. Very lucky to get back up. That looked like it was a bad one.
Amos breaks it up from Maynard, and then Murphy wide to Quainer. Shane Warne stands side of the ground short. He goes to Josh Dacos. Right on the Toyota logo.
Is that the first time this half that a Dacos has touched the footy, Ash?
Nick did start on the bench for this third quarter.
Josh Dacos' 4th touch for the quarter. Nick yet not touched the pill.
It's raining heavier now, and that ball goes into the pocket and out of play. He's just watching Joel Hamling there. That was Jay Brayshaw. Like you can have stupid courage, and I'm with you, Bern.
Can't possibly.
You don't want to be doing that sort of thing if you don't have to.
I can't ever foresee that ever being part of your game.
Just comes to some people, doesn't it?
Does. You're spot on.
You just can't help it, Jim.
I wasn't one of them.
Claremont regarded as the sort of the South Yarra Toorak of sort of operators down there. They like it nice and clean and tidy.
Upper class.
Yeah, just a real,
no doubt about that.
A real elitist mob.
Let someone else. Generally, let someone else go back with the flight.
Well, if you absolutely have to.
Yeah, but then you take the free kick when he gets stretched off.
92-45 in favour of the Pies. Jackson knocks the ball towards the boundary line, picked up by Nick Dacos. Ball goes over the line out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw in. So a lot of play as the light rain continues to fall here in the Collingwood end of the ground, which is the City end in this third quarter.
Might even be starting to get a bit heavier for you, Jay-Z. We'll keep...
He's not there now. Where's he gone?
Is he gone, Jay-Z Clark?
I am here, and I'm suffering down here. It's getting heavier.
You've moved.
Jackson to the front, Cox at the back.
Play on.
Mitchell, a little left foot poker, didn't find its way through. Pierce. O'Meara got it from Jackson, dumps it high and wide. Tracy, Quaynor. Through comes Schultz. Gets it going in the Amos direction, but it gets past him. Murphy's got to track the footy back. Amos with Murphy. Out of play, no. Quainer did nicely. Kept the footy in, although missed with the handball. Walters back to Johnson. Getting more and more slippery now. Johnson's ball for Schultz is good. Schultz inside 50. Bouncing, not quite going through. McCreery actually kept it in.
He did, and then he had to handball backwards with the help of Howe. Howe goes back to McCreery, but they are in all sorts here, the Pies. 3-on-2 favouring the Dockers. Eventually brushed out to Banfield. Kept it alive. High ball to the square. Through from behind. Maybe a little bit of a push to Murphy there, and Murphy, in the end, will get the free kick. In the last line of defence for the Magpies. Just looking a little sloppy there in the last couple of minutes for the Pies. As you're right, JB, that rain gets heavier. A gloomy day at the G here. De Goey has taken the mark at centre half back immediately to the middle of the ground to Cox. Cox should have unloaded to Noble. Looked the wrong way. Now the chip over the top to Dacos. Nick Dacos, beautiful tap to Lipinski. Back to Dacos. Nick Dacos from 45 misses.
JC, Freo's days just got worse.
Yeah, dirty day for the Dockers. There's no doubt about that, JB. Sean Darcy has just come up to the bench in crutches. Right ankle heavily iced at the moment. His day is over. It looks like a serious right ankle injury. Brendan Walker off the ground also with a suspected serious knee injury. Carnage for the Dockers.
Yep. It's wrong already out. Cannot afford to have their best players not playing. Amos beaten to it. It was actually a touch ball. Murphy took the mark, but play on called. Quainer goes searching. Shane Warne stands side of the ground for Josh Dacos. Markov's run for him.
How many's he had, Markov? He's been fantastic today.
He's had 12 touches, BT.
I know, he's had a shitload more.
Old leg.
Surely.
He would be the only old leg that's ever played AFL footy, by the way. And he goes back there to Josh Dacos, who finds Quainer out of side. Bit of a lull in this game at the moment. Not a lot happening. Big lead for Collingwood. They look comfortable with it.
I saw the big ruckman from the Dogs, former ruckman. What was his name? Ilya Grigic yesterday. Yeah.
Thumped away. Gets past Henry inside. Collingwood's forward 50. Elliott. Lipinski. Side bottom. Left foot high one. And a good mark taken back there by Hughes.
Sensing not a lot of interest in Ilya.
Ilya Grigic.
Ryan has marked the ball in the back pocket.
Ruckman at the Bulldogs, is he?
Yeah, he was. Was heading north.
Played at Essendon and West Coast as well.
All right, Ash. Trying to regain his confidence. There's a free kick going the way of Moore for a hold. So Darcy Moore here at half forward, right in front of the MCC members. Scoreboard 15-3-93 Collingwood with the Dockers 7-3-45. Darcy Moore to send this one long and deep. Cox is there. Holds the pack apart. He flies off hands. Dacos. Nick Dacos kicks a behind. Just a miss. So 94 plays 45 on the Triple M scoreboard.
Still nobody going within 5 metres of Nick Dacos. Had the last 2 shots on goal.
Down to 2 on the bench. Freo, it's going to be a long afternoon from here. Long ball for Jackson. On hands to it, couldn't hang on. O'Meara ripped in a Maynard tackle. You don't get out of them. Ball up.
How nice must it be, Byrne, to know that you're one of the better players in the competition and you don't get tagged every week? Wouldn't have happened in our day, and I know that's starting to sound a little bit dinosaurish, but you just wouldn't allow it.
Here he is again, back to side bottom, and now Mitchell. Mitchell pushed as he kicked by Johnson, and Elliott comes hard at the ball, but it's marked in front of him by Hamling. Back to Wagner, uncertain where to go with the footy. Erasmus takes it inside defensive 50.
And he's looking sideways. This is their crab motion that they formate. They love playing this style to the little fella in Schultz. Schultz short ball finds Wagner. Wagner at half-back goes out very, very wide. So it's a slow progression forward. Something they've been criticised for all year, just playing too slow. I know you can't go every time. And now they're forced to kick down the line here with a high ball and taking the mark out the back there. I think will be Tracy.
Big Tracy.
So Tracy, true half forward, heading to the punt. Long ball in. Moore was shuffled under the ball. Banfield able to get the little front and centre ball. He's immediately pounced on by 2 Collingwood players, one being Noble, who I think will win the free, Moore being the other, and Noble at half-back, although Moore with the blonde hair and the headband got it.
Yeah, I think the skipper just reefed it off him.
Yeah.
Gives it to Oleg, Bristles man.
Yep.
Has a bounce down the wing, has another bounce. He's got Geordie to go, he just give it to him, the better player. Geordie a long one, looking for Elliott again out the back. He's got him this way about 5 times today.
That's called giving football. I don't want to get in the way of the special comments, but Markov gives it to the better kicker.
Just understanding your ability and then who's around you. On some occasions, it is your responsibility to continue to bounce the ball and ask for a Shepherd. On that occasion, he was smart enough to give it to Geordie to go, but then come back and Shepherd, as there was a chasing player, that's the reason and result in the ball getting out the back.
For his 4th, Elliott, and 2nd in a row in the game. And that's a goal to the city end. Got 4, 7-3-45, Fremantle. 15-4-94. In fact, make that 16-4-100. Collingwood, Triple M Titanium Caravan scoreboard.
So many times we've seen this afternoon, the Dockers just opened up through the corridor that you don't usually see. That's usually the number 1 spot that you're trying to protect on the ground. That was a slow ball in to a big pack. Moore takes the mark, and the spread of the Collingwood players to the outside, no Dockers whatsoever going near Markov or the centre of the ground. Absolutely horrible defence. Haven't provided much on offence, and it's getting worse for them on defence.
He's broken the lines a bit, Markov, today, hasn't he? That's probably the 4th or 5th time through the middle of the ground. He's
incredible. He's become a good player.
Reinvented himself in a better team.
And just playing that particular role, isn't he?
Yep.
They've generated 50 points from the back half, Collingwood. They're number one in that stat, usually averaging 38 per game, so way up already.
Nice little climb up the ladder there from Ash. Few rungs. Here's Dacos in the middle appealing for the free. He might have got it from the umpire that wasn't closest. He does, so he gets the free kick and he plays on immediately out wide. And the ball is good. A neat ball it was. And McStay takes the mark. He gets up, plays on immediately. The lead of Bobby Hill got in and under his opponent there. Couldn't quite pull off the mark. And now they dive on it. Ball up, Collingwood attacking zone. They lead by 55 points.
It was 53 at half-time, so they have increased their lead, even though Freo have been better. Erasmus to the outer side. Walters takes the footy over. And there'll be a throw-in outer side as the rain continues here at the G.
Everyone's got their black jackets on. It's a dark, gloomy day. Makes the G look really gloomy, doesn't it?
Does.
Rain, clouds, black jackets, winteries.
Yep.
Look at it.
Even the odd Freo dark purple doesn't stand out as a
Not a day at the races.
Substance. No, isn't. It's July day at the footy. They go inside.
Funny.
That's what it is.
It's a fair good races. No horses. Come on.
I know what you meant, Brian.
A little bit of latitude.
Meant there, Bristle. Inside defensive 50, it's Clark. Top of the goal square. This is a dangerous ball. Just gets to Aish. Releases Wagner. Wagner to Andy Brayshaw. Wants to give it to Johnson and then hung on to it. Goes with a long one, looking for Sturt. Murphy came across and crunched it. And it's over. 55 from home, Freo's end.
Another good player, Murphy. Just think of the Oleg Markov and the train tracks that he works within. Murphy very much the same. Spoiled, does all the basics really well. If there's someone in a better spot, he'll handball it to them rather than kick it himself. And most of the times he does kick it, he just boots it long out of his area.
Role players becoming a very dominant thing in footy. Used to be very much a basketball-driven phrase, I guess, but really appropriate to football these days. Guys doing certain tasks.
Just allows the better players to sort of free rein and free wheel out there. When you know you've got a reliable defender, you've got blokes in the forward line with the pressure players and through the midfield doing roles.
This of Daisy Thomas on Triple M football. Little one here at ground level, picked up by Josh Dacos. Squeezed the handball out to the noise of Adams. Adams got it back to Nick Dacos, squirted the handball sideways to Frampton. Took a long time to dispose of it. Maynard stepped through traffic. Banged it on the left boot and got good meterage with the ball as well. Out wide to Pearce. Taylor Adams gets him in the tackle. Pearce gets off the handball that wasn't accurate. Spills to Mitchell. Mitchell, the sub that's been activated for Collingwood. Pendlebury been taken out of the game. No problems with Pendlebury though, if he's just joined us. He's happy sitting on the bench getting a bit of a rest.
He's one of the great examples of that, Daisy Kane Lambert.
Yep, absolutely. Allowing Dusty Martin a free reel. He'd often come up, get defensive side, allow Dusty to spit forward, kick goals.
How selfless a career is that? Basically running defensive midfield cover for 8 years.
And the ability to then get forward and have impact as well. It's a selfless role, but one that no doubt internally is valued as high as the best players.
Mostly taken on, JB, with those that don't have a lot of tools.
Oh, I see, Brian. And hello to Kane, who's listening.
Just big hello. Have a few. I wasn't having to go Kane because I think he's quite
You've got to be realistic of where you're at.
Quite efficient, Brian, reckon.
He's got an armoury of tools.
Efficiency. Free kick here for Freo. Short one to Wagner. Right inside the Coles centre circle. Wagner can jam it forward. Does so now. Schultz had his jumper held. Then we'll get a free kick and Noble gives him a bit of a shove as he gets up.
Another one who just keeps evolving is Noble. Adding a bit more dare and dash to his game, but still well and truly playing within his capabilities. Testament to Craig McRae, who has managed to get the most out of his best players, but also these role players.
How many in a row would he have played, Noble? Ash, look that up while you've got nothing to do.
Frampton looks like he's got a bit of a hobble up there, JC Clark.
He certainly does. I was actually just looking at an exchange between Sam Darcy and Luke Jackson at the same time, JB, so not entirely sure what you're talking about.
All right, I see.
Sorry.
Schultz kicks it right up the chimney and drags it to the left and just sneaks it in for a behind. 7-4, 46 to 16-4, 100.
76 consecutive games for John Noble, BT, 10th in the comp.
That is a very, very good record, Ash. from that player. Here's Maynard marking above his head and half back.
You, mate.
Middle, he squirts the ball over the top to the faster moving Fisher. Adams gave it on to Nick Dacos, took a bounce in the wet, like it wasn't even wet. Close within 45. Cox at the back, keeps it alive. Collingwood still in the hunt. Here's McCreary, this way, that away. Goes backwards to side bottom and missed him. Side bottom applies a bone-crunching tackle. And Collingwood will get out of it with the ball up in the end. What about Dacos bouncing the ball in the wet?
How's the speed at which he went past two Fremantle players to receive that footy? Put the afterburners on, just needs to take an extra step to steady. Had 2 shots at it already this quarter.
High outside 50 ball here for Fremantle. Moore couldn't handle it. If I can be very, and I don't like being critical of him, Days, he had McStay wide open. Do you just have a fly at it when you're this far in front, or do you just take the short kick to a bloke 40 out directly in front?
The 40 out directly in front is definitely the team play, and if you are going to go deep into September, they're the goals that you need to take from probably a 50-50 chance of having a ping on the run to making it a greater percentage shot by finding the short.
All right, I'm asking you this. Would you have taken a ping?
Absolutely. I would have taken another bounce, tried to balk someone and probably buggered it up.
Bernard?
Yep, on the left.
Right. So universally, with our box, they would have taken the shot, even though there was someone wide open. Scramble ball here. Hill walks into the tackle of Erasmus, and he's gone holding the ball.
Yep, correct call by the umpire there. Free kick going the way of the Dockers. Ball brought out wide to Johnson. Johnson marks at half back. JB, down to you.
Yes, BT, JB was all over it. Billy Frampton, cork right quad, had it taped up and now about to try and warm it up on the bike.
And Ash, side bottom today. What sort of is his return game today? What sort of minutes has he played in percentage terms?
Yeah, he's had 80% game time, BT, for a return of 16 disposals.
Well, that's pretty good. Yep. They would have hoped that was going to be good, and I guess he's hoping, Jay-Z, from a point of view that he can play uninterrupted to the end of the year. Have you heard anything on side bottom, whether he's 100% ready to go?
Yeah, keen to build his match fitness, BT.
Cross goal. Bobby Hill almost ran into it, got a little handball out, trying to work hard here. Johnson to the boundary. Sorry, Jay-Z, it goes over the line out of bounds.
No, you're right, BT. Just trying to build his match fitness for the final couple of weeks, and of course September, of course they love steel side bottom, everything he provides, the footy IQ, the versatility through the midfield. He had a great year before he got injured.
So nearly an own goal, if you don't mind, from Freo. Now they've got to defend deep in their defensive area. Andy Brayshaw, left foot kick, hasn't gone too far. Going back with it, Adams, courage. Here comes Quaynor, and he misses with a flying shot by a mile. So we've got a massive audience in Perth. We're massive everywhere, Bernard, but Perth, they love us. Where are this Fremantle team at?
Well, it's a big concern for me. They got basically a non-existent forward line. They got Walters, probably their leading goal kicker. They need, I don't know, Taberner's been out most of the year. I guess Jackson coming in, he's been sort of hit and miss, but they've got a very good midfield. I love their midfield, but they just, I don't know, they just look uninterested at the moment.
Banfield on the wing, able to run away from Maynard, took a bounce, drawing little handball, gave it to Erasmus, back to Banfield, caught in the tackle, the awareness to get it out the back door to Schultz. Schultz's long handball, tackle after tackle being landed, picked up by Amira, went the Mungal punt, kicked it out of bounds on the full. Pressure from the Pies was good. Minute 28 remaining in the third quarter. So what does it mean from it? Is it resurrectable, do you think, Byrne, with just players, or do they need an injection of other things?
Their style, they play a very defensive style. I'd like to see them attack more. Like Collingwood today, take risks through the middle of the ground. They play a very safe, slow, wide sort of brand of footy. No real pizzazz or X factor to their game, and I think they've got a team that they need to play that way to get the best. They've got, a miss is up there, Amos, however you want to say it. But, they just haven't really got going up there. Their forward line's a concern for me. A bit like a Melbourne. They just don't really have key forwards that hit the goals, the scoreboard.
Banfield in the pocket, centering ball. Freo looking to get on the end of this. O'Driscoll, front and centre. Schultz couldn't get proper purchase on it. Then he got ripped in a ball-tearing tackle. Oleg Markov to the outer side. Pearson Cox. And those words you just got to be careful with. And then Aish back inside 50. Otherwise, you'll end up with what was his name, Manton, who had a Anyway, still going inside 50 and Quayner's taken over. And we're going to get a boundary throw in, I reckon, eventually.
You've got to remember this Fremantle team, they have beaten Geelong and they have beaten Melbourne not too long ago. As you said, BT, earlier, you thought they'd just turned the corner, won a few games in a row. Their concern is at home, though. Losing games at home, that's something that last year could just pencil in for Freo.
Can't call yourself a defensive side if you've given up 100 points in 3 quarters.
54 points down they are here, Fremantle, and made no inroads this quarter, but they have, I guess, effectively stopped the bleeding. That is Collingwood's game plan here, momentary. Here's Nick Dacos going down low to take the mark at half-back. Handball to Mitchell. Mitchell strolls through onto his left boot. A ball back in the middle, a little risky at this time, but they don't care. Johnson knocked it down to the gully. 3-quarter time siren sounds. It's a 54-point lead here to the Collingwood Football Club. They led by 53 at half-time. 16-4-100 to the Dockers, 7-4-46 on the Titanium Caravan scoreboard. The McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks football.
That quarter for Titanium Caravans. Titanium Caravans are built to tackle Australia's toughest conditions. Visit titaniumcaravans.com.au.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks footy.
fill up at full time with the Macca's Angus range.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
The Sunday Rub takes the stars of footy
Mason Redmond, thanks for joining us on the Sunday Rub.
Thanks for having me.
and asks them the questions you've always wanted to know.
Red Dog, where does the Red Dog nickname come from? Is that something you've self-appointed?
Well, I think the Red Dog nickname's just from my last name, I would say.
Probably makes a bit of sense the more I think about it.
Join the Temper Mattress call team tomorrow from noon for North Melbourne and Hawthorn. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's, Triple M rocks footy.
It's the final week of Amart's mid-year sale. Save with up to 50% off bedroom furniture, plus save up to 70% off on floor stock mattresses. Offers end Tuesday, so hurry into Amart.
Cruise into cash at Bottle Mart.
Hey babe, we could win up to $100 with selected vodka cruiser 10 packs for $33.99 at Bottle Mart.
What?
You okay?
You just surprised me.
What is surprising is that 1 in 3 wins.
What?
Well, you better sit down because Victoria bid a 375ml 24 packs of $49.99 and Johnny Walker Black 700ml is just $51.99.
Whoa, I will sit down.
Best down the floor, hun. Catalogue specials out now. Shop your way at bottlemart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Rugby's greatest rivalry returns to Melbourne. Following last year's sellout, be there and send off your Wallabies before they leave Australia for the Rugby World Cup. It's the Wallabies against arch-rival the All Blacks at the iconic MCG.
That is amazing from the Wallabies.
Be there when Eddie Jones's men in gold seek to reclaim the Bledisloe Cup on Saturday, July 29. All in, all together. Tickets are selling fast from Ticketek.
Goals. We all have them. Like Ava, Brunswick under-8s coach, whose goal is inspiring her team to play their best. And Sasha, whose goal is scoring lots of goals. Or the Combank Matildas, with a goal of doing us proud on the world's biggest stage. And Combank's goal, supporting football at every level and the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023. For all the goals we share.
Bunnings Trade now has amazing new redemption deals on big brand power tools, like a Makita hammer drill and impact driver kit with 2 5-amp batteries for $694. Plus get a bonus blower skin via online redemption. Check out the deals in store and online now at Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
G'day, Howie here. Want sports talk that's on point? Well, grab the Footy Talk podcast every day for the AFL opinions that matter.
I'm going to drop the F word here. Go. Flag pies.
Grab Sports Bazaar with Mick Malloy for a truly weird and wild ride.
I can't keep up.
Or grab my podcast, The Howie Games, for chats with sporting legends like James Hird.
Those dark moments, as long as you keep on moving, you're not going backwards.
Lift your game with Listener. Download the app and search Sport to listen.
Listener.
AMX Superstore Epic is having a crazy clearance sale this weekend. Our area for sale is finished and we've pulled together all the leftover bargains from all stores into one massive crazy clearance sale at Epping. MX jerseys are crazy $10. Helmets are crazy $49 and jackets are a steal at a crazy low $99. Plus there's pallets and pallets of other crazy deals. So get on down and check it out this Saturday and Sunday at AMX Motorcycle Accessory Superstore, 336 Cooper Street, Epping.
Shut up! The foot is on the radio!
Triple M rocks footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business by designing your lighting and electrical plans for free. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
Three-quarter time at the MCG. Collingwood lead by a safe 54-point margin, 16-4-100 to Fremantle 7-4-46. Close to third quarter, 2 goals apiece in that third quarter. Ash has all the Red Z lending stats.
Scores from turnover. Collingwood 11-2-68 Freo, only 2 straight 12. Nick Dacos leading ball winner with 29 touches.
Around the grounds, Choice Hotels.
We've got the Suns leading the Saints by 28 points, 4 to go before three-quarter time.
Jay-Z for Bob Jane T-Marks.
Yeah, still raining down here, Brian, unfortunately. And unfortunate for the Dockers, 2 serious injury concerns. Brandon Walker off the ground, the serious right knee injuries being assessed for that at the moment. And also Sean Darcy, one of the best ruckmen in the competition, on crutch, right ankle in ice. He will be assessed after the game, get some scans on that. For the Pies, Pendlebury subbed out. That is purely tactical. And Billy Frampton with a right quad injury. Braden Maynard, his sore right shoulder will continue to be a big story right up into the finals.
Casualty ward it is. Seabus Super, special comments there. Daisy Thomas and also Bernie Vince, guys.
Just a continuation of what we got in the first 3 quarters, the first 2 quarters in that third quarter. Fremantle scrapping and working hard, looking like they're a chance to transfer the ball and working really hard for their goals. But when the Pies get it, it's the ease in which they're slicing through, turning that defence around. No pressure whatsoever through the corridor on transition from D50 to forward 50, doing as they please.
If Fremantle are not going to win this game, I'd like to see them just take it on, Days. So you take it on through the middle of the ground, make mistakes. You're going to get scored against anyway playing safe. Just take it on. You're not going to win the game, win the quarter. Let's see if we can actually play a nice brand of footy.
Umpire holds the ball aloft. They're going to throw it from here on in. Cox and Jackson. DeGoey with a soccer off the ground to the broadcast side of the mighty MCG. Clark went and found it. Flicked over the top to Johnson. O'Meara now. Brayshaw running for him. He should give it back to O'Meara because he was closed down. Dacos came through. That's Nick. Tried to find Maynard. Maynard slips it to Mitchell. Rare handling error from Dacos. And he coughed it up to Schultz. And Henry's taken over the line. So all of that messy play resulted in about 1.5 metres being gained in territory by Collingwood. We'll have a ball in.
Mason.
Right in front of the interchange gates.
Yep, neutral territory on the wing it is. Collingwood by a handy margin, 54 points. Cox doing the ruck work down to Mitchell, the sub that's been activated. DeGoey went and got it, perhaps a little high from Ace. Umpire calls play on. Crisp off hand, spills to Schultz. Schultz gets rid of it to O'Meara. O'Meara to Brayshaw. Brayshaw gets it to Henry. Henry a short kick, finds an opportunity with Sturt. Sturt just out of the kicking range, 60 metres. City end of the ground, little chip over the top to Henry Marks, able to play on, didn't go for the all or nothing, went for the centering high ball, and using the body well was Dick Tracy.
Dick Tracy.
And
How good
he
was
has
that?
marked.
Absolutely folded up.
It got him when he wasn't ready for it. He made contact, initiated contact on Murphy. He was really open when he did it. Really good timing from the forward.
I need you to clear out
So,
the tick area right now.
Dick Tracy lines up from 25 metres out. City end, goal. Fremantle get the first of the last. He's got his second. 16-4-100 to 8-4-52 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
It's the first time, or the second time I should say, that we've seen them come out after a break and kick a goal in the first couple of minutes. Really good body work there. Murphy trying to get back and time his run for a run and jump spoil. Tracy was the one that initiated the contact, then came back onto the ball. I like the fact that the magnet has been moved and Henry's been injected up on this wing, providing a bit more speed and pace into the game for the Dockers.
Good size, Dick Tracy.
Yes.
95 centimetres, 92 kegs.
Large unit.
Should be able to do some damage.
What's Amos done today? Amos.
2 possessions, 1 major.
Righto, so we are in the middle again. Throwing up ball here, and Cox jumps at it down to Mitchell, taken instantly by O'Meara. And then Cox is ripped again in a tackle. O'Meara off the ground. Through comes Schultz, pretty clean too. O'Driscoll now from 48. No connection at all. He couldn't have slaughtered that shot on goal if he had another go at it.
Is that off his knee?
Nearly missed the boot.
Got a cherry on his knee.
Mason Luke.
Played with a bit of dare though. I like this from Freo. Taking the game on, flicking the ball out, running hard forward. I like it.
He looked so confident on the left until he had to execute. Boundary throw in. Cox and Jackson. Gee, that fell way short. Noble. Little handball was smothered to the ground. Umpire lets go. Switkowski was there. Picked up by Maynard, swung into the ground. Hurt his shoulder in the first minute of the game today and has been sore ever since. But bravely played on. He's going to be in that situation for the rest of the year. Cox, Jackson reaching out the back. Schultz had a little ping. Upended. Josh Dacos along the ground. The Bobby Hill ran over the top of it. Over the line and out of bounds at half-back for the Pies.
Was that grown for the tackle? How applied there?
Yeah, big tackle on Schultz. I thought it might have even been a dangerous tackle.
48-point lead for Collingwood, who are the table leaders we know. Best team in the comp. Ball thrown in. Jackson and Cox. Switkowski. A high ball forward. Thought there was a hold on Amos. Might have been Murphy, lucky to get away with it in the square. Thumped through for a behind. 47-point lead, Collingwood.
Around the grounds, Ash Choice Hotels.
3-quarter time, Suns 9-7-61 leading the Saints by 28 points, 5-3-33.
In control of that, Ash. Where are we going after this game today, Ash?
Yeah, Marvel Stadium. Carlton taking on Port Adelaide. No changes to either side.
Very nice. Here's McCreary out the back door. He's looking for a volunteer runner to go with him.
Big rhino.
He got a handball and a handball receive.
Oh, no.
Then McCreary sockers it back into the 50. Ace went out. It got banged into by Elliott. Spills out to Clark. Clark over to Henry. Henry a handball to Ryan. Ryan, clever little tap. Found an opportunity here with Amos. And now it's over the line and out of bounds. And we'll have a boundary throw in at half forward for the Pies.
Fair case mounted for out of bounds on the full there.
Yep.
I like it.
100 plays 53 in favour of the Magpies on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business by designing your lighting electrical plans for free. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
They're going to have to chain this out if they do win at the Dockers. They've got the extra up at the stoppage, allowing Howe free behind the footy.
To the front, Johnson and O'Meara. O'Meara had the arm taken in the tackle.
Had it free, had the ball, or the hand that he was holding the ball with free. Probably should have been holding the ball.
Ball up, 50 from home here for Collingwood. O'Meara around the body. A little hand in. It's Markov who takes it, flicks it over the top to Crisp. Mitchell's going to get met by Johnson. The ball goes out again.
Been no sizzle in Collingwood's game after half-time, really. It all came pre the half. In fact, a lot of it came in the second quarter when they kicked, 10 goals, Ash?
Yeah, 10 goals, 1 BT.
Yeah, scintillating quarter of footy it was from the Pies. Here's Cox and Jackson working to each other. O'Meara didn't pick it up. Little handball comes out, intercepted by Crisp. Likewise now by Henry. Gave it to O'Meara. O'Meara down the wing. Moore was in the box seat and takes a double juggler.
How many intercept marks, Ash?
Triple M Red said intercept marks. That's number 6 for Darcy Moore.
He's against Dick.
Dick Tracy.
I
forget what his actual name is. Josh. Is it Josh?
What is it?
Don't know.
Yeah, Josh.
Everyone has a check.
Commonly known as Dick. We'll leave it at that.
Josh Tracy just hasn't got the same about it. So
The same punch about it.
Parents should have called him Dick.
Yep.
High footy. Cox in front, couldn't hold the mark. Chris banged off the front and centre on the half volley. It was nice, but he too got clobbered in the tackle efficiently by Erasmus.
So ball up, 60 from home here for Collingwood. Jackson, clean possession, and kicks it straight up in the air. Where did that noise come from?
That was the umpire.
Absolutely
mixed.
What are you doing up? Into the middle, Markov, a hand in. Oh, the lurking De Goey. Sticks it wide here for Hill.
Bobby.
Bobby's got the good wheels, but it didn't sit for him. Hughes comes in and gets absolutely owned by Bobby Hill. Pies fans wanted holding the ball, didn't get it.
Umpire said no prior. Umpire Brendan Hosking out there. Pies fans a little erratic out in that old Bay 13 area. Opportunity for Cox. That's where it was, JB, wasn't it?
Yes, I oath it was.
Mitchell. Little squeezing handball, got it to Josh Dacos, goes inside 50. Frampton was there standing tall, couldn't win it in the air, off hands McCreary, caught in the tackle here by Pearce, dragged to ground, no prior. He'll get a call up here, 25-30 metres out in front of the Collingwood goal at the punt road end of the ground.
Where they used to go shirtless and worship the great DK Lilly back in the old stand days. Picked up here by Erasmus, got his way through and gave it off to Hughes. You heard the touch ball call, so wide we go. The fist away will almost work for Lipinski. Now Noble gets a drawing from Swikowski, and we're in the middle.
How come we never hear from the great DK?
He lives a quiet life now, the great man. At South Perth, overlooking the city. Got the property down at Augusta.
Never did the commentary like all of those other players.
Well, he didn't need to. He's the greatest of all time. He does what he wants. One of the great wine lists ever assembled in the history of Australia, that man. As Dacos almost. Andy Brayshaw flicks it out in the path of Aish. Aish, high and wide, looking for... Not finding Dick Tracy, and it was Moore who was infringed.
Yeah, he got a free kick, front on contact by Dick Tracy. Moore. Short ball to Dacos. This is Josh. Give us a bit of a look at what Josh and Nick have had today, Ash, please.
Josh Dacos, 25 disposals, second most on the ground, throwing a major. And Nick Dacos, leading ball winner, 32 touches, 7 clearances, 530 metres gained.
Don't want to say it, and no one sort of picked up on it, but I did pick him to win the Brownlow before Broad pick this year, and that is on the
record.
Video, on the record, very much publicly on the record. In fact, an article written about how stupid I was to pick him as a Brownlow chance.
Who wrote it?
Written by some social mob at 7.
Inboard goes Fox.
No apology.
Just clipping his own team.
Tucked away by Hamling.
Giving them a bit of a clip, but also going, like
Rux.
Not many people were able to see that.
Thanks, guys.
Nostradamus.
That's it. What are you saying, BT?
I'm not sure.
Channel 7's Brian Taylor makes outrageous Nick Dacos call for 2023 AFL season.
Who the hell does that person think he is?
Can we have a name?
I don't know who it was.
Ball in. Inside forward 50 here for Collingwood.
How outrageous is it now?
O'Driscoll, Erasmus. O'Driscoll running back onto the ball. If it'll sit for him, he can flick it over the top. It doesn't. There's Josh Dacos now. All the way back to Noble. Noble back to Josh Dacos. He just hacks a left footer inside 50. Belted away from Elliott. Brayshaw went and found the ball and got taken out of play, or has he remained in? Might be out. It'll be thrown in.
Got to the bottom of this. There, BT.
Yes.
Article
Mason,
written
Luke,
by Jay Zaromsky.
Not sure who Jay is, but it was wrong.
Jay Clark?
Oh, Jay Clark, was it?
No, Jay Zaromsky, it says.
Well, that could be Jay Clark in disguise. No wonder. He
Jay-Z.
was disparaging of myself. Little opportunity here, ground level. Picked up by the Pies. Nick Dacos got up, took his kick, got up to the square. They fly. Elliott was there. Rush through from behind. 16-5, 101 Collingwood, 8-5-53 the Dockers on the Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yep. Flan Ryan, bring it back in. He's going to go short and find Clark. Does.
Even that for a kick. So you bury yourself now. You can only kick at one spot, and that's long down the line. And that's where it'll go.
That's exactly what happens. Jackson and Cox. Almost Jai Amos in the air. Henry was running but ignored. Sturt. Now Sonny Walters. Henry. It came off the back of Sturt's heel into a Collingwood player's hands. Now Crisp able to go long down the line. Pearce should fold off here and take the mark, and does.
Outside 5.
So Alex Pearce, this game has absolutely stagnated since half-time. There's virtually no movement at all in this game of footy. Brayshaw will take that. Should give it to O'Meara, doesn't. Might have been closed down if he had have. Got Jackson centre half forward. Might as well go there. Got an out size.
Yep.
Doesn't. Goes further up the field. Tracy involved at the back. Sturt takes a chest mark. Middle of a pack of players. And he'll take a shot on goal, 35 out, not much angle.
He'll certainly take it. Landed in his lap. Harvey Norman replay, carried the big pack that assembled, and he was last man standing. Gave his opponent a decent shove in the back. That's why he was unopposed. The Braz not happy with it.
Got a half-decent conk on him too, old Sammy Sturt.
That's Patricia's.
Yep.
Strong nose.
Not quite Tunnicliffe size, but that
small snorkel.
That size of thing is for his second of the game. Sam Sturt normally kicks it pretty well, and that is no exception. Straight through the guts. 2 goals for him, and that is the 9th goal for Fremantle. 9-5-59. Collingwood a 16-5, 101. JC Clark.
Well, JB was the call of the year from BT, really, calling the second-year sensation to win the Brownlow medal, despite the clickbaity attempts from the Seven Social team. But the big question for Bernie and Daisy, of course, is does he pocket another 3 votes today, Nick Dacos?
Well,
so if you're umpiring today, would you give him?
Right now, I would.
Have to. 33 disposals so far, 7 clearances. He's had 2 of them were centre bounce clearances. He's kicked 2 points. He's probably missed a couple.
It's probably more De Goey or he. I think you'd be raffling the votes before if I was doing them, but I'm not.
No, you seem like you want to.
Well, we'll give him now.
All right. And then I've kicked the last 2 goals of the game here. Really, it's been a stinker since half time. On the Brayshaw.
Touch up.
Overlap Runningham, one to Henry. Henry went down low and got hold of it and gave it to Sturt. Sturt back to Brayshaw. Brayshaw confronted by Adams. Got a little gimme kick that side bottom Parsley brought to the ground. Look at Plainer. Great vision out wide to Adams. Adams to Lipinski. Lipinski trying to draw the defender. Just got rid of the ball over the top to McCreary. McCreary went without the footy. He had it spent before doing it. Ryan picks it up, does a little spinning 180 pirouette, got it to Ash. Ash back to Brayshaw, turns boundary side, able to get rid of the tackler and Pinsky and find an opportunity with Sturt down the line. Sturt marks at half back.
Keeps hurting himself.
The Bros. He's coming off.
Out of him.
He's coming off.
Trying to hurt other people. He's hurt himself.
Wasn't that a great example days before of why side bottom's such a ripper? Just a hand in.
Didn't give up on the play.
Just break up a ball that was otherwise going inside 50. I love the whole career that bloke's had. Holding the ball against Erasmus. Adams to bring it away, and he will now be caught holding the ball. Has to be. So it was Johnson who ran him down.
Side bottom would have to be one of the best double-sided players in the...
Ian Leon Cameron, I reckon you could flip it between. Sam Mitchell over 15 to 20 metres, but the distance those two get.
Johnson inside 50. Oh, here comes Dick Tracy. Look at Dick Tracy out of the square and just presenting the big mitts.
Isaac.
That's better.
A lot better. Presenting at the footy. Big, strong boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Flies at the footy.
Rude heck.
I want to see a bit more of this from Big Dick Tracy.
He's got to throw it.
I like what he does
like a sweep over,
when he does it.
Sweep over his car park or something.
So for 3 in a row here for Freo. It looks right off the boot. No, it's there. He sneaks it in. Got 3, Dick Tracy. Got 10, Freo. Still comfortable for Collingwood, but 3 in a row for Fremantle. In fact, they've kicked 5 of the last 7. And it is 16-5-101 to 10-5-65. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yeah, equal PB for Tracy. Big Dick Tracy, 3 goals. Expect like a player like that at Fremantle, crying out for a big key forward. The right size, the right height, weight, flies at the footy. Just probably needs it delivered a little bit better days.
Let's see, 29 game. No, that's Josh. Yeah, that's him. Josh, 29 games into his career. So the big boys do tend to take a bit longer. You'd love to see a bit more crash and bash from him. He's going to get those ones few and far between that'll lace out where you present with no one chasing you. It's the big crashing in the pack, bringing the ball to ground against a Darcy Moore where you can really have some impact for your side.
Fremantle in their last 6 games play 3 of the top teams. Geelong, Brisbane and Port Adelaide in that, and then a few of the middle rungers as well, so it's not getting any easier for them. As they punch the ball to the ground, picked up here by O'Meara.
He's been good today, O'Meara.
Handball to Aish. Free kick down the field. Will go back because no advantage.
Dick Tracy.
As Dick Tracy tried to
going back.
Play on them, and it was really just never going to happen. So I'll come back to O'Meara at half-back. Scoreboard reads 16-5-101 to the Dockers 10-5-65.
Going through the middle.
Short ball to Hughes. Hughes, a funny little spanner kick. Lands in the waiting arms of Chris.
So you've gone from the true centre half-back position wide to the wing, and then you kick it to the opposition.
Completely lateral, and then straight back to the
how the boys in the back row losing their patience.
Mason.
Jeremy out of Cox. Up they fly. In front was Johnson. Off hands is Elliott. Tried to gather the ball and squeeze through a gap that he couldn't get. Dacos able to get rid of the tackler. Right foot snapper.
There are the votes. 3 votes. There's the votes.
Sensational from Nick Dacos. Collingwood first goal of the last quarter. Wow. 17-5-107 to the Dockers. 10-5-65. Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Wow, to shrug the tackle. He looked on. That tackle just looked like it was going to stick and he was going to get brought to ground. Didn't see the Fremantle player who made the tackle, but he eventually got through it. I think it was Johnson. No, Hughes tried to make the tackle, as we see on the Harvey Norman replay, but to just have the composure to think, I'm going to get out of this tackle, and then I'm going to shimmy around, snap on my left, know where the goals are, straight through the middle. What a player.
Took the barbecue to Mitchell as well, who was calling for it.
Yeah. No, it's fair enough.
No, that's a shot. That's a shot on goal for me, especially when they go through.
I remember my second ever training session, and Leon Davis said to me, you're not going to win goal of the year by hitting the hot spot.
That's right. And boy, didn't you guys stick to that plan?
It was a car off of BT.
Switkowski over the top to O'Driscoll on the bounce. Markov comes and confronts him. O'Driscoll hacks another left foot ball inside 50. I don't know if he is a left footer, but he shouldn't be.
He might be.
Erasmus picks it up.
Which is a concern.
Left foot around the body. Sturt's there. Quaynor got a hand in and broke it up 10-6-66 to 17-5-107.
Probably took that advice a little bit too literal, you and Leon Davis.
Dids down there.
Shots from everywhere.
Dids, there was another one. There were 4 menaces that used to all want to kick speckies from the impossible angle. There is Noble.
0 goal assists in their careers.
Yep.
Well, sometimes you got it thin and hit the top of the square by accident.
Noble.
Yeah, see, I don't do the team.
Searching the north side of the ground. High footy, punched away by Pearce. Kept alive by Lipinski. And we'll have another ball up right in front of a very benign MCC members.
Yeah, they're not interested.
No.
Rux, Luke.
Good crowd in today. Around about 60,000, I would think, Ash. Just taking a bit of a glance.
Yep, number hasn't come through as yet, but very close.
Telling you, that'll be about it. There's a little knockout.
Very good crowd in Tilbristle.
Right. Little one comes to Brayshaw. Knocked out of his hands. And holding the ball. Free kick ball going to Dacos here. I think it's Nick or Mitchell.
Nick, I think, well, Mitchell wants it. Come on, he's not on. He's already got a Brownlow.
Toby.
There's a short one here for Howe. Good to see him back playing footy. So this one's really over about the 4-minute mark of the second term. And it's been one of those ones where nothing much has happened since. McCreary unable to mark in front of Johnson. And a ball in. 6 minutes and 42 seconds left. Collingwood will go on and win another game. They remain on top of the ladder. Freo, you've got to start thinking that finals are done for them. As Cox missed with the boot.
Yeah, it's all over for him, JB.
Yeah, it's enough. Crisp high in the air. Pearce battles, then meets solidly. Adams absolutely clobbered him. Andy Brayshaw picks it up on the wing, gives it back to O'Meara. Oh, look out! Through came Erasmus.
Jesus.
That was almost unbelievably thumping. That contact all the way back to Dick Tracy and a short one into Schultz. I don't think Erasmus knew what was coming.
No, he can't have. He's not that stupid.
He couldn't have known what was coming.
That had Jared Harbrow written all over
that
it.
Was
the
Jordan Lewis.
Lewis.
Closest thing to a car accident, wasn't it?
And you could just see it unfold, couldn't you? And he missed everything in the end.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
The seas just parted at the exact right time.
They needed to.
Even if I had seen that coming, I would then say, if I hadn't, sorry, I would then say I had seen it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You'd claim that, wouldn't you?
You claim
if you're Neil Erasmus. As Schultz misses badly to the left.
Neil.
Jay-Z Clark.
BT, how have you seen Brett Roseberry in his 500th big party tonight, of course, after the milestone game?
I tell you how I've seen him. Haven't even noticed him today, and that is how good he is. Don't you reckon?
Great call. Yes. Yes, I do.
Yep. He's just unplugged himself after that first game.
How many Neils playing in the
Not many.
AFL?
No, there aren't many. Same as Eric. It's not a big name.
Errol?
Yeah, there's only one Errol.
Old League.
Yep. Definitely only ever been one Old League.
Oh, that's him again.
What's he doing?
I don't know what's
He doesn't
wrong with
understand what he's doing out there.
Come on, Neil.
Straight up, please. Thank you.
He loves it.
Neil
Josh, you up?
Erasmus.
Mason, thank you.
Just worked his name out.
No, I have, but...
Play on.
Interesting, isn't it?
It's not Lipinski's best. Just kicked it out in the full.
Outside 5.
What's he had today, Lipinski? Ash, feel like he's just going.
He's had 13 touches and 3 marks.
The wet
Outside
pill.
5.
Just get in the bag and find us a
Play
freshie.
on.
Round the Browns Choice Hotels, Ash.
Suns by 24 points over the Saints, halfway into the final quarter.
Okay, ball comes towards the boundary line, and none of the official crowd has come through, but I'm tipping around the 61 mark. Ash, have you heard anything?
No, but Collingwood, they've averaged 59 against interstate teams this year, so it could be on the money, BT.
Pretty sure it'll be in the 61s. Let's have a look anyway. Little opportunity here for Noble applying the tackle.
What do you reckon the crowd, Burn?
I'll go 62.
I'll go 61-1-7.
I'll go 61-1-5-6. Dacos on the corner. High footy.
Play on.
I might have left the number out of that.
O'Meara ducked underneath the tackle, therefore didn't get the benefit of the free kick as the umpire is right there. Old Steel Wool here. An opportunity now as there's a stack of players around this will have a ball up. So checking the scores. Collingwood 17-5-107.
Thank you, boys.
Dockers 10-6-70-67. Let's go around the grounds, Ash.
Suns 10-9-69, leading St Kilda by 24 points. 7-3-45, halfway into the fourth quarter.
Just done some homework, BT.
Yeah.
Neil Marshall was the last Neil to play in 1998. Neil won 4 games. Do you know what team?
Josh.
No. West Coast. Neil also played for Claremont, I think.
Don't remember a Neil Marshall?
A lot of Neils at Claremont.
No, more likely the Olivers and that sort of types. This is Pearce lying on top of Johnson.
Magnus.
And neither are able to get it out of there.
It was coached by Neil Craig.
Yeah, you were. Jose Clark.
A quick recap of the injuries today. Unfortunately, a serious-looking knee injury for Fremantle's Brandon Walker was taken off in the Medicart. We'll have scans, but it did not look good, JB. Also, Sean Darcy, one of the best ruckmen in the competition, got a serious-looking right ankle injury on crutches and eye strap to his right ankle. Also, Billy Frampton got a bit of a corky, and Brandon Maynard a right shoulder injury.
JB, what has happened to the crowd at Collingwood?
Yeah, that seems to have dropped off a bit, doesn't it? It normally comes late in the game. This one's been decided for so long. Maybe they haven't felt the need to go for it, but it hasn't been as prevalent. I will agree with that. There's 40-point lead here for Freo with 3 minutes left.
Quainer, half forward. Collingwood just wanted to finish. So do Fremantle, for that matter. It's been an old battle-scarred day as goes inside 50, and the mark is taken here by Johnson. Got long arms, Johnson. Very, very long reach.
Alex Pearce.
Horrible, wasn't it?
Gotta be better than that.
Find some body.
As a key defender, he just let his opponent just walk around him, basically. He just thought, well, he forgot that he had opposition out there. And Ash Johnson just thought, well, he's got no body contact on me. He doesn't know I'm just going to pop around in front of him and take an uncontested mark in the end. Just really poor defending from a senior player at Freo.
Will we get his afternoon tune, man?
Ash Johnson, very important to the Collingwood makeup.
What's Ash's set shots? Ash Johnson.
Third goal today, and he's got it. Johnson drills straight through the middle. No problems at all. Collingwood 18-5. 1-0 12, is it? To 10-7-64.
1-0-12. Says a radio station.
1-1-2. 1-1-3 it is. So 1-1-3 to 67 in favour of the Pies. So I was getting. Oh, there's the Collingwood chant. Yeah, they're gentle.
There it is. Yeah, it's passive.
Third goal for Ash Johnson.
He's been good. It's something that he needs to continue to do. Obviously trying to cement a spot in that forward line. McStay coming back now as well. Johnson, only the 7 disposals, but 3 goals. He's more than serviceable.
Serious talent.
Brings just a different look to the forward line. You've got Elliott down there who's slightly similar to him. But because he's a touch smaller, he gets the bigger matchup, jumps on heads, gets him at ground level. He could be a start.
Nicely down by Cox. Little toe poker back to Jackson. Through came Erasmus. He's shown a bit in this last little bit. And the left foot ball's horrible, misses. I don't even know who he's attempting to target, but Chris picked it off. Gave it to Dacos, who goes in search of his brother on the wing. O'Driscoll there as well, and O'Driscoll managed to break it up. Minute 56 left. 113 plays 67. Cold, wet Melbourne July afternoon. I can see something with the Barossa Valley with my name on it in about an hour and a half.
Well, yeah.
It might go down the whole thing. Cork, bottle, everything.
Straight from the bottom?
Yep, it might well. Ball in.
Stayed it.
And Cox just slaps it back out of play, gained about 25 metres. And that's going to be thrown in as well. 18-5, 113, good Collingwood. Freo have battled on. They are 10-7-67.
It is a real red wine fire sort of night, isn't it?
Yep.
Open fire.
Yep.
Maybe some candles.
I don't know about that. As Erasmus takes it, handballs it into the path of Hughes, who gets tackled firmly as he takes possession of the ball. They get another ball up between centre and centre half forward, punt road end, Collingwood in attack. We've got a minute 36 left. As Jay-Z Clark has told us, there's been big injury in this game. Walker with a suspected serious knee injury. And Darcy also in real strife on crutches, as Andy Brayshaw needs to give it back to Hamling, and then back to Ryan, who's going to walk into trouble. Hamling again has it. They cannot find anyone clear here, Freo. Around the body, almost crisp, but stumped away from him. O'Meara on the wing. Cox just went with an arm in. Fair enough late in the game. Jackson through the middle, looking for Henry and finds him. 45 from home, directly in front.
Well done to O'Meara. You're right, Cox didn't really want to put the body on the line, and fair enough too, but O'Meara committed as error. Got through there, slapped the ball to his own advantage. Handball to Jackson, and then a nice kick for a big man going inside forward 50 to the advantage of Henry, who turned around on a leg.
So, Henry, for his first of the afternoon, it's a horrible ball. In fact, it hasn't even got the trip. Hit the behind post on the full. So the relieving kick for Collingwood will come for Murphy. Leading possession getters both seams, Ash.
He's on the whole way.
Ash.
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone?
Yeah, he's back
out.
What the hell?
He should have.
He's had enough.
He's taken off.
Yes.
He probably should have left earlier, to be honest.
My God, what sort of an afternoon are we dealing with here?
Nick Dacos has had the 36 and 1 goal 2.
Yep.
He's the leading all-comers from his brother with 31.
And for Freo,
O'Meara with 30 and Brayshaw with 30.
And we've got how many?
1 second.
No seconds left. So the siren's going to sound. And there we are. Hard-fought win in the end for Collingwood. Grinding win after a 10-goal second term. They were always taking the 4 points, and they remain at the top of the ladder. Carlton, Port Adelaide, the next game we're going to go to, but the votes went where, boys?
1 vote, Jamie Elliott, kicked 4 goals, was very good up forward on a wet, slippery day. 2 votes, Josh Dacos, 31 disposals, 7 clearances, 12 of them contested, and 3 votes, probably could have got, I think, 6 votes, all 6. He was that good. Nick Dacos, 36 disposals, 7 clearances, 11 contested, 1 goal too.
He'll be 15 clear.
Yep.
The Brownlow after this game.
He'll have to be.
Well done to Collingwood. 2 good, 46 points. Enjoy Carlton and Port Adelaide for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Beacon Trade's here to partner with your business by designing your lighting and electrical plans for free. Beacon Trade, let's make light work.
For Ream Hot Water,
Triple M Rocks footy.
built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.